I do hope to get there somewhere. So we'll have to see. Depends when you're going.
I don't know. When do you want to go?
Oh, flipping heck. Don't start now. I'm busy at the minute. Can't you tell?
No, but seriously, I'm up for it. If we want to get a group of people together and vehicles and make sure that there's one with enough seats go at least going back, I'm right up for it. You know, if we just get as far as Kiev and hand over, you know, that would be amazing.
Oh well, there you go. You've put it out to the world now. Jens fella, go ahead.
Hello. Hi. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Yeah, I will sound like a broken record again. Thank you, Mockers, and thank you, I see Doman there, and all the co-hosts and all the speakers that make, in a way, our life much, much easier. Just telling everyone the truth and scrutinizing everything, and yeah, turning it a bit easier for us on this side. Yeah, I've had it with the Russians. I felt a big hole in, in me when this all started, and that's when I joined the NATO army or NATO pack. And I think the word you were looking for, Marcus, might have been consequential. Be consequential. Yeah, and make your help well as little as it can be. Make it count. Yeah. And with that, I have a question. Maybe for you, maybe you can redirect it for anyone who could help us a bit more. I would like to make quite a large donation, well, large for my standards, to help these people in Kherson. But I don't really know what's the best way or the best person to donate to, because in my mind, maybe one will be able to correct me. If I make a transfer to a charity, it gets kind of lost in the network. But I'm just wondering if there's one single person that will be able to just wait for that money and go and buy generators and water filters and whatever it's needed the most at the moment, and quickly deliver them to the people. Thank you.
Well, I have to say that we had the deputy mayor of Kherson here last night, and we are working closely with her to provide her with funds to get those very things. So, me personally, I have to recommend the MriyaReport, just because you know we are. You can go to MriyaReport and have a look at the. I think it was the Live Now card for her, and she's been literally hunted by the Russians. They've been trying their best to get her, and she came on here last night.
Yeah, I was in and out. I was between meetings, quite annoying. Yeah, so yeah, I'll do that. I'll go to MriyaReport. I'm quite familiar with it. Thank you.
No problem, Jens Feller, and thank you very much. Yeah, she came on here last night and she was describing the sorts of assistance that they needed immediately. We've been able to get a letter from her, which is up underneath that card, and that that letter confirms that everything's official and that we are indeed assisting with that. I believe Yehuda is on point for that, so he'll probably come and give us an update of that very shortly. And thank you so much. Ander, you're back with us. Oh, go ahead, Jens.
No, I'm just going to thank you for the information. I did try to speak to Yehuda, but yeah, he's a busy guy. But yeah, I'll do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jens. Ander, go ahead.
All right, do you hear me?
We hear you perfectly.
Awesome. I'm sorry. So, yeah, various problems. All right. So, I was speaking earlier about Ukrainians in Romania. How are they coping? What are they doing? Most of them adapted really well, but all of them say they miss home. And someone asked a very unkind question, like, why do you miss home? You have everything you need here, right? Because home is home for each and every one of us. Be it poor, be it rich, you have a relation to that place, and especially when the move is not of your own volition, like in their case, they had to run with their children. You want to go home. You want to go back into your country where people are speaking your own language, your own know your customs, understand your jokes. There are a variety of things for which you want to go home, even if home is not perfect. And it's especially hard to explain that to children, right? Because they have an idealized way of looking at things. Therefore, home for them, be it very poor or very rich, is like a palace, is like heaven. They felt safe there, and now they lose their sense of safety, right? So this is one of the reasons for which they need counseling. They need to be in contact with people who at least speak their language, who can connect with them, with their experiences, with their lives, who can pull them from their withdrawal, because this is what happens. They withdraw in a how should
into themselves.
Into themselves, exactly. They stop speaking with other people, they stop speaking with other children. Therefore, you need to work harder to talk to them and to get them to express themselves and let their feelings out. And I was talking with you about this center. There are people working there, Ukrainians, mothers, actually, which came with children here, which try to help other children and other Ukrainians understand the emotional state, the emotional states they are going through, how to reduce stress, how to reduce the tension they feel, and actually they have some therapy for the children with art and games in order to make them realize their own emotions and then learn how to cope with them. So I was really happy to learn about this center. Some of the Ukrainian centers have shifted during this past year, because in the first months of the year, the primary need was to provide them food, clothes, shelter, because the first people who ran in the first months from the war, they ran with basically nothing, right? There were people who didn't have their papers with them. So they needed to contact the consulate, the Ukrainian embassy, to talk to them, to get their papers straight, because they were admitted in Romania. We let them pass the border because we saw exactly where they came from, right? They were coming from Ukraine, but they could not go further, right? So they needed their papers fixed in order to go in other places in Europe where they had families or family or friends who could help them and sustain them. And it was a different phase of the war and a different phase for the people who arrived here in Romania. And slowly the centers shifted into something else. So in supporting the ones who stay, because actually there are not so many Ukrainians who pass our borders coming into Romania. Probably they will be from Kherson area, but apart from that, there was actually noted the fact that more Ukrainians felt safe enough to go in the west of Ukraine, so back in their country, but in other parts of their country, so not in their hometowns, because they wanted to be home. And I totally can relate to that. I feel their pain, and I'm happy that overall we can say about at least what's in our power, right? So we can help what's in our power. We can change what's close to us, right? So I'm happy that the reports that come from Romania are positive in general, and the Ukrainians talk nicely about how they were treated here, and the way they were received. So at least a small respiro, a small
Respite.
a respite. Yes, I'm sorry. For someone who's really struggles and worries, right? Because one other thing that was mentioned was most have husbands which are in Ukraine, right? So they ask them to call the children as often as possible in order to keep the connection, and for the children not to feel alone, and also not to feel fear, right? Everybody is aware that the people on the front lines, people in Ukraine, have a fairly high risk of dying. And if you know your husband is there, your father is there, uncle, I don't know, brother, you think about them, you pray for them, you try to send them what they need, and you try to talk to them as often as possible, because if they talk to you, they are well and alive, right? They are okay. So that was one other thing that was mentioned, that they try to keep the connection with the father, with the parents which are left in Ukraine, as close as possible for the children and for themselves. So it's a two-way street, right?
And like you said, so many wanted to stay relatively close to the places where they had to evacuate from, right? There are 5 million, 6 million maybe even a bit more internally displaced people. I think about 5 million are registered as internally displaced within Ukraine. That number is going to be going up now following the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam, and there's more beyond that who I don't think are registered. They probably figured out how to go about things themselves without the need to register as internally displaced. On top of that, right, well, the other phenomenon that's been observed is people wanting to stay relatively close to where they're from. You're right. Western Ukraine is, of course, a destination for many, simply because it's further away from the fighting, right? But nevertheless, one of the largest, I think, of all the oblasts, the largest by number of internally displaced people that it's hosting, I think it's Dnipropetrovsk, right? I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think Dnipropetrovsk has the largest number of people. And that is, it's not far away from the front lines. It's not on the front lines, but it's relatively close, right? Especially the city of Dnipro is a big center for it. Part of the reason is because there's, of course, a lot of it's a big city. It has greater capacity to absorb, but it's just absolutely huge in terms of internally displaced persons. So that's worthwhile noting as well, because they wanted to go, not as close to home as possible, because then the promise of returning home is greater, right? Same goes why these frontline states like Poland, like Romania, like Moldova have such great number of refugees, because they're the first refuge, the first across the border, as opposed to going somewhere and then going somewhere else and then going somewhere else still. Now, that's not saying that there aren't any refugees elsewhere. It's just saying that there seems to be a very clear tendency of wanting to stay as close to home, because many want to go back, regardless of what the state is going to be, as soon as they possibly can. Thank you, Anna, for that expose. Rich fella, good morning.
Oh, good morning to you. Hopefully, mic check, you can hear me okay.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, great. Yes, thank you, Anna, for sharing that. It's still a mystery to me how people have the lack of understanding and compassion to come out with something like, why would they be missing their home territory? Why would Ukrainians be, in that position? And, it's like any one of us at the end of the day. I live away from my family and my hometown. I live 300 or 400 miles away, and I maybe see 2 or 3 times a year my actual close blood family. And anyone with any sort of understanding and compassion and heart, let's say it, just heart, is going to understand that you are going to miss that place. You're going to miss that place where, they say that the words are, the home is, the home is where the heart is at the end of the day. And that's been stolen away. That's been stolen away, in a cloud of aggressive annihilation, really, is what I'm going to call it. And I've been watching everything that's been unfolding over the last couple of weeks, and it's just beyond me, really. Russia needs to be treated like ISIS, like Al Qaeda, and I don't think enough is being sent in that direction. I think there should be more outcry, more concern of what's going on. What they've just done is caused an ecological catastrophe at the end of the day. I believe that Ukraine, they're going to get on top of this. I believe that they're going to be victorious. I believe that, because the support is overwhelming, and we will continue to support that. We continue to support Ukraine in any way that we can. And I know MriyaReport does an incredible job of that in lots of different ways. But yeah, just running to the point of, my concern mainly in this arena is for the children, really. I've always been about the children. You know, the fallout of this this war, this illegal war on Ukraine, and so for us, I think for anyone here, for anyone listening, I think many of you need to put your efforts towards. And I'm sure many of you are already doing it in lots of different ways, and I'm not assuming anything, but I think pour out towards the children, do what you can financially for the children of this war. There are lots of orphanages out there. There's some in the east of Ukraine that I'm involved with. You know, there are plenty of places that you can put your support, what you can afford to support of your own, you know, budget, what you can do to help those children in what they are going through. That's most important, because they are the next generation of Ukrainians at the end of the day. And I think that really, you know, is where our focus in some of this, majority of it probably should be, is with them. And you know, these children are not going to grow up the same as every other child, you know, that were born in the last 10 years. There's just not, you know, these children are going to grow up with a very different view of society altogether. They are going to be more what I would call developed, possibly more mature, more, you know, more touched by the world, more in tune, because of what they've seen, what they've gone through. Some of these kids have lost family, and we must never forget that. If we ever come into contact with Ukrainian children or young people, we must be understanding and compassionate towards that, and just have a level of understanding. And yeah, I'm just watching right now in front of me. I'm just seeing pictures coming back from that region, and you know, it's just an absolute joke at the moment. In Kherson and what's going on there and what they've done there. And yeah, just pour all your efforts out to support these people, you know, particularly the children. That's all I would say, is just urge you to support them in any way possible, because I think that is the most important thing, is to give them an understanding that there are people out there that do care, that are supportive. And I'm sure that you know, NAFO and these organisations, MriyaReport, all of that, will have a big place in a lot of these people's lives over the preceding decades. And you know, we're all just hoping and praying and pouring out our efforts to a victory for Ukraine. But yeah, I'll give somebody else a chance. I'm sure somebody else wants to speak. And yeah, just all I'm saying is, guys, go head towards the children, do what you can for them, find some orphanages and give them all of your money, what you can afford, of course. God bless. Thank you.
So, Richie, at this juncture, I think it's an appropriate one for me to make my little breakdown, right? Following the dam's destruction, the four things with somewhat different timelines that need to happen, right? The first one is very well underway. We can see that. Is it sufficient? It's never quite sufficient, and it can't really be, because the left bank of the Dnipro and Kherson Oblast is still under occupation. But really, that one is mitigate, right? Mitigate the consequences of the destruction of the dam, the flooding that it's causing, but also the lack of clean water and water supply systems, including upstream, right? The flooding downstream is by far the most obvious. There's still work to be done upstream to mitigate the consequences of this. And of course, it's being done as a combination of both public and NGO and just let's call it unstructured volunteer work, right? By many who are putting that right, working on that mitigation. And you were focusing very much here on the mitigation, Richie, but there's much more still to be done, right? And I think you'll enjoy point number 4. Point 2 is maximize the let's call it the military relative military outcomes here, right? That's difficult to quantify. That's really for Zaluzhny and the general staff to figure out. I'm sure they have. I'm sure they'll do the best. Whatever has changed because of this, I'm sure that the Ukrainian military will be undeterred and will be successful going forward with that, despite the fact that the dam was blown. So that's point two. There's relatively little to say on this. That's something that I'm sure Nuno and Chuck spoke about last night. That's more their department. Point three, and I think this is the critical one, right? Remember, Richie, on the day that the dam was destroyed, in the evening, we had a number of people come here and join us and talk about things from their perspectives, including a sitting member of parliament, including a former minister. But before them, we had we had Oleg from Mariupol, whose life was turned upside down in the initial Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014, and then it turned from a businessman to a humanitarian worker, right? And he has a very good overview of how these things are working. And one of the things that we talked about is what can be done for people on the left bank of the river, right? And this is where I come to point three, because he said, there's nothing that can be done. And we see that that's not quite true. We see that Ukrainian drone pilots are delivering water and food to people stuck on roofs, 3, 4, 5 kilometers from Ukrainian-controlled territory, whom the Russians are not letting leave the flooded areas, and they're stuck in their attics and on their roofs with nothing. And Ukrainian soldiers, having grown excellent at the dropping grenades with pinpoint precision from these drones, are now using that to drop water into hands of people stuck on roofs or in their attics while their drones are being shot at by Russians, because of course the Russians are set out to destroy Ukrainians, not to allow Ukrainians to be helped, right? That's pretty obvious there as well. So going forward from that, what did Oleg say? Oleg said, the only way to help these people is to liberate the areas where they live from Russian occupation. So, you can say the best thing you can do and the best thing that can be done for including for the children, naturally, right? Those, especially in occupied territories, those coming from occupied territories who haven't been home or haven't seen their grandparents for a year and a half now. The best thing that can be done for all of them is to accelerate the rate of liberation of these territories as much as possible. And that fundamentally is done with more heavy weapons. It's done with untold sacrifices and efforts of Ukrainian defenders. But in order for those sacrifices to likewise be minimized and for their actions to be as effective as possible, it means it needs more tanks, more IAVs, more long-range precision fires like ATACMS, more of everything. And if anything, this act of frankly, I'm going to call it yet another act of genocide, because that's really what seems to have been intended with it, judging by the Russian action since, for sure, right? Shooting at people who are trying to escape floodwaters. And senseless killing everywhere downstream, especially in areas they control themselves. But also an act of terrorism and an act of just senseless destruction. If you're just looking at the cost alone that this will bring in reconstruction, that's that alone constitutes a great criminal act on behalf of the Russians. But as Oleg said, the only thing that can be done, the best thing that can be done for all those occupied territories, is to liberate as soon as possible, as quickly as possible, and that needs more weaponry. Let us not get stuck on point one. The mitigate is the international community, because the greatest, thing that can be done for those in the many still occupied territories is point 3, and that is to liberate those areas, and that is to get the Russians out of them. That needs more weapons. So hopefully all of this attention will be directed in the highest up places into getting Ukraine into a position to, not just do as well as it can during the offensive that might or might not have now begun, but also to be able to sustain that and then push it again and push the Russians thoroughly out of Ukraine. So again, tanks, Bradleys, Atakams, the lot. That should be very much the focus. And then we come to point 4, and point 4, Richie, I think you appreciate likewise. There are very extensive agricultural areas, some of the most fertile soils on the planet, both in Kherson and Zaporizhia Oblast, also to some degree in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, that were reliant, that are steppe soils, they're very, very fertile soils, but soils that lack moisture, because simply the climate in the area provides them with very little rain. And the irrigation systems that were being supplied out of the Kakhovka reservoir that need the dam to be there in order to function are now running dry, and there is nothing that will have them running anything but dry. So it will be a critical consideration and a critical component of reconstruction to make these swaths of land, of rural agricultural land, economically usable again and useful again, and that will be a major point of reconstruction. I was very heartened yesterday. Let me just dig this up real quick. I was very heartened yesterday, and this I think shows really the Ukrainians' resolve with all of this. When I read that there's already efforts being done with a coffer dam being already planned and designed to before the proper hydroelectric dam is built, that it can already start restoring the water levels in the Kakhovka reservoir, in this giant, now slowly draining basin, or actually quite quickly draining basin if you look at the size of it, which on the floor of which, on the base of which are now nothing but silt and dead fish. But they're already working on it because they know how important it is. But as the CEO of Ukrohydroenergo says, the building won't take very long, but it can only start after the area is liberated. Right? You need the liberation, and also such a coffer dam. It's a temporary structure. It's the sort of thing, basically, but on a much bigger scale. But it's the sort of thing that you see built around areas in waterways, in rivers, in seas when they're trying to build a bridge across, right? And they have to build the pillars for the bridge, and they construct this sort of by driving it down into the soil. They can construct these sort of metal things, right? That keep the water out so the construction can happen. I believe it's something along those lines. But this is really important as well. So all of these 4 steps, all of this is happening kind of concurrently. But let us not. And point 1 is immensely important, especially in these days, right? Especially in these days when it's critical to get people out of harm's way, both when it comes to floodwaters directly, but also critically when it comes to the spread of illnesses that floodwaters bring with them, as well as when it comes to trivial things like access to energy and clean water. And that's absolutely important. But let us not allow our governments, especially, to focus on 1 and foregoing 3, foregoing the deliveries of weapons to Ukraine, because that's the only way that Ukrainians can prevent the Russians from doing more of these destructive attacks, scorched earth attacks on Ukrainians, and Ukrainian infrastructure, and indeed, as you say, Richie, on Ukrainian children. So I just wanted to really bring that around, because if that's not taken into account, we might be leaving some very low-hanging fruit in those trees.
Morning, Doman. I imagine you've seen the numbers.
Good morning, Marcus. I have seen the numbers. I would love to however, hear of them and hear your impressions of them as well.
Well, I can go through them again for you. That's no real problem. Bear with me 1 second, though, because you know how these things escape me when I'm not looking for them. There we go. So, well, we have an increase in the top line. I got very excited this morning because I was half asleep and said it was 10,000. It's not, though. It's 1,010. However, that's the highest number we've seen in a long time, isn't it? On the top line there. That's the highest figure I've seen in a while.
In a while. It's not a record. Anybody asking if it's a record? It's not, but it's. I think it will just make top 10. I'm waiting for Ragnar's new list later today.
Okay, so there was 10 tanks. There was 24 armoured personnel vehicles. Now, that seems to have climbed all of a sudden. 34 artillery systems, so still up high with those. And 4 multiple launch rocket systems. So I thought that was impressive, because we don't see a lot of those. They're not as prevalent, and 4 in one day. Jolly nice. The same with anti-aircraft warfare systems, 4 of those. 13 UAVs, but 26 vehicles and fuel tanks. I thought that would make your heart a little bit warmer. And yesterday, I forgot to mark that it was 500 Special Equipment Day. And today it's 502. So my apologies for being late with that one, but yeah, it's hit that milestone. Doesn't seem so long ago that we were counting up to 400, does it?
No, indeed, and only about 3 months ago we broke 250, and now we're at 500 when it comes to special equipment. Can I highlight the artillery destruction? This is beyond quick. But let me put it like this: last month was the record month, 553 artillery pieces destroyed. We're already at 228 after 8 days of June having passed, right? We're on the 9th day of June, but after 8 days, the first 8 days, 228. We're looking at 800. But if this pace continues to the end of the month, by comparison, in all of April, only 10 more pieces of artillery were destroyed compared to the first 8 days of June. Compared to all of March, there were 62 more destroyed than in the first 8 days of June. In February, in January, in December, in November, each of those months was alone lower than the first week of June was. I really don't know how to better contextualize this. Plenty of months last year, indeed, on a monthly basis, lower than June alone. So than these first 8 days of June alone. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months left of these preceding 15 that have had a larger number of artillery pieces destroyed, and the number of these will be, by Monday, this will probably go down to 3 or 4. Ukrainians are taking out Russian artillery at a stupendous pace, and that is good. You know, Russian army is an artillery first army. That's it's worth to remember. What can an artillery first army do when there isn't when they don't have artillery pieces? Not much, I think, is the answer. And you know, it behooves the Ukrainians to continue doing this. But I think that the fact that they are indeed managing to do this is very impressive. It's very meaningful. I will once again say, you know, destroying the special equipment, especially the sort of electronic warfare jamming equipment first, and they can now follow it up. They can now follow it up by going through and going after the artillery as well. Right? Ukraine has seemingly a very substantial advantage right now in terms of counter battery capabilities, both when it comes to radars, when it comes to being able to you know, use observation drones, as well as, of course, use these very high precision shells like the Excalibur artillery shell, like the Vulcano, like the Gimlers from HIMARS. Right? If you see a Russian self-propelled howitzer, you can shoot a Gimler at it instead of an Excalibur. That they cost about the same. It's it would take it out just as well. It would be just as precise, and they're really going after those, and you know, so much for the better for them. I saw a couple of videos of Ukrainians also having destroyed, and visually confirmed, some artillery pieces on the left bank of Kherson. The artillery pieces that Russians were using to shell the evacuation efforts with. And that is yet another, you know, specifically well targeted case. I would argue, because the Russian shelling of evacuation efforts. You know, yesterday we saw the video of the chief rabbi of Ukraine, who took shelling, right, while trying to help the evacuation effort. This is senseless on the part of the Russians, but then again, nothing new, because we know exactly how they operate and what enjoyment they seem to take from going off and shelling civilians, including ones that are already undergoing a natural disaster. Well, one of Russian making. I don't know. Mark, is anything else that jumps out at you there? Of course, the first time in quite a while that it's been over 1,000 casualties on the Russian side. That I trust is not trivial in the slightest. Right? Let me see when the last case of 1,000 was. The 23rd of March was 1,020. We've not seen 1,000 since then. So it has indeed, as you said, been quite a while, basically 2.5 months.
Yeah, and well, we spotted over the last couple of days that those numbers had suddenly shot up, and that suggests that there's something definitely going on, hey? And I thought you'd be quite happy with the vehicles and fuel tanks over 20 today.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I really enjoy Russian logistics capacities getting depleted. Yesterday was a high number reported. There's 35, so two very high days in that respect. I will note, however, the highest rates of destruction to vehicles and fuel tanks came. You know, one of those peaks. The real peak was sort of in March. You know, that's when there were a lot of these columns that were getting interdicted, and then in April again. That's so last year, not this year, but at the very beginning of the war. That's where the highest rates of the destruction of Russian logistics were happening. Everything since has been, you know, relatively lower, but nevertheless, you know, there's been some. It's very important to take them out. Naturally, it's very important to take them out. You know, if you can't destroy the cannon or the howitzer, if you take out the truck supplying the shells, that's worth a lot as well.
Absolutely. Shall we go to Abdullah?
Let's. Abdullah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Doman and Marcus. Thank you so much. Yeah, just real quick, I found out that the Egyptian authorities have killed that shark, the innocent shark, in Gardaga, in Hurghada. So I'm a bit disappointed that they took out the shark, because we still don't know who was behind that aggression, right? Apparently the Russian guy was swimming in an area that was not designated as a swimming area, so so he went into the shark's territory. But it's very unfortunate. Apparently the shark is gone now. But yeah, but the reason why I came up, Doman and Marcus, is do you guys have any information about that Gucci Pastor Krill, the Russian Orthodox Church, apparently sending Ukrainian POWs? Is it to Hungary, to Orban, if I'm not mistaken? Does anyone have more information on this?
I do not. No. You see anything about that though? Please pass it to me.
Yeah. Apologies, it's hard to cough and talk at the same time, apparently. I've seen a little bit about it. And I've seen reports specifically from the Hungarian side, on top of the statement of the Russian Orthodox Church yesterday evening. It would be ones who are from Zakarpattia. So this is very off, and I would love someone who understands the legal side of this to clarify things better. But this would be Ukrainians captured by Russians, Ukrainians who are from Zakarpattia. That's the little bit of Ukraine that lies on what I call the concave side of the Carpathians, and that is the part of Ukraine. This is where the problematic part is. That is the part of Ukraine that Orban somewhat claims is Hungarian. In his promulgation of maps of Greater Hungary. Now, he doesn't explicitly say that it is Hungarian, but and that's problematic, right? Because they are Ukrainian citizens. You can't have a transfer under the laws of war, to the best of my understanding. You can't have a transfer of citizens of a country to a third country by the country that took them captive without the consent and direct involvement of the country of their citizenship, or rather the country that they've been fighting for. So it looks like the Russian Orthodox Church is trying to kind of make itself out as a legitimate actor this way, also feeding into both Russian domestic propaganda, critically Orban's domestic directed messaging here as well, but not just domestic directed, but also international directed, and it's off. I mean, this just isn't. It doesn't sit quite right, knowing what his other tendencies and desires are. So, in that context, I'll say, no, I'm none too happy that this is happening, even if in some individual cases people might end up in better conditions that they will have otherwise. But this is it's exploitation of the suffering of these soldiers for both Russian and as well as Orban's messaging. And I think this might be an attempt for the Hungarians to legitimize their opposition to the inclusion of Gundyayev, that is to say Patriarch Kirill, on personal sanctions list by the European Union already last year. I will remind you, Hungary thus far has had two real successes when it came to reducing the extent of sanctions lists by the European Union. One was to do with Rosatom and Rosatom's exemption from being sanctioned particularly strictly by the European Union, which it should have been seen that they also are acting as a part of not just Russian attempts at kind of using energy as a weapon across the world, but critically are also acting as a part of the occupation authority at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. There is no right for Rosatom to be doing any of that, and they should well be sanctioned. And the other one, of course, being Patriarch Kirill. What I'd like to highlight is the Czech Republic, unsatisfied with the EU sanctions list for personal sanctions, a couple months ago, started their own personal sanctions list on top of that, and they published it to great fanfare by their, I think, foreign ministry. This is the one in charge of it. And then you opened, you went through all of these pages, and you finally got to the file that listed the people who are sanctioned, and the list was one person long. There's only one person on the whole list. They had lots of blank spaces for it, but one person on the list, and that was Patriarch Kirill. So it shows you what the attitudes towards them really are, and of course they might want to legitimize themselves in the eyes of the international public a little bit by seeming humanitarian or whatever. But no, this is what this is really aimed at. I think that's it's pretty clear to most.
Yeah, thank you so much, Doman. I also thought that way too. It was a bit awkward. There was no communications with it seems, with the Ukrainian authorities. It was so different from, I don't know if you guys remember the Azovstal prisoners that went to Turkey. There was a coordination with the Ukrainian authorities, but here it seems there was no communication whatsoever. The Krill just contacted apparently the Hungarian authorities, and the Hungarian authorities thought this was okay. They thought this was a normal thing. It's just a bit awkward, to be honest. I don't know, but we're just waiting, I think, just for more information on how they actually got to Hungary or something. I don't know. It's a bit awkward. Thank you, Domin.
So the Hungarian reporting I read didn't make it very clear if they got to. 11 apparently have been handed over to Hungary in this reporting bit. It doesn't clarify how this happened or anything else. What I really don't understand is why does the church come into this in the first place? What it makes it look like as though the church isn't an integral part of the Russian state, which it is. With the guy running it, a former something that there is no such thing as a former, right? They are an integral part of the state, but here they act as a interceder, as a mediator. It's very, very off indeed.
Yeah, they're acting like I think it's usually the Red Cross, right? That they usually act like the between nations or something when it comes to prisoners.
Yeah, that's a more reasonable approach, but more generally, it's you can't have it's schizophrenic in a way, right? Not on a personal level, but on a structural level. For the church to pretend to be separate from the state in this case, very clearly is not. That's more what I meant. Yeah, so it's very interesting, really, isn't it? Ming is still connecting to my screen. That's why there's a little bit of silence. I'm trying to wait for him to actually pop up properly on my screen so I can ask him what his thoughts on this are. Because I'm sure there are some, and I'd be very curious to know what exactly they are. But alas, I will not be able to hear him quite yet.
I think that might be you, Doman, because you're still connected on my screen.
Yeah, I know. This happens to me sometimes. People I bring up then take a while before
Can you hear me,
the
Damon?
peer-to-peer audio is synced up. So they look like they're spinning on my screen, but they're in the correct position. And then I just need to wait because I can't hear them yet. And I don't want words to go to nowhere really. But there's also something else interesting that's coming out, and I'm trying to research it at the same time. So that's it's a complicated thing here.
Okay, well, I can hear Ming. So, Ming, if you want to go ahead, you can talk to me.
Perfect timing. Ming, please.
I'd love to talk to you more, Mockers. Morning, Damon. Morning, Mockers. How are you both today? Can you hear me, Damon?
Loud and clear, Ming. You
Oh,
literally
great.
perfect timing.
Yeah, well, look, I'm here. I'm here to sort of relieve Mockers. 9 o'clock. So, Mockers, off you go. Go and do your cat thing or whatever it is you've got going on today.
Oh, I've got a spreadsheet to go through for work. So yeah, that'd be really fun for me.
Spreadsheets. Good Lord, yes. A thankless task.
Yeah, absolutely. But it shouldn't take me too long. So I'll work like feverish this morning, and then I'll be able to Skype a bit this afternoon. So enjoy your time.
Thank you. You too.
So, Ming, what are your thoughts on this? Russian Orthodox Church sending Ukrainian prisoners of war from Zakarpattia to Hungary, and bypassing Ukraine altogether in this, but also the church being the actor here.
Well, this comes on the tail of the award from Patriarch Kirill to was it Orban? Was it last week?
Yes, on the occasion of his 60th birthday.
Right. So this is obviously just a thing to make these parties look totally humanitarian and whatnot. But I don't read much more into it than that. It's just a PR thing for both parties.
Yeah, so for anybody who's missed it, Orban last week got awarded exactly a week ago, I think, on the 2nd of June, got awarded with a Order of Glory and Honor, something along those lines, by the Russian Orthodox Church, by Patriarch Kirill, on the occasion of his 60th birthday for having been such a great defender of Christian values. Which, I mean, it just kind of sounds cynical coming out of the Russian Orthodox Church with what they've been blessing of late, doesn't it? But also at the same time, it came at the first anniversary of Orban having blocked personal sanctions against Patriarch Kirill. So who's really to say why he got the award?
Do we have any sense of how long these discussions regarding returning Ukrainian prisoners via Hungary has been going on, or is this a totally out of the blue new thing?
I've not read the statement that the Russian Orthodox Church published on their website because I don't want to visit their website. I have, however, read the reporting in Hungarian media, and they have asked for comments from both the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as well as the Hungarian chapter of the Sovereign Order of Malta, who apparently were another set of mediators, and none have responded yet. It seems not with details. The spokesman for the Foreign Affairs Ministry said that he can't comment yet, but he will in due course. So it's kind of a non-statement thus far. So we don't know how long it had taken them. And the way that I'm looking at this, and this very much smells to me like Orban's legitimizing his own, let's call them a revanchist, more so than just irredentist claims over some Ukrainian territory, and that just sits wrong.
I see. So you're reading into this the fact that they're from a piece of Ukraine that Hungary has some, historical claim to, would explain the Hungarian involvement for signalling from the Hungarian side that they're caring for extra, Hungarians outside their own borders, type of thing.
Yes, I think that's part of the messaging domestically, but I would,
whether or not these prisoners are actual ethnic Hungarians or not.
it's not entirely clear from the reporting whether they are, Hungarian speakers or ethnic Hungarians or whatever you want to say, but they're definitely from Zakarpattia Oblast, so the one oblast that is on the concave side of the Carpathians.
Well, that immediately makes it more sinister.
It does, doesn't it? Because what is this saying to the revanchist tendencies within Hungary and others who might be willing and wanting to legitimize them, right?
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. It's a sort of way of it's just a way of Hungary claiming sovereignty, not just over the territory, but the people in that territory.
Precisely, and I think that's very meaningful indeed, and that's why there's such a not let's call it unenthusiastic, but that will be that would be the a very soft statement, really. Merely saying that the Ukrainian side is unenthusiastic about this, because it's not getting POWs back to Ukraine through Hungary. It's literally Hungary then keeping them, and we have kind of a precedent for this, right? You have the leaders, the officers, the commanders from Azovstal are still in Turkey, right?
Right, and that was the condition of their exchange.
Exactly, but Ukraine was involved in that, and Ukraine said, well, yes, much better that these people are in a Turkish hotel than being in for the next however many months or years, rather than rotting away in a Russian torture prison, right? Obviously much better. Nobody's questioning that. The thing is, here Ukraine wasn't even in the slightest consulted. So they are, in that case, I don't think they're retaining status as POWs, right? In Turkey, there's merely an agreement that they are on now an extended recuperating holiday without being able to go back to Ukraine, which is a little bit different than this case, where they seem to still have the status of a prisoner of war, if I'm understanding and reading this correctly, except now Hungary is holding Russian prisoners of war for Russia, in a sense, right? And obviously they'll be, they won't be tortured. That's really good, but the look of this isn't good at all, in the slightest. What power does Hungary now hold over them as well? It's a very odd and off situation.
It'd be extraordinarily odd, though, wouldn't it, if Hungary refused to let them leave Hungary? Wouldn't that just be unnecessarily provocative from the Hungarian side?
Yeah, it would. It certainly would. And going to Zakarpattia, that's hardly a, let's call it, frontline part of Ukraine, right? Zakarpattia has seen barely any. I think 2 missiles went to Zakarpattia. It has been by far the least affected from a military perspective part of Ukraine. That much is clear to everyone, I think, right? So it's not as though the Hungarians would have the claim of, oh, we can't in good conscience send them to somewhere particularly dangerous for them, or anything else. It's a very very odd situation, and I think because it's that odd, that's why it's kind of leaving a lot of people confused, because it doesn't really make sense, because it doesn't really fit an awful lot of what has happened before. But my question for you, Ming, though, is because you're you're a student of history. Can you think of previous examples of similar things having been done in previous wars? I know that there were. I can kind of. I have a feel that there were several very odd, let's call it prisoner exchanges and reallocations thereof, but I can't think of one that was quite like this. And they tended to be more, within, I believe, within allies, right? With that say one group in a war where there were a number of countries were allied against a number of other countries. You might have had, for example, one of the allied armies capturing some prisoners and then transferring them over to another one of the countries in the same alliance for whatever cultural or merely logistical reasons. I can think of vaguely think maybe of some examples of that. I can't really think of examples of this, and that I think is quite different.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. I think very seriously wounded prisoners in World War II were exchanged via the Red Cross in Switzerland. But other than that, I can't think of. There might be some precedents, for instance, involving the Vatican in World War II, and I suppose that's akin to, the Russian Orthodox Church and the role they've played in this. But transferring to third countries, I mean, it was quite common, I think, for German prisoners of the British to be transferred to Canadian or US prisoner of war camps, because they just had so many of them by the end. But other than that, I can't think of any other examples.
But they weren't, sort of in Swiss captivity thereafter, were they?
No, they weren't. They were obviously free to return to their home countries.
It's all very, very curious indeed.
So Damon, there's been some interesting developments in the case of GTLK, the State Transport Leasing Company of Russia. I don't know if you've seen.
I've not. I'd love to hear, however.
So the liquidators who have been appointed to liquidate GTLK Europe, that's the Irish entity here, which is indirectly 100% Russian state-owned via the Ministry of Transport in Russia. So they're busy trying to liquidate that entity and another entity called GTLK Capital, which I suspect is their Eurobond issuing entity. Now they have been sued by creditors, holders of these Eurobonds, saying that they should be liquidated because they haven't, they're in default on the Eurobonds, and no doubt these people who are suing them are people who bought these Eurobonds for pennies in the dollar from distressed parties, and are now using their rights under those bonds to recover their notional loss, which is obviously the par value of the bonds as opposed to whatever they paid for them. Maybe they paid like 20 or 30 cents for them. Anyway, the liquidators have been appointed by the High Court here in Dublin, but they've got two problems. One is doing anything with the company because they need to go because the company is directly sanctioned under the sanctions regime. they need Irish Central Bank waivers, which are called derogations here in Ireland, to actually do anything. And separately, they're having a problem, accessing the company itself, and therefore they've applied to the High Court for a direct order to be able to do that. And then, amusingly, in an echo, corporate echo of the blowing of the Kachovka Dam, on the day that the Irish High Court ordered the companies to be liquidated, there was a mysterious total failure in their IT systems. So basically, the liquidators are having a huge problem accessing all the company's records because they have effectively been blown up. So, it's a corporate example of the same scorched earth tactic, but obviously without the human impact and the broader tragedy. And the Russian director of the company, a guy who I've met a couple of times called Roman Lyabov, apparently has fled Ireland and is now believed to be back in Russia.
Very interesting. So what is that going to mean for, anything really? The aircraft in their ownership that are in possession of others, right? That's relatively straightforward, as we discussed previously. But what difference does this make now?
Well, the liquidators have stated in court that they're having a problem in, one, identifying the aircraft, and two, in working out where they are and what condition they're in, simply because they don't have any records from the GTLK side. Now, no doubt those records are in fact backed up somewhere, but this, I guess, is a problem that this court order that they've been applying for is intended to resolve, to give them full access and simultaneously getting the necessary waivers from the Bank of Ireland to transact on behalf of the company. Now, obviously, there's plenty of third-party databases that can tell you which aircraft they are and where they are. But I guess from a liquidator point of view, you can only act on the basis of the actual corporate records, and to the extent that they don't have them at the moment, that's kind of thwarting their ability to move forward.
I see. Okay. So why are they having difficulty identifying which aircraft they are? I thought they had registration numbers, and you can just type them into Flight Radar and you find where it is.
Well, they do, but you see, I don't know exactly how these liquidators work, but I assume that they can only work on the basis of the records held by the company itself, as opposed to what you can look up from third-party data. So I guess that's their core problem. It's all very well saying, oh yeah, look, this aircraft's the ownership is registered to GTLK, but I can only find that out because I look it up on the Syrian fleet database, or there is another place where you can look at that stuff up. But I've noticed that the Russians have tended not to use it. It's set up under a UN convention called the Cape Town Convention, the International Aircraft Registry, which keeps a record of financial interests in movable assets. So rail cars and aircraft are the two that most use it. And you can obviously look up on the international registry, but in order to do that, every registration you look up, you have to pay a fee. And to the extent that they can't access, they can't pay a fee because the entity sanctioned, that creates an additional barrier to doing that sort of thing.
Thank you, Ming. I just find it very odd that liquidators can't, actually go find the property of the company they're selling off. But because it's not that, I mean, if I can do it, right, and I have no expertise in this.
But what you can't do, what the problem here is that you can't look at the company's own asset register, its own statement of assets, because it's simply not, available because of this mysterious wipeout of their IT systems.
Okay, so they can't even start. That's basically, it's very curious. Okay.
That's right. So basically, if you're a liquidator, what you want to get is a statement of the company's assets on the one hand and its liabilities on the other. And both in whatever accounting system they used, most likely Sun systems, and that data cannot be accessed.
All right. Thank you, Ming, for updating us on this saga, which will probably keep on going for quite a while still, right? Quite a while still. Chris?
Morning, Ming. Morning, Dermot. Ming, I was just going to say, do you think you control could help here? Help the liquidators?
Probably not. From listening to You Control the other day, when was it, 2 days ago, they are much more interested in individuals. So their interest in aircraft sounds like it's limited to, private or corporate jets as opposed to commercial aircraft. Obviously, an entity like GTLK is on the sanctions list, so you can find it on the OFAC list. You can find it on the Irish government list of sanctions. From my understanding of what You Control does is it does one of two things. One is to flag up if there's sanctions or politically exposed persons type connections, especially if they're Russian. And two, there's some forensic accounting going on, tracing back to those kinds of people. But in terms of actually enforcing sanctions and directly sanctions related issues, I didn't hear so much about that from them.
Okay, I've got a few conversations going on today as it happens, Ming, so I might just raise it and that.
Do bring it up. Feel free to pull me in.
Yeah, thank you.
By all means.
Thank you, Ming. Yeah. I mean, if you've got just a couple of details, I think I've got my head round what you're talking about. I know about liquidators and I know how they work and stuff like that, right? So I was thinking that the liquidators, if it can help, might like to know about the You Control tool, but as you say, might not be quite right, but may be able to help,
Well, the liquidators will have access to the company's registration office here in Ireland, which obviously has statements of accounts in it and various corporate documents, along with very likely the newish, I think that we've had it for a couple of years now, the newish registry of ultimate beneficial owners. So every Irish entity now needs to have a declaration to the registry of ultimate beneficial owners. So that is obviously intended, and you can't put in that XYZ nominees, because you have to actually name an individual or state or whatever, something real as opposed to just something fronting for someone else. So you know, I kind of think they probably have that side of things covered.
Okay, Ming, thank you.
But Chris, I'll send you a link to a news report covering the story, so you can share it with UControl.
That would be useful. Thanks, Ming.
All right, sorry about that, Ming. I was just finishing up writing something, and now I am fully back. We have a note that I got from Daniel, right? That maybe the Hungarians, as to the previous discussion, sorry, this isn't about planes. The Hungarians might use the fact that some of these soldiers in the Ukrainian army might also have a Hungarian passport, right? Which is a dual citizenship case. Now, I think that's questionable because Ukraine doesn't, as a rule, allow dual citizenships. Certainly, some exist, but Ukraine certainly doesn't recognize the existence. Right? There's different ways, and you'll be probably more aware of this than most of what you previously commented here in the space. But there are different ways to deal with dual citizenships, right? Some countries, don't even recognize the possibility of one of their citizens having another citizenship. Other countries are merely saying, well, if you're in our country, only ours applies, but otherwise you can have several, and we don't particularly mind, right? And then there might be some exclusions for certain political offices and the like for such cases. But do you reckon that could be that could be the logic there?
I guess it's possible. I mean, it's obviously hard for Ukraine probably to enforce the single passport law that they have, because you can't obviously prevent the Hungarians from issuing their own passports. I mean, I have a couple of passports, a Norwegian one and a British one. Neither country are fussed either way, so I don't have to deal with any of those kinds of issues. I've lived here long enough, so I could probably get an Irish one too. But having a collection of 2 passports is enough for me, I think, really.
So the question there is, right, how is this treated and how is this set up? And I'm thinking here that just as a guess, really, but my understanding of the Ukrainian approach to it is, if you have a Ukrainian passport and then you take another one, then your Ukrainian citizenship is no longer valid. Now it's a little bit like insurance as to where it gets as to where and how and when it gets enforced, right? But that's kind of a separate issue, I guess.
Yeah, and to be able to comment on that, we need to know more about the Ukrainian passport law. Because I kind of doubt, it's not really a good look for Ukraine to suddenly deny its own soldiers citizenship on the basis that they had a Hungarian passport on the sly.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see how this ends up turning out. But I think it's a curious enough story that it's definitely worth tracking for a while longer. Have you reconsidered at all since yesterday, Ming? Have you started being interested in the slightest in that whole Tupolev 214 pilot training program?
So I took a look. It's look. I mean, the Tupolev 214 is really. It's like it's not in any sense a new aircraft. It's just an old aircraft with a increased maximum takeoff weight. So it's, so someone like Airbus or Boeing, if they made what was the equivalent of a 214, all they do is keep the same nomenclature of the previous model and stick an ER on the end, in Boeing's case, for instance, for extended range. So, but the Russians pretending that this is a new aircraft, it's really just a slightly extended range version of the Tupolev 204, which goes back to the 80s and 90s. So not really very exciting, interesting news to my mind. Sorry, Dermot.
I thought you might live the dream and become a pilot. The other thing that I think is really interesting is later yesterday on Aviator aviation authorities opening a second limited air corridor for flights to the south. Right, when you look on flight radar, if you're flying from Moscow to Sochi, where do you fly? Or even St. Petersburg to Sochi, right? They take this diversion effectively. They take them over the Caspian and then back into the North Caucasus, and that's because all of the areas remotely close to Ukraine are and have been within Russia closed for civilian traffic for quite some time, right? So apparently they will open an additional one, if I understand correctly. That won't have to overfly the Caspian or won't have to overfly Kazakhstan, and it will be an easier throughput route there for the Russian airlines. Do you reckon?
This is the interesting thing about this, Durban, is that it suggests to me that they are having air traffic control capacity issues. That this route is so in demand from both Russian and foreign airlines that the route is struggling to cope and keeping the correct levels of separation between aircraft and all that. And then there's the other aspect, which is the fuel saving aspect, because apparently the route that does not fly over Kazakhstan is 7 minutes shorter. Now, 7 minutes worth of fuel isn't huge on a standalone basis, but over the course of a month and even a year, that's actually quite a lot of money, especially for wafer thin margins that airlines have. So that's a really big saving potentially for the Russian airlines. And as we know, they have a problem with their own supply of jet fuel in Russia. So the Russian spot market jet fuel price is typically 25-30% higher than anywhere else, simply because of the supply problems they've been having on that front. So yeah, it's kind of signaling two things. Their NOTAMs, the notice to airmen, closures of airspace in and around Ukraine is creating congestion in the air traffic control system because the demand is still high for those north-south flights. And secondly, it's a way of helping the Russian airlines save some pennies on their fuel bills. And it's another example, by the way, Damon, of the Russians not really thinking through the consequences of the full-scale invasion. I think this is a bit of an inadvertent consequence, I guess, but again, it's a signal that they didn't quite plan for this thing to last quite as long as it has.
So do you think they're doing it because of some sort of a stress there, or what is the logic behind this?
Well, so
what's the immediate necessity behind this?
Yeah, no. So if you look at the separation between aircraft, I mean, I don't know if you've ever been to a big airport, I used to live under the flight path into Heathrow, and each aircraft is about 5 minutes apart. And
so it's more like a minute.
Yeah, no, it's about I think it's like about 3 to 5 minutes apart, something like that. And there's reason to that because these things that aircraft leave behind them heavily disturbed air called wake vortexes, which and you need those to disperse before the next aircraft goes through that bit of air. And so the likely issue here is that they've got so many aircraft asking to fly those routes, they can't accommodate them all. And one of their solutions, the solution they've come up with is they've got the two routes are one way only. So one's flying north and the other's flying south. So that makes it a lot easier for them to manage the overall airspace and accommodate demand from airlines who want to fly those routes. So it's not just the Russians flying south and back, but obviously the Emirates and the Qatars and the Etihads and all the Turkish Airlines, all the other people who are allowed to fly those kinds of routes. And of course, keep in mind that the more aircraft you have flying those routes, the more revenue it is for Russia, because they get air traffic control charges, and it's a pretty good source of foreign currency. Limited capital expenditure to provide air traffic control costs, but never-ending revenue stream.
And do you reckon that's why they're also saying Russian airlines can go on these new shorter corridors, but foreign ones will still have to go the long way around?
Well, how does that work, though, Jim? Because I understand, I forget which one is which, but they're both one way. So you can't fly, the foreign airlines can't fly both ways on their route.
Well, I mean, how you do it by just not letting them on a particular corridor, right? That's how. No?
Okay, I'll take a look. I'll go and have another look because maybe I missed that detail.
I mean, it's just my guess that it's relatively straightforward, right? Because they do say here, they say, airlines, especially foreign ones. Oh, I see. Okay, they just say especially foreign ones still have to schedule many flights to Kazakhstan. They don't make it explicitly clear, I guess, but I think it's I don't know, at least in part done that way as well.
So, Damon, I have a question. regarding on another matter, and it's going to make me sound like a complete idiot because it's just something that it's a little detail that's been niggling me, and it's very simple, and it's maybe kind of completely obvious, and I've just totally missed it, which is why I'm going to ask you because you're the sort of chap who knows this kind of stuff, and it's about the Kakhovka Dam. Now, in the news reports, they all state that the Kakhovka Dam was controlled by the Russians. But my understanding always is that the Kakhovka Dam was effectively in no man's land, as it was basically the demarcation line between the territory liberated by Ukraine and the Russian front line. So I don't know. Have I completely missed something here?
Well, yes and no. So, how to put this? Actually, I'm just going to tweet something out in a minute to help clarify this additionally. But the dam goes bank to bank, right? But all of the stuff on the right bank, it was just a structure. It was just a big concrete building. On the left bank, that's where the turbine hall was. That's where the machine room that controlled the sluice gates was. That's where the stuff controlling the lock was, and that's also the side where the access inside of the dam was, right? So there are different parts that you could actually access inside of the dam. So all of those access points were only on the Russian side, so they could do stuff that the Ukrainians couldn't because they didn't have a hatch to enter through. Does that kind of make sense? Why it was under Russian control? Because they were on the side that had all of the levers and buttons and stuff.
The critical equipment side, as opposed to the whole dam. Okay, that makes total sense to me. That's totally cleared that up. It's not that I was suspecting Ukraine or anything. It's just that I was just didn't have that small detail right in my mind.
Yeah, exactly. So Russians had all manner of abilities to do things in there that the Ukrainians didn't, and indeed, the dam was made in a way that couldn't be blown up from the outside easily, right? I mean, you know how dam busters went during the Second World War, right? How did dam busters go during the Second World War? Why was it such a big deal?
Well, because Barnes Wallace worked out, he did some experiments on models, but he worked out the most effective way of blowing up a dam was to have a charge low and on the flooded side, right up against the wall. And the reason the bombs had to bounce was because over the water and then sank to the bottom of the wall. That was a really good way to get them at exactly the spot they needed to be to do the most damage. Because as you were saying, that the blast underwater attenuates the effects of the explosion, has that much more impact on the structure of the dam itself.
Yeah, and so that's the thing, right? Russians claim that Ukrainians shelled it. And an artillery shell has like what 5, 6, 7 kilos worth of explosive in it. Or even a Gimler's missile has a few tens of kilos of explosive in it, and they can't reach the vulnerable bits, right? It doesn't really do anything. Whereas these dams were designed, by the Soviets after the Second World War to be incredibly resistant to anything from the outside, right? Especially big ones like this. And at the same time, they were made to be able to be mined from the inside. This is where all these passageways that Russians had access to. And there's a reason, if you think of it, Ming, why they put it on the left bank, right? I mean, it kind of stands to reason that they thought that if they get invaded again, they will be retreating from the right bank to the left bank. Therefore, if they want to blow it, they want to blow it from the side when they're retreating, right? So it makes perfect sense why.
Was it on a different bank, the original, 5-year plan version, the Stalinist version versus the rebuild after World War II?
I don't know how it was before World War II, but certainly after, right? It made sense why they put it where they put it, why they put the machine building on the left bank as opposed to the right bank.
Amusingly, I looked it all up, and they couldn't do any of it without the Americans helping them, specifically GE, who provided the turbines for both iterations of the dam.
That's history repeating itself, yet again.
And of course, these days they can't fly their planes without GE because they make the engines for them.
ATV.
This might be a rabbit hole, and if it is, you can just say so, and we move on. But I had the opportunity to listen to a little bit of Nuno last night, and discussion with a number of people, including Nuno, but I didn't have a chance to hear all of it, unfortunately. There was a part of the conversation where somebody came up and was saying how the destruction of the dam is akin to setting off a nuclear weapon, and that's something that I thought almost immediately when I started reading about it the day that it happened, and there was a lot of pushback on the call from the panelists about that. And this this relates to the world reaction and Odar and red lines, etc. So that's the sort of relevant bit of this conversation, of this idea. But if I just explain in 1 minute why I think Kakovka is akin to setting off a nuclear device, what are I think of the two factors of why is a nuclear weapon a red line. And the first, and probably, to be fair, the smaller one, is an uncontrolled release of a massive amount of energy, which means it's an indiscriminate destruction, affecting civilians and everything. And then the other one, which I think is the more important one, is the lasting effects of radiation and the destruction of the land in the long-term issues. And Nova Kakhovka ticks both of those boxes, right? Like it has the potential to impair the land akin to a nuclear weapon for many years to come. And clearly, from a uncontrolled release of energy, we've seen the effects, and we know some of a small amount, at least, of a massive scale of tragedy that entailed. And I was just interested. Yeah, I was just interested in your thoughts. I mean, is it reasonable to look at this like a nuclear weapon release, and therefore the West's response to that and the concerns there, or am I sort of like living on an island here? Thanks.
So there's different components to it, and there's different lenses through which to look at this. It certainly seems like a step up, that's very, very sizable because of what it unleashed, right? I just want to highlight there's posted it up there, and the Ukrainian SBU, kind of the Ukrainian FBI equivalent, they've published an intercept of some Russian soldiers this morning, who basically say, "Oh, it wasn't the Ukrainians, it was us. We didn't mean to make it this big. We meant to, do it a bit less than this, and then it just blew up more than we thought it would, or whatever." No, that's just what they were up for. And yet another brick in the wall, let's say, of the Russians definitely did it. Now there's two things with nuclear weapons that you can kind of think of. One is the binary, the employment of one versus not employment of one, and that's a lot more difficult to assess, and that's where this doesn't quite match up, because it's obviously in the other binary state, right, of yes or no. The other component is on a sliding scale, which is how much did it destroy, how much will it cost to put it back, or what is the cost in both lives, and then the economic cost beyond it that it had incurred. And I would really love for someone to have done an analysis at some point going forward, because I'm sure there's going to be an econ paper on this, saying this is what and how much has been damaged, the equivalent of a nuclear weapon of such and such magnitude in the same area, or on such and such area, because it certainly there is a degree of equivalency, right? If you in terms of the mere cost of it, or the straightforward cost of it, there is one. So from that perspective, it does make sense. The thing about a Western response that I think is the problematic bit is that now we are now on day 4. It has been give or take, it has now been somewhere 80 hours or so since the dam had been blasted to bits, right? And that's not it's a bit late. If there were to be such a response, it's a little bit late now. If 6 hours after the dam had exploded, the U.S. Air Force went and sank the Russian Black Sea Fleet, and bombed all of their command posts and occupied Ukraine to smithereens, that would have been one thing. But in this case, it's let's see. But I think that for that specific response, it's a bit late. What I will highlight, though, ATV, is that you've heard my 4-point breakdown into how the responses to this are to be split up, right? 1, immediate mitigation, victims of flooding, etc. Help those. 2, the one that's for Zalužny Ukrainian general staff, how to best clear out whatever problems there are, and how to best optimize for militarily relatively to the Russians with the new situation on the ground. And then 3, and I think this is the one that is kind of speaking towards what you want to achieve here, is there should be a greater Western response, right? And that greater Western response should come in facilitating Ukraine be better, quicker at liberating occupied territories by providing Ukraine with more stuff, more tanks, more IAVs, ATACMS, all that stuff. Commit for more jets, and that's maybe something that's been underdone thus far. Maybe still it will, but I think that's really, especially now that, because it doesn't really fit if it's not an immediate response as well. That's really the thing that needs to be done now, and that's the thing that what can we say? The attention being paid to the dam needs to be focused on, if that makes sense. So and then 4 is reconstruction, but that's after liberation. Liberation is a necessary condition for that. People from Ukhrhydroenergo have said, the CEO of Ukhrhydroenergo has said as much himself. So that's my thoughts. And the response should be, you know, exceedingly large. That's my other part here. That's what I'm saying. You know, 500 Abrams, 1,000 Bradleys, 500 ATACMS. The US says that, and you know, that's actually making a really real difference going forward. ATV.
Yeah, I guess on the response, of course, the humanitarian recovery needs to be first and foremost. From the military perspective, I would have been personally happy if the response was, our response has begun in the form of the C-17 Globemasters, and let everyone think what might be inside of them. But I was just wondering if you could just maybe explain, because it was maybe a little bit over my head, the binary element, your binary argument in terms of how this differs from a nuclear weapon being released.
Well, because there's a taboo associated with it, right? That's why. We have all of these endless treaties that say they shall not be employed. And this is the very clear binary, is there are certain things that are switched on if something happens, if something very specific happens, and that clearly hasn't happened.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I mean, to me, whether it's a nuclear weapon or a massive chemical attack or a biological weapon, they're all weapons of mass destruction. This was a weapon of mass destruction, and I don't think global food production being affected and massive droughts for I don't know how many people live in the affected area, 1 million, 2 million, is really fundamentally any different. But I appreciate that. I appreciate that the treaties aren't in place.
ATB, I agree with you, but like Dermot, you know, that this you know, what constitutes a weapon of mass destruction needs to be redefined in international law to cover this, I think.
Yeah, I guess I'm not looking at the knife or the gun. I'm looking at the murder. But I take your point.
So also, ATV, if you look at that, I forget, Article 56 of whatever bit of the Geneva Convention that is, you know, it does say something along the lines of, you know, works or installations, here I found it, works or installations containing dangerous forces, namely dams, dikes, and nuclear electrical generating stations, shall not be made the object of attack, even when these objects are military objectives, if such attack may cause the release of dangerous forces and consequent severe losses among the civilian population. And this is exactly it. I mean, in a way, it already is codified, ATV, in the laws of war, right? The question is it right to then also then separately put something, a subset of this, or actually it's not a subset of this, right? Because nuclear weapons are a separate thing, into a separate basket. Now that is maybe too big picture question for even Ming and I. However, big picture we like to think about things. But you know, I think it's fair to say, TV, that we are in 95% agreement or whatnot here, which is pretty good as it is. The other thing I want to say is, when you say mitigation should be first and foremost, I agree. The problem there is that much of the mitigation cannot be done because a very large proportion of the people most acutely affected by the flooding are on the left bank of the river, still suffering the Russian occupation. And as you might recall, on Tuesday, after the destruction of the dam, we had a number of guests then in the European evening from Ukraine. And the first among them was Oleg, a humanitarian worker friend from MriyaReport, whom we had on before a couple of weeks previously, and he told his story and his stories for many hours. But one of the things that he said is, look, people on the left bank, we cannot really help. And that's problematic, right? That is in itself a problem, and the only way that we can help them is by liberating them. And then we come back to point 3, right? And I will say this much: Western governments have more than one person employed, and they can do more than one thing at a time. They can help both with the mitigation question, as well as work on vast quantity of weapons for Ukraine question, both simultaneously. I don't think that it has to be an either or at any point, and this is the thing that needs to be kind of fought back against, because it's not an either or. It's very much a both at the same time, Ukrainians have excelled at making it very patently obvious that they can do more than one thing at a time, and so should every Western government when it comes to this, right? So both the military and the humanitarian, they go hand in hand in parallel. And I agree, the humanitarian is primarily for this week, next week, the week after, right? That's really the immediate relief that's necessary. But the same kind of goes for weapons. And Ukrainians are, judging by reports from Russian defensive successes ever further away from where the front lines used to be, the Ukrainians are treating it much in the same way, right? They're not stopping everything else just to optimize the humanitarian relief. Over to you, Ming.
You've caught me off guard, Damon. So just looking for new material, but I wasn't really listening there. I do apologize.
Do you think Western governments can do more than one thing at a time? Do you think that they can work both on the humanitarian relief and getting more weapons in to help with the liberation of still occupied territories?
Yeah, absolutely they can. Unlike myself, who obviously isn't very good at multitasking in that context. But yeah, no, of course they can. All governments are set up to multitask in every way possible. Well, efficient ones anyway. The Russian government clearly isn't set up to do much more than fight a losing war in Ukraine at one time. But there you have it. Peter, you had your hand up. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I wanted just to ask Doman a question because he's probably far better placed to answer it than me. If I just get round to it in a slightly, again, this was a conversation with Numo last night, and it was actually talking about this blowing of the dam, and that the West should start supplying as a punishment more weapons, and part of that should have been F-16s, because I think it was Zelensky who said that Ukraine does not control the skies, and that fact will mean that more Ukrainians will die in the offensive. And we have this ongoing thing that, we're training pilots up to NATO standards, and that's going to take 4 to 6 months, i.e. after the party's over, to coin a phrase. Now, what I suggested last night was blown up out of the water, and that was that they instantly offered 250,000, 300,000, whatever, to pilots around the world who are already typed on the F-16 to fly for 6 months while Ukrainian pilots are being trained, so they can be brought straight into the theatre, to have the major maintenance put into Poland, so they're flown out for major maintenance where the aircraft are secure, and to get them into this offensive straight away. Now, I kind of talked about 40 pilots and 20 aircraft, which Numo said was not significant enough, and he was talking about 200 pilots and 100 aircraft. But he thought politically it wouldn't work to bring in. It would do with engineers and it would do with ground crew, but it wouldn't work with pilots for some reason. So my question still is to Doman, is, do we actually know how many Ukrainian pilots are already typed on the F-16? Because I believe some were done nearly a year ago, and how many are very close to being completed? Because the other thing that Numo also brought up was a question on NATO membership, and he kind of blew that out of the water as not happening anytime soon, which is very, very disappointing. And there were an article I read yesterday was that some of the Balkan states, including Poland, might go unilaterally and start to assist Ukraine if NATO doesn't do anything.
I am amazed, Peter,
Yeah.
that the Balkans has been expanding north to the point of including Poland. That is that's truly terrifying, and we should all work hard to resolve that problem. Look, if they blew it out of the water, they blew it out of the water for a reason, for good reason, even better than what I can give you. As to how many pilots are type traits to what, if I knew, I wouldn't tell you or anyone else. If anybody does tell you, they either are making it up or not abiding by various non-disclosure agreements, and that might have legal ramifications for them. No one is allowed to know that, and outside of a very small circle of people who do know, and that very small circle of people speak and work with Zaluzhny, etc. So nobody's going to be telling you detailed details of operations like that. That's completely out of the question. As to a prospect for NATO membership, that will be happening, and it has to happen. There's been quite some discussion about this, but at Vilnius, at the latest, Ukraine has to get a very clear path to NATO membership outlined for it. I'm not saying Ukraine has to be accepted into NATO at the Vilnius summit in July. No, that's not happening, right? That's not what I'm getting at. But there has to be a very clear path outlined for Ukrainian NATO membership going forward by the time of the Vilnius summit, or rather at the Vilnius summit. This much has been made clear by lots of people in very high offices. There was a letter co-signed by the chairpersons of 19 different NATO member states parliamentary select committees on foreign affairs, and that even didn't include the number that I think would have if they didn't do it in a 24, 36-hour turnaround a couple of weeks ago, or a week and a bit ago. So there is clearly quite a lot of political will to do that. The mistakes of Bucharest of 2008 cannot possibly be repeated. Indeed, they have to be corrected, and the time for that is now. But I understand that Nuno already explained that yesterday. So it's very little point in me trying to repeat that.
Peter, I'd add to that that even if this war was to end tomorrow in a total Ukrainian victory, there is no party over for Ukraine, in the sense that whatever happens tomorrow, Russia is going to remain a clear and present danger to Ukraine for the foreseeable future. So you're, in that sense, F-16s, even if they do arrive only in 6 months or 12 months, they are obviously critically needed.
Yeah, okay. Just asking another question then. Again, I can go to your experience and to Doman's experience. One thing that has bothered me a lot is because, I kind of went to Kyiv many times, and it was a really busy, bustly airport with destinations all over Europe and people traveling, tourists coming in and out, business people coming in and out, engineers, designers, jumping on a plane in Germany and being there in 2.5 hours, or like us from the UK in 3 hours. And it is going to be vital that the airspace is opened up and the airports are opened up and commercial airlines start operating. Now, if Putin, through spite, every few months is firing something, that airspace will remain closed, like East Ukraine has been closed since 2014. So to me, it is vital that Ukraine is put into NATO. So there's a very clear message that you don't mess with Ukraine again. Do you see that? Can you talk about the possibilities of opening up the airspace, please?
Kick the Russians out, and then we can start on from there. But that is the necessary first condition by far. Everything else will have to come later. The critical thing is, and this is where bringing Ukraine into NATO is really important. At that point, it's covered by Article 5, but also at that point, there is no question. Once Russians are kicked out of Ukraine and Ukraine is in NATO, there's no question about the right and ability of not just the Ukrainian Air Force, which at that point will have F-16s and presumably one or maybe two other Western jets available to them, but also other NATO air forces, including, say, the Americans. Might station a squadron of F-22s in a rotational basis in there. It will be a very different situation, and the best way then to prevent Russians flying planes or missiles or whatever else through Ukrainian airspace at that point is deterrence, and there is no better deterrent than NATO for Putin. This is why this is so important, and this is why I trust that Nuno went into some length last night explaining why a clear path to membership for Ukraine is so critical here. So that's really it. Those are the necessary preconditions. It's pretty straightforward, really.
Yeah, totally agree with you,
and that's why they're working on that.
Totally agree with you.
But first, kick Russians out, and for that you need more stuff. I'm very hopeful that there will be Ukrainians flying F-16s over Ukrainian skies this autumn. I will not be at all surprised if that happens. So a couple dozen first, and then every couple of weeks another another handful, maybe a dozen a month, 2 dozen a month for some months after that. Continue building out the western wing of the Air Force. So very good, and it's finally. I'm very glad that finally this is all in the running. Will, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Hey, Meng. How are you guys? So I almost forgot what I was going to talk about when you give Peter 2 questions, and the first of them is as inappropriate as that question was. If I knew the number and type of pilots that were going to be trained for Ukraine, I certainly wouldn't talk about them on this radio station. So, I mean, that's bizarre. But, Dom, the answers are, because I've been listening for a while, the answers are absolutely. Governments can do more than one thing. In fact, I believe kind of a string theory thing of government rather than walk and chew gum. I think that, I know for a fact, I've seen it, government do humanitarian aid, prosecute or support a war, and take care of its domestic economy all at once. I mean, it is hard, but it's not that hard, right? It just you have to make decisions about what your priorities are at the time. And sometimes there's time to save money, and sometimes there's time to spend money, and all the things that go with interest rates. So absolutely, governments can do all those things at the same time, and they should be doing humanitarian aid and supporting Ukraine with all the weapons now, or weapons faster than they might have otherwise planned. I mean, I'm hoping we get an Australian announcement earlier rather than later now on things like Bushmasters in the ambulance variant that they've asked for. Ukraine specifically asked for those. We should just get going. But the last thing was, with regard to should we treat this disaster like a nuclear weapon, I would say absolutely not, because I still say not, and I was one of the people he was talking about. I think that he said he got pushback from before. I don't think it's necessary to equate this event with a nuclear weapon strike to give it all of the gravity it deserves in treatment. It is, a massive environmental disaster that's drowned people, It wouldn't shock me if we get to 1,000 inhabitants of those downstream places on the left bank that's getting no response from Russia, and the shelling that's going on. 1,000 people wouldn't surprise me at all. And so we absolutely have to help all of that stuff that's going on right now. And we can treat the other issues. The other issue isn't just the safety or the health and safety of people and the environmental issue that is big enough by itself. You've also knocked out the economic capacity of that river to sustain literally life in that area. So this is a war crime on the scale of massive magnitude all by itself. We can already sum up the damage that's being done here. And I think the appropriate response might be, I don't need to treat this like a nuclear weapon strike. This is such a massive war crime, elimination of a strategic, or not a strategic, but a life-giving resource, this dam, that they should take all the $330 billion that's frozen in Russian accounts overseas right now and immediately put that into programs to begin the design and development of the fixes that they're going to make. As Doman said, you have to do years of engineering before you work on these projects. There's ways we build things now that we wouldn't have considered back when this dam was built. But they can get started and build a cofferdam relatively quickly and return some of the economic activity, although it's a big job, big cost, but we ought to get going on that now. And we ought to spend the Russians money for it because they're going to pay in the end. They are.
I was really heartened when I read that, right, from Ukrhydroprojekt or Ukrhydroenergo, I forget who did it. Immediately say, 2 days after the destruction of the dam, no, we're going to do this. We just need to kick the Russians out of territories nearby, and we're going to get on it. And I really, really appreciate that that sort of determination, and already saying, we'll keep maximum amounts of water back in reservoirs further up the Dnipro, so that we can then refill this reservoir as quickly as possible, and also to minimize flooding now, of course, right? Which is all necessary and all positive. And it's quite clear, I think, that Ukrainians have been kind of planning for this eventuality, because they knew that this would be pretty likely, probably, that Russians do something like this, right? It was very clear ever since the news of the mining came out back in October. Edward, morning.
Good morning, Dermot. Good morning, everyone. I wondered on this issue of the path to NATO membership and the related topic of security guarantees ahead of the Vilnius summit. There was an interesting article in The Guardian a couple of days ago that mentioned that former NATO Secretary General Anders Rasmussen has been acting as a sort of advisor to Volodymyr Zelensky and touring Europe, trying to whip up, trying to strengthen the response in favor of Ukraine from NATO countries. But interestingly, he's apparently been saying that, let me get this up here, a group of NATO countries may be willing to put troops on the ground in Ukraine if member states, including the US, do not provide tangible security guarantees to Kiev at the Alliance's summit in Vilnius, former Secretary General Anders Rasmussen has said. At the end of the article, it goes into more detail about what these security guarantees might be. He said it was imperative, this is Rasmussen, that Ukraine should receive written security guarantees, preferably before the summit, but outside the NATO framework. These need to cover intelligence sharing, joint Ukraine training, enhanced ammunition production, NATO interoperability, and a supply of arms sufficient to deter Russia from a further attack. but he warned that security guarantees would not be enough. He said some NATO allies might be in favor of the security guarantees to actually avoid a real discussion on Ukraine's membership aspirations. They hope that by providing security guarantees, they can avoid this question. I don't think that is possible. I think the NATO issue will be raised at the summit in Vilnius. I've spoken with several Eastern European leaders, and there is a group of hardcore Eastern and Central European allies that want at least a clear path for Ukraine towards NATO membership. Anyway, I thought that was some interesting color on the questions.
So Anders Fogh Rasmussen is the Middle Rasmussen, the three Danish prime minister Rasmussens in a row. He was Stoltenberg's predecessor, right? No, seriously, Denmark had three prime ministers in a row, all with last name Rasmussen, unrelated.
Rasmus must have been a busy man, Damon.
Yeah, so some way back, obviously, not because since they're allegedly unrelated, the best that we know, but still, quite interesting, I think. I'm glad someone of his, let's say renown, right, and CV is going around and say, yeah, you really have to do this. This is really important. You really have to do this. And I think the Stoltenberg's behind it as well. Maybe not, not behind these actions specifically, but I think he's behind the push for it more generally as well. I think there's kind of few leaderships that aren't, and I don't think they're that important, and I'm not sure of those that are important who's really kind of strongly against it. And the against is more standing in place awkwardly, not knowing what to do, rather than and actually against. The only ones that are actually against, I think, are the Hungarians. Not the only ones who would actually say, no, this is a bad idea. But what Hungarians are doing is a really bad idea. And I would really love to understand the political outcomes of this and the legal context of it a whole lot better. So we'll see. Edward?
Yeah, I mean, I assume though that the path to NATO membership will just say something like, well, when the war's over or something, then you can join. Right? I mean, but that's what some people are claiming constitutes a Russian veto, and they're not happy about that. They want to try and insist upon something in advance, because we can't guarantee that contingency on any particular time frame.
Yes, that's true, and this is why you don't define it excessively. You leave some strategic ambiguity there. You don't go in and define everything to the letter, right? So we applauded Josep Borrell last week when in Chisinau or Castelmici. He Mimi, whatever it's called. He went and said that Transnistria being under occupation is not a stumbling block for Moldova on its path to EU accession. We will not let other countries like Russia define who gets and who doesn't get to be a candidate or indeed a EU member state. We have established precedent there with Cyprus, who likewise isn't under, the government of Cyprus isn't under full control of all of their territory. And yet they could join the European Union. And I think the logic here is, well, the same can be applied for NATO as well, or at least there should be sufficient strategic ambiguity, that is to say, things not said around it. All we need to achieve now is to, give Macron something else to do so he doesn't open his mouth. It's not just him, but he's failed to understand this particular bit before, and he's far from the only one. But just quite notably, speaking of, this is where France would not employ its nuclear weapons. And listing out cases last year, which was very painful to anyone who's spent any moment thinking of how what can I say? Ukraine, of what Ukraine needs now, of what strategic thinking and strategic communication should be like in general, and then in the specific, of course, in that case, about the deterrence brought by nuclear weapons. Because otherwise, all you get are salami tactics, whether that's explained to you in a thick Austrian accent or not. Edward.
Absolutely. And of course, West Germany itself joined NATO in 1951 when East Germany was occupied. But on security guarantees, I mean, they seem a little bit feeble to me, what's being talked about, because, of course, we're supplying with ammunition and integrating them into NATO systems and so on. That's what we're already doing. So I don't know. I mean, hopefully they can come up with something that doesn't just sort of codify their current practice.
The security guarantee, as in the case for Finland and Sweden, included the nuclear umbrella as opened to them by Britain and the United States. France later joined. That's a security guarantee with everything else attached.
Yeah, but I'm not sure they're going to be extending one of those to Ukraine until the end of the conflict.
If you deign Ukraine to be worthy of the equivalent of or a membership action plan, then the US and specifically the UK can by itself decide as to what to do. And then it boils down to what kind of agreement Rishi Sunak and President Biden have just reached.
And again, I'll say, putting limits on yourself is not good, right? In contexts like this, you don't put limits on yourself and then communicate them widely, because what happens then? Let's call them enemy forces will be trying to look for loopholes and say, oh, but what about this? But is this far enough? But you didn't say it. This is too far, and that's why you don't do that. Playing with red lines is a bad idea, and that's why drawing them is a bad idea. Look at the Russians. Look at how ridiculous they look. They've drawn 7 gazillion red lines about every bit of every weapon system, and then all of them ended up to be just a literal line as opposed to, or just a verbal line as opposed to actually meaning anything. So I think that's if anybody wants to know why you don't go draw red lines, it's because of that. Not like this, unless you really mean it. Unless you really, 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 really mean it.
And you can't.
But even
Xerox
then, you
them,
don't say
Norman.
only then.
Red lines you can't.
Sorry?
Xerox.
No, you can't. Not especially not when you only have a black and white cartridge in there.
There's color cartridges.
Or they gray and ossify far too quickly otherwise.
I'm very happy to hark back to the days when there were no color cartridges, because seemingly our strategic thinking was a lot clearer then.
Well, so sometimes things are sufficiently black and white to be, straightforward, or to be a panda. Edward.
So just the other thing I wanted to mention, I was listening to Nuno last night, and one thing he mentioned, which I thought was interesting, was that clearly, the military value of blowing up this dam is extremely marginal, as we all agree, and therefore it was clearly, a political decision in the Kremlin to do this. And he was saying that this is clearly escalatory, and that it's a signal from Putin, to try and freak out political leadership in Ukraine's allies, saying that, look, I'm just this mad dog, look, who knows what I'm going to do next, and that therefore it's important for us to respond, because I was taking the view that, what difference does it make? I mean, these guys are genocidal maniacs. We need to be supplying Ukraine with everything we need to have been doing that for the last year and a half. So what difference does it make? But I do see his point that this is clearly a sort of political escalation. and that therefore we need to see it off in some way to prevent further escalations.
What was going to say? Nuno's a smart man.
It's so funny, Norman. I was just about to say, yeah, what's there to say? Nuno is a smart chap.
But what do you think that escalation on our part should be?
Well, I put this in writing a few days ago. There's a couple of things which we can do and should do. And we've now touched upon most of them here. We should be giving them ATACMS. We should be giving them a launch platform for Taurus and Meteor. We should be telling them that our Australian friends have decided to release all the tanks they've been holding back, and they found some mothballed flying vessels.
Are these like bowls at a Greek restaurant?
They found they stepped into a hornet's nest. Yeah, that's what they should be doing. That we're accelerating and expanding the program to provide maintenance capacity to Ukraine F-16 program, and that we're delivering them a lot more tanks. For example, that the Italians and the Americans have decided to provide air cover to Greece, and so that Greece can now feel comfortable delivering 150 Leopard 1s and 120 Leopard 2s to Ukraine in the coming weeks. And that's that. Then you round it off by highlighting that Ukraine will be given a perspective to have a membership action plan or equivalent, however you want to call that thing. I don't really care what the name of it, but it should be inherently a membership action plan at Vilnius, and that's it. So that's what you should be doing. I mean, my point of view. But then again, funny enough, it's not only my point of view. As I found out, a number of generals agree. And one of those generals will be with us Wednesday night, Brisbane time, 8 o'clock in the morning. Now everybody's looking at their world time clock. Oh, what does it mean?
So Wednesday 8 a.m. Brisbane.
Yes. We just
okay.
we were
So
just chatting.
So Tuesday evening in the Western Hemisphere, Tuesday afternoon, evening in the Western Hemisphere, Wednesday morning in Australia, middle of the night from Tuesday to Wednesday in Europe.
Yet again, they have it all down under and up and down there. I don't know. It's terrifying. Seems that the rumor that this little thing on which we stand here, this soil, actually is quite round. Dolman.
Did you read his piece in The Economist
I
that
did.
came out today? Very well then. I thought you hadn't seen it yet.
I think I posted a message out yesterday. I saw it when it came out, and I think that he is very commendable for the calm and precise analysis he's brought to bear for so many months now. And he is unswerving in his commitment to, convincing rationale. Even when people do not necessarily agree on everything all the time, he is a very, very adept and clear leader of his arguments and of good analysis. So what should I say? I'd rather have him here than, I don't know, what's his name? Douglas McGregor?
You know, I don't even know who that is. I know that he goes and says stuff on the television. I've never heard anything he said. I never looked out for it.
He also only was a colonel. Sorry. He never made it a flag officer. He didn't fit through the sieve.
Yeah, but actually, as you know, there's all sorts that do make it nevertheless sometimes. So it's not a good enough. It's not a good enough metric, I don't think. But you know whatever it is,
You're going all bad on me.
Maybe. I again not. Emma is not a magazine I read, but
Axel, a case in point is General Lord Dannatt and his completely hopeless comments on what Finland brought to NATO.
Oh, I tend to
morale.
remember. I thought that he was at the In and Out Club the evening before, or maybe until a few minutes prior to releasing the comment.
The Cavalry Guards, yes. I think it's closed these days, actually. I don't think it's a club anymore.
Well, it still exists. I thought it does. Can somebody please tell me that that they haven't closed that thing down? Ming, I think we have to sail to London. You know, go under the bridge, take it as our port of call, and walk across and have a look. See.
I just Googled it. See, it still seems to be functioning. Yeah.
Thank you, Edward. That is good. I'd be terrified if they had closed.
Yeah, and it's the naval and military, not the Cavalry Guards.
So he was probably there until the early morning hours. You know, somebody right next to him had far too many pink gins, and he felt somewhat, you know, that all that exuberant excessiveness transpired onto him. I don't know how he got this color in his face when he made that interview, but maybe he had partaken in that pink gin too.
I think pink gin is out, pink port is in.
You know, when they have pink gin in little cans available for the Essex girls at Waitrose, then you know that a trend is over.
I as a general, I'm not a big proponent of the RTDs as it is.
For all you pilots and all you military amongst us here, let me just explain. He did not mean return to base.
No, RTD, as in Delta.
Ah, you did?
Yes.
That was completely inaudible. I apologize. I shall be walking back into my office so that I can hear you better.
Yes. Romeo Tango Delta, that is ready to drink. Pre-mixed drinks often in Canada.
Yucky.
It's kind of pointless. I mean, there's, you just have a beer. Something at about 5% alcohol in a can.
Isn't that what wine is, though, Doman? Just like a pre-mix?
No, you see, it doesn't need mixing if it's any good. Anyway, yeah.
It seems we just killed all the fervor and the seriousness here.
We have. Shall we go back to NATO membership for Ukraine?
Sure.
Today, Scholz, Macron, and Duda are meeting in Paris to discuss security guarantees for Ukraine. The German Chancellor and Polish President are expected to travel to Paris. Oh, sorry, not today. On Monday. They're meeting on Monday, not today. I apologize. They're expected to travel there on Monday and have a dinner and chat about Ukraine's push for NATO membership and security guarantees for allies ahead of a NATO summit in July, the Vilnius summit we keep talking about. Now, Macron in Bratislava at the Globsec conference, called for Ukraine to be given strong, concrete, and tangible security guarantees by, not specifying what strong, concrete, and tangible is. I guess that's a part of that strategic intimacy he preaches. And argued that Ukraine should be offered a path towards NATO membership. Scholz was a little bit more cautious in his comments thus far, while Poland has been very vocal when it came to Ukraine needing very strong guarantees and a clear path to NATO membership. So I think this is good. Maybe Macron can figure out what he meant by strong. Maybe Duda can persuade Scholz to not Scholz about on this one because this is too important and because it doesn't really cost them anything, and therefore it should be an easy sell. and then we can all be very happy after the Vilnius summit. And the Ukrainians will, of course, say, yeah, we wanted more, but, we understand that that's the correct thing for them to say, and everybody else will say, yes, and this is exactly the correct pace to go at, and then that will be fine, and everybody will be quite happy with the outcome, I think, except for Orban, who will be, very pouty and very annoyed with the whole thing yet again. The thing which I'm still very, very curious about, indeed, this morning, is the situation with the Ukrainian POWs in Russian captivity being transferred to Hungary, courtesy of the Russian Orthodox Church, the Hungarian government, and seemingly the Hungarian chapter of the Sovereign Order of Malta. Or associated knights anyway, and I'm still, if you are a lawyer of appropriate type and understand this, I would love for you to come and explain to me, what basis this is being done under, and
There
what
is none.
rights.
There is none.
Well, exactly,
It
but
is a clear breach
rights
of the Geneva Convention.
and what rights and limitations they are going to have now in Hungary, which is something that Hungary hasn't exactly cleared up yet. Not to mention, of course, that this is a propaganda stunt, right? They are taking soldiers from Zakarpattia only. Guess why?
It's not a question for me, right?
No, it's a rhetorical question.
And as my name is not rhetorical, I presume it's definitely not for me.
No, that would be a very awkward name to have as well, I think. You'd end up being asked lots of questions, that's for sure. And indeed, this comes right, actually, as we spoke about this. This comes a week after the Russian Orthodox Church awarded Orban with an Order of Glory and Honor First Class for doing such a good job for Hungary.
I presume he will have received also directly the appropriate corresponding order from the 5th Directorate for good membership.
That's not been reported on as yet, but that's entirely plausible. I mean, it would make perfect sense, that's for sure. Does this put Hungary in some sort of contravention of some humanitarian laws in Europe as it is? Is this possibly going to put them into additional trouble with the European Commission and various courts?
It does, if it accepts those prisoners. There is a possibility that you could also highlight that they're not fulfilling the requirements they have under their own NATO membership action plan, which they once completed.
Which is upholding of Geneva Convention and similar things, right? And that's the component that they're not upholding. And on the point of legal questions, I know we already tackled one quite in depth earlier with the GTLK situation that being updated us on. But I mean, the Dutch Supreme Court has decided to transfer Scythian gold to Ukraine after 9-year fight to reclaim some of these Ukrainian treasures from the territory of what is now Ukraine, let's call it, and from Crimea rather. In this particular case, and these were on loan from Crimea to a Dutch museum back in 2014 when Russia, invaded and occupied Crimea, and Russians tried to get it back to Crimea ever since, and Ukrainians, of course, wanted to assert Ukrainian government control over it. Now we know what the Russians have done as they were preparing to evacuate from the city of Kherson all those months ago, right? What did they do? They looted and plundered the museums of Kherson for anything remotely valuable or remotely interesting and took it back to Russia. So in that context, it would have been a great shame if these artifacts from Crimea were to be allowed to fall into Russian hands as well. Of course, they wouldn't have ended up anywhere else either.
Doman, did we have some dead air? What happened?
Well, nobody wanted to talk about the Scythian gold, and
I'm so sorry. I was just
talks
getting
back to
into
me.
the car. I heard the Scythian gold, and I loved it, but I just couldn't interject. That
Yes.
it's high
So
time,
these are artifacts. These are artifacts which were loaned from a Crimean museum to a Dutch museum at the time of the Russian invasion and occupation of Crimea, and have since been claimed by Russians in Dutch courts. And Ukraine managed to finally completely assert its ownership of these, right? Because otherwise, what would have happened, like like in Kherson, when Russians were preparing to abandon it, to evacuate from there, they stole much of the contents of Kherson museums. Likewise, these artifacts would only have ended up somewhere deep in Russia, and certainly not in Crimea, or at the very least not for long, as Russians would undoubtedly try to take them, even if they were in Crimea, back to somewhere else in Russia before Ukrainian liberation of it.
Yeah, and there we can at least see that proper legal process and common sense do actually go hand in hand. But it requires a lot of legal work, a lot of legal pro bono work and support of Ukraine, because you need to make sure that the lawfare Russia is waging against Ukraine will be stopped in its tracks.
And I think there's just so much less interest in allowing Russians to do exactly that. Yesterday, did you ever go through the proceedings in The Hague yesterday?
I didn't catch that, Domin. I'm sorry.
We ever went through the proceedings in the Hague yesterday? Did we? At the International Court of Justice.
Tell me all about it. I didn't follow that yesterday, given the fact that I was
Okay.
out for half the day, as you know.
Very good. In that case, let's go through that. So yesterday, and I'd love commentary on this. Yesterday, the Russian Federation began the first round of arguments in Ukraine versus Russia in front of the ICJ. And I'll just kind of run through some of the highlights that have been put out there, and that I can retweeted yesterday as the things were going on. So the International Court of Justice is holding 2 weeks of hearings stemming from accusations that the Kremlin fueled a campaign of intimidation and terror while illegally occupying parts of eastern Ukraine and Crimea. I mean, those are just pretty, well-based accusations. And it was Russia's turn to speak yesterday. They had 3 people speaking. The first of them was the Russian ambassador to the Netherlands. And he started his comments by saying that Russia has tremendous respect for the International Court of Justice, which is why the government is complying with an order from the court in another case, in a separate case, to hold the invasion. Which is funny, isn't it? Because to my understanding, Russia is halting the invasion by being unable to proceed because the Ukrainian military is not letting them. But I guess different people see things differently.
They are advancing rearwards, don't you know, in the other direction.
Yes, gloriously advancing, of course, right? That's what they're doing. All right. He continued, the Russian ambassador to the Netherlands, saying that Russia counts on peaceful settlement of disputes and that the justice must be rendered openly and independent of political considerations. Which is very funny because that's not what he means, does it? At all. And he says that truth must be expressed for justice to be done, but unfortunately it's not always easy to establish the truth. I'm guessing he's referring to it being very difficult to establish the truth for him when the truth is so different from his intentions, desires, and wishes for him as the Russian ambassador, that's to say, the ambassador of Kremlin to the Netherlands. So yeah,
the longer I have to listen to guys like him, the more I like our Russian embassy to Sweden.
Yeah, they're pretty good, aren't they? So he also says that Kiev has no moral authority because the current Kiev regime is run by, quote, direct descendants of Nazi collaborators of the Second World War.
How did they collaborate? By self-interring in a concentration camp?
Yes, seemingly that is the claim of the Russians, who are again perpetuating the Nazi Jewish president concept, because that's going to go really well, because that makes perfect sense to everyone.
Yeah, that is of course. No, sorry, Domen, we have to concede this. That is a very, very valid point. They self-interned in that concentration camp. By that means they did collaborate with Nazis, and they conceded at that point in time, as we have to concede now, that this makes all sense.
It's just very interesting, isn't
it? If I could only find some dark, old Odessa Jewish humor in this.
Of course, the ambassador also accused the Ukraine of destroying the dam at Kakhovka, which, no surprises there, except we now have SBU intercepts of Russian units, saying that yes, they were indeed who did it, the Russian units, that is. Not to mention all the other piling evidence of it, which is relatively straightforward. He also said that.
Have you heard anything back from the global world of tankdom, meaning the New York Times and everybody else, in their one-sidism or no-sidism as to...
No, the New York Times said days ago that it, all arrows point to Russia having done
all
it.
Arrows, yes, but
well, I forget exactly how they phrased it, but they basically said, it's by far the most likely that Russia is the one who destroyed it because they have motive, opportunity, ability, and all of those things, and having mined it previously. They're pretty clear on that. I mean, they didn't say assuredly, but then nobody pretty much does outside of Ukraine and us. So they've done pretty well in this. Anyway, continuing on, he did say, "We all know full well who pushed Ukraine along the path of destruction by transforming it into a cauldron of violence." End quote. And yeah, I mean, for once, the Russian ambassador to the Netherlands says something completely correct. We do all know full well who did this, and it was the Russians. That's who did it. It was the Russians. So that's pretty straightforward, I think. The next to take the stand was Gennady Kuzmin, who's the ambassador at large for the Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs, who likewise said, Russia has great respect for the court, he said another bunch of silly things, such as Ukraine is stubbornly refusing to lay down arms, in which, again, he was correct. Ukraine is stubbornly refusing to lay down arms because they know full well what would await them if they did, which would be genocide or more genocide. Again, sometimes when you read particular bits, they do sometimes say correct things. I guess no one's immune quite to that. And then they spoke of MH17 and said how the Hague District Court displayed obvious bias against the Donetsk People's Republic in the MH17 trial, which is something of an achievement. Then he was followed up by a lawyer for Russia, Michael Swainston, who has previously represented Russia before the European Court of Human Rights, and also in the UKOS case. And he there noted that soldiers make mistakes when it comes to things like shooting down civilian aircraft. I guess he could have given the example of the Iranian air defense people shooting down the Ukrainian aircraft as it was taking off from Tehran airport a couple of years ago. Anyway, wait a second, where is this? There's something very interesting that he said. Yes, he said that the evidence that the MH17 was shot down with a Russian weapon is unsourced digital nonsense, is what he said. Clearly, he doesn't quite grasp how far technology has gotten. Yes, we'll come to that in a little bit. And then they brought up someone else. The Russians did. Someone by the name of Hadi Azari, who's the legal advisor to the Center for International Legal Affairs for Iran. So, in other words, Russia has retained an Iranian civil servant to represent Russia in the International Court of Justice, which I think says something, doesn't it? And then they also got a professor of international law at the China Foreign Affairs University, and then they went back to the Swainston, the lawyer that Russia had retained. And he said,
it's always good to revert to academics from the China Foreign Affairs University. That is superbly helpful when it comes to these matters, isn't it? Are these these are the guys with the 9-dash line, right?
I believe they might be one in the same. I'm not 100% sure on that, so I will refrain from commenting. So Swainston is relitigating the MH17 case, and he's going after the evidence, quoting a decision from the International Court for the Tribunal for Yugoslavia about digital evidence, except that is from 2012, and that is for events that happened before the year 2000. And obviously nothing at all will have changed since 2012, yet alone 2000 until 2014, when it comes to the quality of digital evidence that can be procured, which is very amusing that they have to dig that deep. They're basically their logic is basically that of going back to the 19th century and say, well, no, if you only learned of something by wired telegraph, it isn't worth as much as actually having been there. That's basically what their argument boils down to. So anyway, Russia doesn't agree with MH17 having been shot down by Russia, except there's plenty of evidence for it. The Dutch court has made that very clear that is indeed what has happened. Anything else that's very interesting?
The question is, do we need to actually do or organize a snatch and grab of Mr. Strelkov at some point in time? Because he probably could talk about this in more detail than he already has done.
I don't know. Maybe Nuno can do that. How about that?
We have to give this to Nuno as a task.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the best way to go about it. But no, it's all very silly. And another thing that they've done is this is funny. So they have designated Bellingcat as a collective of citizen journalists and called out Elliot Higgins for someone who has created Bellingcat 3 days before MH17 was shot down, which is in itself very suspicious, according to them.
Oh, beautiful!
Yes, and he says that people are wrong to accept evidence from them.
Do they, apart from their numerology, do they also derive now the essence of astrology from all their thinking? I mean, please.
Presumably, it's all very, very silly indeed. Very, very silly. Yeah, I don't know what else
You remember
to say.
the arguments which they made that the shot, that technically the Russian doctrine would have therefore forbidden anyone to operate such a book in such a way, and that it therefore could never have been Russian authorized Russian soldiers, Russian influential soldiers. They literally argued that. It's interesting. At that point in time, some Dutch friends came up with all the wonderful infringements the Russians always had for their legalistic doctrine. I think they ended up with more than 1,000 examples, and they hadn't even finished. They hadn't even finished the first 10 years of Stalinist doctrine. Anyway.
Indeed, and right. Anyway, so after I'm gonna delve more deeply into the guy trying to shoot down the MH17 case after the Russians have shot down the MH17. The third agent for Russia is Maria Zabolotskaya, or was Maria Zabolotskaya, who's Russia's deputy permanent representative to the United Nations, and she said that Russia is a deep believer in all races and ethnicities, calling the legal proceedings frivolous. Clearly, she's not read her boss's essay.
Yeah, there's a certain lack of white Slavic supremacy in all of this, right?
Well, seeing that he questioned in that extensive essay the existence of Ukrainians, it's a bit rich for her for them to be a deep believer in all ethnicities.
She needs to go back to study, Doman. That's what it is.
She's not had a software update since then.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then she talked about how Russia improved the living conditions in Crimea, all sorts of nonsense there, and yeah, whatever. That doesn't really matter. Silly stuff. What else did they talk about? What is this about? Sorry, I'm a bit lost in it. This is long. Oh yeah, Council of Europe piped up saying that Russia failed to pay the 11 million euros it owes to Georgia for 2008 invasion under the other judgment, and there's some stuff about Crimean Tatars who they're planning on rehabilitate. What else are we getting? That's about it. I'll leave it at that. It was very silly. It was very, very silly. But likewise, the Bellingcat folks responded and said, of course, the Russians are being very silly here, and that if they're going after Bellingcat, they're completely out of ideas on this one, on how else to defend themselves against it. I can leave it at that. mean, where do you think all of this is going to go? How long is it going to take for these proceedings to actually end up taking place? I think it's going to be a very long time, presumably.
Damon, I have no idea. I think a very long time is probably as good a bet as anything else.
Well, if they're going to have to listen to Russians, making such arguments such as digital evidence isn't actually evidence, and that's going to severely ground things.
Just random stuff that people picked up on the internet is how it came across. I thought that was quite funny. I suppose in the sense that, given that the Russians quite happily seed the internet with random stuff, I suppose that kind of sort of shows you their motive in doing that, just basically undermining any truth wherever they can find it.
It's the foghorn of propaganda.
Very loud. Right. In which case, we can turn to one of our least favorite things to talk about, or sometimes most favorite things to talk about. UK Ministry of Defence, a completely separate topic. UK Ministry of Defence intelligence update today. It's quite interesting. They write the Black Sea Grain Initiative was extended by 60 days on the 17th of May. However, Russia continues to hinder grain exports by deliberately slowing inspections and actively blocking some vessels. So the slowing of inspections has been long true. The blocking some vessels, that's kind of a new one here among other. Currently, only 1 or 2 ships are being inspected per day compared with 6 to 8 in autumn of 2022. Russia is likely attempting to force concessions on the reopening of Tolyatti-Odessa pipeline, which exports ammonia from Russia through Ukraine, or which used to export ammonia from Russia through Ukraine via Odessa. To complicate the situation, in recent days, the pipeline was damaged and is not currently operational. There's likely to be further Russian rhetoric and obstruction of the Black Sea Grain Initiative in the weeks prior to the next extension deadline of the 16th of July. Now, that pipeline, we've not talked that much about it at all since it got damaged close to Kupiansk. 5 days ago now? 5-6 days ago now? I did note it briefly at the time. I did write about it a little bit just to, for posterity, really. But that's a very interesting component of this. So people might recall that Russians, and whenever negotiations came up about the export of grain from Ukraine, they were also going on and saying, yes, and it's very important. It's very important for us to go and reopen that ammonia pipeline from Tolyatti that enters into Ukraine near the border of Kharkiv and Luhansk oblasts there, Belgorod Oblast. And then goes past Kupiansk and somewhere it crosses the Dnipro, somewhere it is Zaporizhia or the city of Dnipro. I forget exactly where. I think Zaporizhia, and then goes towards the ports of Odessa. Now that pipeline has not been active for quite a while now, right? Since I believe the start of the full-scale invasion, and it was hit by something or someone a few days ago. What seems to be the most likely case of what has happened is that Russians were shelling the general area and they managed to hit the pipeline with one of the shells. That led to a release of some aqueous ammonia, that is to say, ammonia that isn't in gaseous form, but rather bound to some water. This is the sort of residue that you get in the bottom of a pipe with more or less whatever pipeline you have. You get some moisture in, and that slowly accumulates, especially in colder times of the year, in the bottom of a pipeline. And that's indeed what's happening here. So there's a little bit of a release. It wasn't too much. It wasn't too bad, whatever you want to call it. It was fundamentally a local event, much more so than it would have been if this was a fully operational, under pressure, with lots and lots of ammonia inside of every bit of it. That could have been quite bad. Now, the reasons for the Russians to wanting to have reopened the flow of this, they were long skeptical about. And my thinking of it is that Ukrainians rejected any Russian advances on the front of the pipeline, but of the reopening of the pipeline, on the basis of, well, the Russians just wanted to have this out there and then bomb it somewhere when it's under pressure and cause both an ecological as well as, of course, a humanitarian subject to where such an incident event would have happened. Disaster, right? Of some quantity, again, depending on where exactly it would have been done. And I think that's why they didn't want to have a giant pipeline full of acoustic chemical flowing through their territory. But obviously now it's kind of a non-issue. The real question now is, how is this going to go and where this is going to go with future negotiations, if this will be sort of a deal breaker. I don't think that the Russians destroyed the pipeline intentionally. The place where it was destroyed was very much near the front line, where there had been shelling exchanges, and I really don't think there's any real problem at all for this to have simply happened, let's call it accidentally, or as a part of shelling, especially since we know how very, very precise Russian shelling is in a general case. Right?
But Damon, just so I understand, what's the link between the ammonia pipeline and the grain deal? Is there some indirect connection between the two?
Well, the connection between the two is that the Russians keep bringing it up in negotiations, right? They want it.
So this isn't a new element. This is something that always turns up in discussion of the grain deal as and when it comes up for renewal.
Correct. I am not entirely sure whether this was already under discussion before it initially came into force. I think it was, but I'm not 100% sure of that. It's definitely been coming up in all of the renewal discussions starting last autumn.
And in the Russian mind, and you're the chemist here, so you'll have to tell me, but is ammonia a part of is that used in fertilizers? Is it ammonium nitrate that's used in fertilizers?
Correct. Not just ammonium nitrate, but ammonia derivatives generally are used as fertilizer.
Okay, so in the Russian mind, this is part of the sort of bigger food production discussion, and therefore it seems natural for them to link it.
Yeah, certainly in the Russian messaging, it certainly is, right? What it is in the Russian mind, I won't comment on, but it certainly is a part of the Russian messaging that the world needs more fertilizer coming from Russia, which is kind of true, right? Russia is a massive global producer of fertilizer and global exporter of fertilizer, because what does it take to make ammonia? It takes not so much in terms of technology, not so much in terms of know-how. Right? The process is pretty much unchanged since the time around the First World War. However, and obviously, yes, there have been changes, and yes, you use slightly different, more advanced chemical plants to do it. But fundamentally, the big limiting factor is the cost of energy. Right? It simply takes a lot of energy in a factory, convert nitrogen and hydrogen into ammonia. And this is why Russia is a big exporter of it, because Russia has a lot of cheap energy. So the messaging that they're presenting to the outside world is, we're really trying to export fertilizer to the global markets here, but those awful Ukrainians aren't letting us. The problem being, of course, that ammonia is a very caustic chemical. In a form like this, especially since this isn't bags of fertilizer nicely loaded on trucks or trains or whatever. It's high pressure, effectively gaseous ammonia that's liquid at those pressures. The ammonia at room temperature and pressure, let's say standard pressure and standard temperature, exists in an equilibrium between liquid and gas as it is. But basically, it's a liquid that is quite volatile. Let's call it that. Not volatile in the fire sense, but volatile in the evaporation sense. So this is what Russians would like to transport across that. What they never explain is why can't they just export it from their own ports, because they have ports. So why not just export it from their own ports? And certainly at this point, a year later, they could have constructed a port pipeline from Tolyatti to Novorossiysk. Then couldn't they have, with the greatness of Russia there is? Ming? All right, Ming has lost sound. I think he might. I can hear your mic, Keen, but I can't actually hear you, Ming. So I think he might have to recycle, and then I'll be here all alone. It's been a while since that's happened. Ming, I think I can hear you now. I can hear your computer noises. No? Okay, I think Ming's gonna have to recycle then. Not necessarily unlike the ammonia, which occasionally goes through sort of a recycling of sorts as a part of natural processes associated with it. Silly comment. Iwana, welcome up.
Good morning, Doman. So about this ammonia pipeline, I have questions because I don't understand everything that's happening on the communication level. So the Russians are saying that Ukrainians damaged or sabotaged the ammonia pipeline. They are saying that ammonia is released from the pipe and it is a small contained ecological disaster and so on. They are not doing this about the dam being blown. So for the dam, they are playing it down. For the ammonia, they are playing it up. The Ukrainian side, of course, say that Russia bombed the ammonia pipeline in 2 consecutive days. First, it was 1 hit. The next day, it was about 6, if I remember well. And of course, we all know that the transit through the pipe was closed since the beginning of the war. So there is no ammonia in the pipeline. Maybe some residual quantities, I don't know exactly. Maybe some release, but certainly not a high quantity. So you say that you don't believe that the Russians did it on purpose, but it was in their negotiations since, I don't know if since July, but certainly since beginning of November, after the sea drone strike on Sevastopol port, when the Russians said that they will take their toys and get out of the grain deal. So since November, they are stressing upon this reinstatement of the transit through the ammonia pipeline. So I'm wondering, do you think it's not intended? Or maybe they are just trying to say that Ukrainian side doesn't want, so because of that we will just close the grain deal and that's it. Because the last time they negotiated, beginning of May, I think, with the Turkey, They clearly said that this is a condition, and even Ukrainian side said, okay, we may agree to this, provided that you will give us something in exchange. So yeah, I wanted to have your vision on this, and sorry for the background noise. Thank you.
No, that's quite all right. It's a lovely background noise of birds chirping. Not quite as good as bearded Brits, but you know that I think that's very difficult for anyone to compete with. So as to intent, Ming, I hear your mic again. Can you hear me? No, lovely. As to intent, I think that intent here would be incredibly difficult to prove because it is just very likely that, you know, Russians use lots of artillery, which they always have, and they're shelling an area, which they do a lot of. They happen to hit a pipeline. It's quite plausible. And I don't really think that, you know, whether Russians intended to hit it or didn't intend to hit it makes any difference going forward, because the fact is it's hit, and their messaging would be no different, and their insistence would be no different whether they intended it or didn't intend it. Do you see kind of what I mean, Ivana? That's what I mean by, you know, I'm willing to accept it was accidental in the sense that it was unintentional, not accidental in the sense that it was an accident that they were shelling the area. They were certainly shelling the area intentionally, but the question of whether they destroyed the pipeline intentionally or not is you know, up to. So it could be, right. Russians are definitely going to say, aha, and they already have said, as you noted, aha, you know, Ukraine now needs to put a pipeline back together or to grain deals off. It's going to be a negotiating point. The question of whether it's going to be a successful negotiating point, I don't think it is going to be a successful negotiating point, because I do still think that the intent of the Russians opening it, the real intent, not just the messaging intent, was certainly, at least in part, to even if not destroy the pipeline on Ukrainian territory to cause a you know, human suffering and an environmental disaster once the pipeline is, you know, up to pressure, certainly to keep that as sort of a Damocles sword over Ukrainians, and this is why Ukrainians didn't want to do it. They might have expressed willingness to talk about it as an option in those negotiations in May. I think, especially after the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam, I don't think they would even be willing to entertain it as an option, because they, you know, the Russians have yet again shown their willingness to destroy infrastructural objects in order to unleash forces, as the Geneva Convention terms it, against civilian populations, and the same would definitely apply to that. So I think that the cost-benefit calculation on the Ukrainian side just definitely isn't there for the reinstatement of the pipeline. What do you think, Ioana? What do you think that it would have made any difference whether it's intentional or not?
No, I think you might be right, and they might have been so stupid as to destroy it by mistake, because we know about the lack of coordination and about the problems with the maps and about the fact that they don't really, I mean, the soldiers, the ordinary soldiers, they don't really seem to know where they are in relation to the battlefield and whatever is near the battlefield. And indeed, in that area, there were artillery battles, so they may have been so stupid to destroy it by mistake. So this is one. About the reinstatement of the transit, to just have another disaster, potential disaster, hanging above Ukraine. This is also possible because they like things like this. They menaced several times before about the Kakhovka Dam. They mined the Zaporozhye nuclear plant. At least they bragged about this. We don't know for sure. So yes, it was a good things for the Russians to have. Indeed, I don't think there is a commercial thing there. They do not need it. They can export through other means. It's not something that they need. And it's strange because, you know, exporting through Ukraine means that Russia should pay Ukraine for the transit. So this is really strange in a way. And so, yeah, I agree with your analysis. I think you had excellent points there. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And yeah, and, you know, what was all over Russian television the last 2-3 days? It was, aha, now let's go and hit the dam above Kiev and destroy that and flood Kiev, right? They have a very great willingness to inflict great harm upon civilians through the destruction of infrastructure. And the dam above Kiev is not nearly as vulnerable to Russian missiles as a pipeline is. The pipeline is also very, like, this would be also a right pain for Ukraine to defend against aerial threats, because it's very long and there are very many places where Russians might go after it. And seeing that, it's much easier to damage, much easier to cause a leak. Maybe even a Shahid might be enough if it hits it right to cause that over such a long length. It just really isn't worth it for Ukraine to have yet another Damocles sword like this hanging over them. Anywhere from Zaporizhia through anywhere in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast to anywhere in Odessa Oblast, because if and when that's under pressure, the release would be very, very considerable, and it's just another headache. It just really isn't worth it for them. And that's where it really is. Russian messaging would have been the same, more or less, about it either way, if they had done it intentionally or not. So it doesn't really matter whether they've done it intentionally or not. It would have been quite similar if it still stood as well. They just wouldn't have added the bit about the Ukrainians having allegedly destroyed it according to the Russians, which they haven't, because it was really just a disused bit of infrastructure there. So either way, Ioana?
Yeah, I have two short points. They said that they are willing to help repair the pipeline, provided that Ukraine gives them access. It's like there is no war anywhere, and we can come and help you and do this, provided that you give us the right to be there. So this is kind of really strange. This is the first, and the second is related to the dam. I've seen yesterday a video from engineering expert, the dam expert on the Russian television, and he clearly was not very at point with the military situation on the field, and he was explaining how such a dam cannot be destroyed by a strike or by a sea drone or by a blow from outside, because it's designed to be very strong, and the only way to destroy it was from inside, with a large quantity of explosives and so on. And he was explaining it. He was very excited about it. And firstly, the other people in the studio, there was one soft voice saying, yeah, but we control the dam. And then finally some other said, do you know that we control that side? And yeah, the segment ended. So yeah, they practically...
The good old Soviet engineer couldn't help himself.
Yes, exactly. And they practically admitted to blowing up the dam from inside, because there was no other way to do it.
Yeah, and the Russians also just can't help themselves but to say, we did it and we'll do it again, and picking out the next target, because that's often their immediate response to just about anything. No, but this is exactly it. This is what Russians do over and over again, is go after civilians, but going after infrastructure. All right. Thank you, Ioana. Actually, if you can re-promote Ming, that would be greatly appreciated. He had some technical difficulties a few minutes ago.
Did we get unminged?
We are one Mingus co-host short and one Mingus speaker too many. So anyway, let's go to Johannes. Good morning, Johannes. Good afternoon, Johannes.
Yeah, well, it's like around noon here, but I guess where you are too. I guess, are you in Slovenia, or where you are currently?
Like me,
Anyway.
I'm in an undisclosed location.
Okay, that's
whether
great.
it's the same one as Nuna or not. That's up to Nuna to figure.
Well, anyway, one thing. I mean, regarding the pipeline, one thing I'm wondering, or not this pipeline, but one thing I'm wondering about is a couple of days back I read something that kind of indicated that there is still Russian gas transit going on through Ukraine. And I just want to, I mean, the gas that Hungary, I mean, Hungary is one of those, I'm not sure about Bulgaria, but Hungary is one of those countries who still buys, gets essentially its entire gas supply, I guess, from Russia. And it's probably going through Ukraine. And I mean, this is so bizarre. And does anybody know? Is this real? Is this still happening?
Yeah, there's definitely gas going through Ukraine still. Bruegel statistics report about 230 to 270 was the units here, 1 million cubic meters per week.
And yeah, and so Ukraine
that's
hasn't,
primarily Hungary, Slovakia, yeah.
Yeah, and so that means Ukraine hasn't stopped these because they rather get the transfer rubles from Russia. I mean, that's or maybe because else they would get into trouble with the EU, or what is Ukraine's rationale for?
I don't know if they get any transfer rubles from Russia. What it is, I think, is they show themselves to be good actors on the international stage by not limiting energy supplies to Hungary in this case, especially.
Okay.
And I think that if they were to stop it, that would kind of give Hungary a legitimization in the EU Council about why they're blocking more sanctions, and this way they have much less of that legitimization, so they can be pressed harder. I think that's mostly the reason.
I mean, Ukraine certainly has costs. I mean, if they still transfer Russian gas, I'm not sure whether they themselves also use Russian gas, but I mean, for the maintenance of the pipeline system, I mean, that's not cheap, I guess. So it's and they're just doing it out of goodwill for free. That's, I mean, I don't know. That sounds a bit strange to me. But again, I mean, since we don't have the information, one would have to look into.
We do have the information, and there is no political and contractual alternative for them. That's the whole point, because they could, of course, consider the contractual obligations nil and void, given the fact that they've been attacked. But that would require them to also highlight and get an acceptance, despite the fact that there's a lack of a declaration of war, that this is a war. That still is fine, but at the same time, they then have to, if they stop this, they have an environmental and engineering issue at hand, and then immediately the political issue with Hungary and before in Slovakia. That's exactly the point, and Domin was right to mention it. And that would require, I mean, if let me put it this way. If this were, how should I put this? I'm quite sure that if Ukraine had better standing right at the beginning with its allies, the allies would have told Ukraine to simply take out the pipeline. And I think by now, with the dam, Ukraine has all rights to highlight that Mr. Orban and his clique and their interests do not outweigh the interests of freedom and Ukraine. I think this will be a topic at Vilnius, absolutely.
Okay. Do you happen to know where it enters Ukraine, like from Russia?
Very close to the Ukrainian, Belarusian, Russian tri-border.
Oh, okay. And well, there's another thing. I mean, last night I listened in, and I think one quite important thing that was said by who was that? I've forgotten his name. The speaker from Portugal, who kind of seemed to have a lot of expertise.
No. Sorry, Johannes, I need to correct myself. The gas pipeline, natural gas pipelines, enters Ukraine. There's a few of them, but critically the Brotherhood one, right? No, the Druzhba is the friendship, right?
Yeah, and
That
there
that
is in
that's
addition like
that's
Bratstvo
an
or
oil
something
pipeline.
like.
That's an
Okay.
oil pipeline, right? Bratstvo is the gas pipeline that enters
Okay.
Ukraine close to Kharkiv, somewhere between Sumy
Okay.
and Kharkiv. The Druzhba is the oil pipeline. That's the friendship one that enters close to the tri-border
So
in Chernihiv
when
Oblast.
okay, so Russian missiles must at least be precise enough not to hit the pipeline while they keep bombarding Kharkivsk Oblast. I mean, all the time. So I mean, at least they must be intelligent enough not to hit their own pipeline then, or but not. It's not really theirs, but the pipeline through which the gas is transported. So there must be at least some level of diligence there.
I think it's
to-
not too difficult to avoid 200 meters left and right of the pipeline, right in
Okay.
those border areas. They probably know not to hit there, but that's about it. Yeah. And also, the pipeline's like what, 2 meters in diameter or whatever it is. It's not. It's long, but it's thin.
Yeah. And but the other thing that I just wanted to kind of share my feelings about, I guess, is because I can't really say give any information is really, I mean, the thing that was said yesterday, which I guess we all need to cope with, is, well, there will be casualties. And just now I read a notice from one of my circles that there are credible reports. I'm not sure what reports those are, that at least one Leopard has been destroyed by Russian artillery and 2 French tanks. So obviously they're not invincible. They're not. I mean, I guess we knew that, but it's still. I mean, since it's pretty early days in the counteroffensive, still it's of course. I mean, a depressing thing to hear, but I haven't seen the original, the source. I'm not sure what the source is. I just it was just said by somebody who I usually trust that it's a credible source. So then, do you know anything about that?
Yes. So okay, first of all, not French tanks, but the tank destroyer, wheeled tank destroyer, I guess technically. Before I get more hate for calling the MX-10RC a tank. Okay, so regarding the Leopard, there does seem to be a damaged Leopard as opposed to necessarily destroyed. It's at least damaged as possibly destroyed. So it all depends on seemingly whether the blast door between the ammo storage in the back of the turret and the rest of the storage and the rest of the turret has been it was closed at the time of impact. Now, of course, we knew none of these things are invincible, right? No weapon system is quite invincible, and the losses were always expected by everyone who knows the slightest bit about warfare. The thing is, if the blast door was closed, then the back of the turret might have blown out, but the crew will have survived, or at least stands a very good chance of having survived. And the tank might also be repairable as a consequence if it can be recovered, if it's in a spot where it can be recovered before it's fully destroyed. But I'll put it like this: there was a very good quote somewhere, and I'll try to find it real quick and read it out. Here we go. If nope, sorry, got the wrong bit. In the meantime, if that is what the Russian side can show as the quote huge losses of the armed forces of Ukraine, end quote, then the offensive of Ukraine is super successful. Right, you're looking at a dozen. If it's a dozen MRAPs and a Leopard that got destroyed, big whoop. That is astoundingly low losses. Then,
yeah, I was just about to add to this, and thank you, Domin, for using the quote because it is really quite fitting. But it's even that it's understating what is happening. And Johannes, the thing is, whoever you trust them, key thing is that all the information, absolutely all the information, all the photographs, all the indications, all the videos which you've seen are all from 2 drones, and they are Russian drones. All the information has been launched by the Russian side. There currently is 0, I repeat, zero public information from the Ukrainian armed forces or Ukrainian soldiers engaged in the counteroffensive as to what is happening on site on the Ukrainian side along the line of contact. The very limited information which has been released is public and it's stated, which clearly tells you one thing, that the indication which was given yesterday that Ukrainian troops had made significant headway along the southern vectors, plural, should be heeded. All the speculation as to whether this means that they have been following the three vectors, we do not know. We do only see and hear and know a little bit about the bombings in and around Tokmak, and we see Russian Telegram and Russian military bloggers exploding about them being forced to retreat, taking shelling, observing attacks, and that's it. And then we see the numbers being released this morning, Dorman. I think maybe it bears out even in Mokka's absence to highlight that again. That the
Yeah,
numbers
over
are
1,000 Russian casualties. Again, over 30 Russian artillery pieces destroyed.
Exactly. So Ukrainians continue their precision-guided deletion of the Russian field artillery. The numbers of casualties of the defense, in contrast to what you had in terms of daily average casualties in recent weeks, is more than double. That's a significant piece of information. We should wait. There will be data released by the Ukrainians as to where they are and what they're doing. And they will be losing equipment left, right, and center, no question. But there is no real information at the moment, which is excellent. This is, in terms of message discipline, so much better than anything I could have hoped for.
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, it's kind of stuff.
It is great. It is astonishing. And
Yeah,
if I
it
look
is.
back to say Storm and Norman and the U.S. Command and Desert Storm, they did this very well, but they released tons of information because the press was really, really hunting them. And they had to, but they guided it. The Ukrainian High Command has managed to have a decent relationship with the international press. They are always challenged, yes, but they have established a premise that they will, at their leisure and consistent with their strategic and tactical aims and guidelines, release information only if and when they feel comfortable with it. And they have done exactly that. And none of the soldiers have released any information. And there's complete and utter message discipline along the line of contact amongst the ranks. That is exceptional. That's exactly how it should be done in a perfect world.
Yeah, I mean, what I think in this context of the latest unbelievable Russian war crime, this is I think this makes it even more incredible because I mean there must be absolutely burning rage and hatred, and really we really want to see justice, and we want to see it maybe not some years from now, but we want to see it soon. So I guess there's this I think it's not just about international press, but it's about Ukrainians who want to see their country freed and want to see justice, and then still staying disciplined. This is incredible. I mean,
yeah, but it's testament to a professional army. And we had during the night before I sailed away to sleep, quite literally, because we had a very long evening, unfortunately. But when Chuck joined us, we had for a couple of minutes before, and our friend, the Ukrainian volunteer drone operator, now member of the ZSU, of course, and previous videographer, famous videographer in Ukraine, who'd done many videos for international pop stars and the likes, and he's always been an expert in this field. But since 2016, he has been quite active in supporting the force, and since 2018, he's really invested a lot of time into it. Scruff, you can follow him. Maybe Doman can put up another post of his.
It's already up in the nest on the far right of the nest somewhere, I think.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, I mean, he posts various things, but one of the things he posted was in relation to say the Kinbert Spit, because he had been there for many years on a regular basis, traveling there into the biosphere, and what kind of a war crime that is. And by posting these images, you can express what actually has been lost with this. He also highlighted yet again that there was another present postcard being delivered on behalf of the friendly people of ours here. Then he also managed to express that he channels everything he feels about these matters into productive work. And when one of our listeners was there and highlighting that he felt rather powerless, and so, exactly as you just expressed, this rage of the observer, the intensity of emotion amongst those who see these war crimes from the outside, are touched by them in one way or another. He highlighted to that listener of ours on the panel that, hey, whatever you're good at, if you're good at tech, or if you're good at engineering or at something, let's talk, let's go offline, we'll do this via DMs. There are many ways how you can support Ukraine, both now during the war and in future. And we need all the support we can get. We need all the creative and good ideas we can get. You are not powerless. And that extends to the whole audience here. None of you are powerless. All of you, even by sheer attendance and listening to us and engaging with us and asking us questions, bringing us information, bringing us good ideas, thoughts which we alone could not, say, generate or come up with. All of you contribute to it. And we have so many subject matter experts here. Yesterday, our friend Nick Brown has joined us, and I liked it, what he said yesterday to other regular lunchtime, who felt pretty much the same and thought that Western media and journalism had failed us in not reporting matters appropriately and comprehensively and in a more, understanding and more capable professional way. And Nick was the kindest to highlight, hey, come on, lunchtime. You have the gift of the gab. You can speak clearly, precisely, with emotion, with intensity. You care about these things. And you're an intelligent person. You should write about it. Write an article, pitch it to the newspapers. And if you can't get one of the big newspapers where you send your article to, send it to one of the online platforms which are prevalent. You can do this. And this is exactly, and this is why it matters. Civil engagement and individual engagement matters a great deal. This space, our operation, the charitable organization which we've now created in the US, as a consequence of our engagement here, the donations generated for Maria Aid, the donations generated through MriyaReport 4, Chef Genia, for the Rubish Rapid Reaction Force, for Veterans Affairs Fund. All these things have come together because we are here and engaging. So if you take it from the Ukrainians, that they say, engage, work with us, do something, bring your knowledge to bear. And if you do that, then it's productive. And this is, I think, that is the best thing to say. It's a positive message. We can make change happen. We have an impact. Bloke, what say you?
Oh, I was just going to pile in because the day before yesterday, of course, I called my MP, and this is the message I want to send to all our listeners. Phone your elected officials, write to them, do whatever you can, but make it clear to them that your support depends on their support for Ukraine and the defense of freedom and democracy. I did that, and I got a call back. I think they're getting to know me, right? But they will call you back. They are so desperate for votes, right? So this is the power you have. You are a voter. You live in a free and democratic society. You can express your views. You take personal responsibility, because this is the differentiator between us and these authoritarian regimes. We can make a difference, and you will be surprised. Your elected officials will call you back, just like mine did. And if you don't get a response the first time, do it again. Go down to their office. A lot of, at least here, there will be writing offices, and you can go and visit them. Be polite, but be very, very direct. My message to them was a full squadron of Leo 2s, or you don't get my vote, and full funding for the CAF. And just make sure that you're very precise, you're concise, you're polite, and you're very, very firm. And let them know that your vote depends on their action. And that's a very simple thing you can do. Each one of you has the power to do this in a free and democratic society. Each one of you is personally responsible for making sure that you get this message to your elected officials. And I just wanted to pile on there, make yourself a little bit annoying to your elected official. Don't be shy, just be polite above all. And that's it.
Yeah, and that is just one part of it. I mean, engagement with those who are currently in the executive or in the legislative are one part. Then you can write, you can engage, you can, if you so like, and if you're into demonstrate, you can go out there and talk to people. You can engage locally, regionally, and federally. There are ways. You should choose those paths because they matter a great deal. Bring the information back here. Talk to experts. Talk to, if you're, for example, in Germany, talk to the THW. Talk to someone, bring him here. Let's engage with them because they are currently doing massive amount of support work already for Ukraine. And the German THW is delivering civil engineering support for the dam because they're amongst the top experts in the world for this.
Yeah, I guess it's really, I mean, the thing is really kind of to find an actually productive way, because I tend to waste, I think, way too much of my energy on Twitter fights with those idiots. And I always, it's always driven by,
it's not worth it.
It's always driven by this, I don't know, this idea that, well, in the heart of hearts, maybe if they really knew what's going on, maybe they would think differently. They would understand.
But they do
actually
know
several
they
times.
pay to do it or they want to do it.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. I always tend to think, well, in any form of electronic communication, the person on the other side is usually also a human, unless they are a bot, which of course you can't know, but most times I guess they are not. And I actually several times I stepped up and wrote to them in private, direct message them and said, well, shouldn't we talk? And just, and I thought, well, maybe if when talks face to face, like through video call, maybe then they will understand. And they never came back. I mean, the people are, they usually they block you or they ignore you or so, but they avoid that at all costs. I mean,
Johannes, do any of these people have the power to deliver Leopard 2s to Ukraine?
No, I mean, that's why I'm saying I feel that I'm certainly wasting way too much of my time, and that's very much driven by kind of emotions, I guess. And so I still am looking for a truly productive way. And my calling now is really, I really want to go to Ukraine. I really want to work there as a volunteer, but I haven't found the right spot yet. And something where I can really do a useful task, and I feel I would much rather be there than I don't know, doing advocacy here, which is probably also important, but it's really not what I feel drawn to. so I'm yeah, it's just I'm still not still not found what the most meaningful or the most productive use of my energy is.
Bloke, I have a question for you. Is the Canadian system a proportional representation system or a first past the post system?
First past the post. It's big, precisely.
You see, I find that's one of the really big advantages in your approach here, in terms of approaching your local representative, because I find that politicians elected in a proportional representation system tend to worry more about their standing in their own party, because they know that the higher up the list they are, and that's dependent on the party, the more likely they are to be re-elected. Whereas in the first past the post system, you're much more directly answerable to your constituents.
Let me jump. I think that's a very good point. Let me just jump in with something else. Johannes, you said you worry, you see things on the internet. So I understand many people do. Gunny yesterday wrote an excellent post. They've stuck it in the front of the Nest on how you should be interacting with stuff on the internet, especially stuff coming out of Russians. Like Axel highlighted, and I think this is immensely important. And Bloke's thoughts on this as well. Ukrainian OPSEC has been tremendous. You do not see stuff leaking out of the front lines, of the preparations, of the back echelons. Nothing. They have been as close to watertight as possible, and I think that's part of the reason why Russian narratives are primarily the ones visible on the internet. But read what Gunny wrote. Losses are expected. They were always expected. This isn't anything particularly surprising there. But the level of it, like I highlighted earlier, being as low as it is relative to what seems to have been accomplished, judging by Russian defensive successes, moving ever further away from the previous front lines, and Russian reports of defensive successes, let's say, and Russians' ability to claim just so few, frankly, pieces of destroyed equipment. Nothing's invincible. And I think I got very positive responses from a few people last night of what Gunny's wrote, of what Gunny's written, and I think Gunny's gotten many more still that really got people more on an even keel. So do give that a read. On that, Bloke, how have you found the Ukrainian absence, frankly, of communications and the absence of stuff leaking out thus far? I've been really astounded by it.
Yeah, they've been like this since the very beginning of the war. They've been excellent. Like I don't even know how they do it in this day and age. I mean, I recall that there were no cell phones permitted anywhere. Like I remember once bringing a cell phone, or asking if I could bring in one of those like PDAs in, and they said, well, you can bring it in, but we'll have to take it apart first. And I said, well, can you put it back together again? And they said, unlikely. In other words, this stuff was not permitted back then. And the fact that they're able to keep this level of OPSEC despite the internet age just astounds me. But it also shows it's also to be expected to a certain extent, in the sense that they're responsible. They know there's solidarity in the Ukrainian armed forces. They understand what the stakes are for themselves and their families, and so much of this is not so much enforcement as it is solidarity within the ranks, and I think that's an important point. But yes, their security has been astounding. It's been airtight. I mean, I certainly didn't see the Kharkiv offensive at all. They've been excellent, and I'm very, very impressed. And we shall see. We will have to be patient. It's really hard because we're also angry. We're also outraged. I am personally outraged. There are times when I almost hyperventilate with rage. I'm so angry at what these barbarians have done. And you want revenge and you want it immediately. But this will take time. It's a war, and there will be setbacks, and there will be gains, and there will be losses. So we will have to be patient, and we will have to trust the general staff, who have so far proven themselves to be the some of the best professionals I've seen. Like they have literally not set a foot wrong this entire war so far. Um, so keep the faith, and above all, be patient. It will. This is the hardest part. You know, breaching those lines is really the hardest operation of all. Once there is a breach and it's exploited, then we'll start to see things move a little faster. But in the meantime, we just have to we we have to keep the faith and be patient, and do not give up on the things you've been doing all year. Writing your elected officials, donate, donate, donate. Pick your favorite charity. Just ensure that it's a legitimate one. A 501c, or one that's subject to audit. Registered charities. Do spend your time arguing with your elected officials, those who can actually free more weapons for Ukraine, rather than just useless vatniks with 300 followers on the internet. Now, I say this despite the fact that I lose my temper sometimes, and I'll find myself getting drawn into these pointless debates with the likes of Aiden and so forth, and but I'm impressed. I can't say enough about the defenders. The defenders are just glorious. They're fighting a righteous fight, and they are doing it so well, and with such professionalism and such courage, because they are truly up against an evil empire, as Ronald Reagan once said. And when I was younger, I was sort of dismissive of that title, but now I realize that it's entirely accurate. And they must be defeated. I don't know if that's what you were getting at, Doman, but
You're
those are my
following the
thoughts off the top.
Corinthians.
I suppose, but those are the thoughts
No,
off the top
seriously,
of my head.
you've grown up. You've grown up and put all the childishness aside. Ronald Reagan was right. He was.
Well,
He was absolutely. He
yeah.
was absolutely right. He took it as his mission to safeguard freedom by defeating the evil empire and by naming it so. I think that was exceptionally smart.
Hear, 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 hear. It's also always listen to your mother, because she said the same thing, and I was, I thought she was a bit Russophobic, when I was younger, and then of course all
You
was
spoke to my
revealed
mother?
later in my mother.
Well, they seemingly are of the same opinion.
Oh, I see. Yes, and so the other moral of the story is always listen to your mother.
Can we, Doman, highlight that today is the 9th of June, and therefore the anniversary of the war crime which took the life of Roman Latrushny, who was with a recce squadron of the 93rd, was out on that day, and when encircled, was then taken prisoner and shot in the field by Russian troops. 1 year ago, one of many. but one who had captured the imagination of civil society in Ukraine, had volunteered, had been a shining light as a young platoon commander, and who had joined us on a regular basis and always impressed people by his sincerity, humor, and individual good faith.
Thank you, Axel. And the only thing really wrong is that a year later, this is still a war that is having to be fought. Edward.
Yes, well, I did see Axel's post on the subject. He looked such a lovely man as well, a beautiful photo of him. But yeah, I was just going to agree with everything that Bloke said. I mean, I don't need to repeat it, but on the kind of counteroffensive and our frustrations and so forth, Thomas Tyner had an interesting post about the Second Battle of El Alamein and how it took 12 days for the British and Empire troops to break the line. And on the 10th day, they sent in 94 tanks of one brigade and only 14 survived that day and so forth. But they eventually broke through and routed the opposition. So the point being that, you can expect painful losses. And obviously at this early stage, Ukraine is just probing the whole line, probably trying to find where best to break through. And it's going to be frustrating and it won't happen straight away, but we have faith, I'm sure.
Yeah, and the opposition the British troops faced, or British, Indian, Commonwealth troops engaged there faced, was significantly better organized in proportion to the times, was significantly better equipped, was a much more professional force, and much harder to outfox and outbattle and outgun. So we shall have faith. The Ukrainians are in a position to do the right thing. And as soon as they can release information, they will.
%. All right. I know I have Nick around only for a few minutes. We'll turn to hands momentarily. Don't worry about that. I just want to ask Nick about a couple of things. First of all, Minister Kubrakov, indeed Vice Prime Minister Kubrakov, is at the Council of Europe today because Ukraine is applying to become a member of the Council of Europe Bank. And I've had questions from several people this morning, and I'd love for Nick to explain what the Council of Europe Bank Development Bank is, and why does it matter that Ukraine will be a member of it hopefully shortly.
Yeah, it's one of the oldest. It's one of the oldest European mutual development banks. It was started before the European Union was a glint in anybody's eye. It has a social mission. So unlike the World Bank or the more recent things like the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which tend to go in for kind of big infrastructure, and the European Union Regional Development Fund, which I think probably isn't entitled to spend money in Ukraine, not being a member state. Council of Europe Bank is a bank that finances projects for social cohesion in the broadest sense. You can apply to it if you are a member state government, or if you are a city, or a region, or there are some NGOs that apply. You might have a social housing project, hospital renovation kind of thing. A typical loan from the Council of Europe Development Bank is between 30, 40 and a couple of €100 million. The amount that they have available is basically limited by what the member states decide to put in to capitalize it. So this is not going to rebuild the Novokakhovka Dam. It's not going to build new nuclear power stations. It's not going to buy ammunition. And it's only going to be a small part of the reconstruction of Ukraine. But it will, it has a lot of experience. The people who evaluate the projects have a lot of experience in what will work, what won't work, what needs to be adjusted. So it's another piece of the puzzle. It's another piece of the puzzle. Currently, there are 42 members. I'm not certain who Ukraine will become the 43rd, I guess. Not certain who the 3 other Council of Europe member states are that aren't members of the bank. So it's, yeah, I would say another piece of the puzzle. This is not going to bring in tens of billions of euros, and it's also repayable money, but it's another source of financing for, I think, particularly municipalities and perhaps NGOs, but I think municipalities will be the focus.
So one small piece of the puzzle going forward, and it's just a good thing, and there's nothing but good to come from it, but in measured quantities.
It's an unreservedly good thing, but it's a relatively small thing. So it's good publicity. It's another little bit of the on the road to integration. Yeah, it's a little known institution. It's greatly overshadowed by the sheer amount of money that the World Bank and the EBRD can deploy. And I think there will. I'm not even sure with the scale of what needs doing in Ukraine. I'm not even sure if for example, the current institutions like the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development are going to have the capacity to do what's needed, even if the member states put up the money. These institutions can only be scaled by a certain amount, but the Council of Europe Bank will have its role to play, and they will coordinate with those other banks in that, and hopefully the net result will be more efficient rather than less. There's always the opportunity cost of that coordination. So let's see. At a wider level, the European Union, when it has a project, often goes to the Council of Europe for expertise. They just come along and say, look, we want to do this. You people have more experience and access to a much wider range of expertise than we do, not least because very often these projects are not in EU member states, but they are in Council of Europe member states. And so the EU will say, supposing we were to give you this large chunk of money, would you be able to do something useful with it? And the Council of Europe will say, thank you, we will do that. And usually for a fairly low overhead rate too.
All right, thank you very much, Nick, for that. I also want to just briefly ask you, because I know that with Daniel, who's coming up next, we're going to be talking about this at least a little bit. The transfer of prisoners facilitated by the Russian Orthodox Church to Hungary, and they're all from Zakarpattia. There's some reports, at least out from Radio Liberty, Radio Free Europe, saying that they are all of Hungarian origin. That is to say, ethno-linguistic Hungarian group in that Ukrainian oblast. It's a very odd thing to be going forward, isn't it?
It is interesting. First of all, I would have 2 questions. One is, are these people volunteering? To go, okay, well, it's probably better to be in Hungary than in Russia, everything being relative. So one is, are these people volunteering and going of their own free will? And secondly, I would be interested to know, are they going to be detained? Are they going to be kept in some form of secure accommodation? Or are they basically going to be told, well, you can now live in Hungary and perhaps you might like to stay here after the war ends because you speak Hungarian and we're such a nice place? So I'd want to see more details of how this has been stitched up. But we're talking about it because a conversation came up on Twitter about, is this legal? And can the Hungarians prevent the prisoners moving about to other EU countries, I would have kind of naively assumed that they're going to be in some way physically interned. But I'm never quite sure about how that works. We have the case of the Azovstal prisoners who were flown to, well, I think they were initially flown to the UAE, weren't they? But then they ended up in Turkey. I don't think they're kind of physically interned in Turkey. They've just been told you cannot leave Turkey until the end of the war. And I remember stories from the Second World War about, Allied prisoners would escape from German prisoner of war camps, get to Switzerland, and then you'd read that they were interned there for the duration. And then some of them would sneak across the border, and some of them would stay. Some of them, I believe, stayed there the whole time. But that was back in the days when crossing any international border was relatively difficult. So there would be all sorts of questions such as, oh, well, we're Ukrainian citizens. Do we qualify for the EU freedom of movement now that we've arrived in Hungary? And then, of course, there's a question of whether the Hungarians would accept the deal if they thought these people were all going to leave. So there's so many unanswered questions. But I think the first two I'd want to know is, are these people, allowed to say, yes, I like the idea of that Hungarian deal, or are the Russians just coming along and picking absolutely anyone with a Hungarian sounding name and essentially deporting them to Hungary? And secondly is, are they going to be in some way physically interned? The first of those questions seems to me to be an absolute slam dunk for the European Court of Human Rights. The second gets a bit more complicated, does it not? Because the laws of war allow for things like prisoners of war being held in other countries. Because I believe we've talked on this space about, supposing there was a mass surrender, could Poland or Germany help take some of the Russian prisoners? And I know we would think that if there were a large number of Russian prisoners being transferred to Poland, I don't think anybody, starting with the Poles, would be very happy that these people were just put up in some rundown, accommodation block that's lying empty on the edge of Warsaw and told to get on with it. I don't think that would happen at all. So I think, having discussed it for a bit for the last couple of hours on Twitter, I'm coming to the conclusion that I'd like to know a few more facts, and then that would reduce the amount of speculation that can be done. So yeah, the two things I'd want to know is, how are these people being selected / offered? I mean, to the extent that it's a real project and not just a proposal. And secondly, what will their accommodation situation be in Hungary?
Yeah, we don't know that yet, but to the best of my reading from the Ukrainian Radio Liberty website, Ukraine, because it has several domains, right? Because it exists in many languages. That there are 11 of them, and that it's not entirely clear if they have been sent, but it looks like they have been sent, and all of this was done without any Ukrainian knowledge, even. And I think that's that's the iffy bit, right? The Turkey arrangement that was done with the participation of Ukraine, this clearly not, and that's the other part. You're dealing with citizens of Ukraine without Ukraine having any say or mention in it, and I think that's maybe a bit iffy in itself. But we'll see, as you say, as more facts come.
Hungary has no basis of detaining anyone. Whatever bilateral agreements it may have made are irrelevant in one regard. If you allow citizens from Ukraine into the EU at this point in time, they have to abide by a certain set of freedoms afforded by all EU nations to Ukrainian citizens. If Hungary tries to do even a simple bit of inferring that it has jurisdiction over these people, we will come down on them like a ton of bricks.
It's interesting because if this was to go to a legal fight at the court, and if I were the Hungarian government's lawyer, and I hope
the Hungarian ambassador in Washington will literally live in the foyer of the White House.
I was going to say, if I were the Hungarian lawyer, I would argue that these people have not entered the European Union under the methods foreseen by the EU temporary assistance measure, but that rather they were. So it would come down to a messy legal thing. I think for 11 people, I mean, again,
We will enforce every. No.
It's very frustrating, and I'm sure that Orban is not going to risk another billion of EU funding for 11 people.
We will just send someone under. There is police aid in Europe. You know this exactly, right? We can send someone in there.
My concern is,
we have Frontex. We have Frontex.
Yeah, no, all of those, that's fine. But my concern is, my concern is, do we want this agreement, this situation to continue? So on the one hand, these people are no longer prisoners in Russia, which I think has to be a bonus. But if I'm the Russians and I'm handing them over and I discover that they're all just getting on a train, turning up in Germany and getting a job and sending remittance checks home to Ukraine, then I might not want to send any more. Now, we might want that situation to continue, but there is a bit of moral hazard here. There is a bit of moral hazard because the alternative.
But it's secondary, Nick. They want to.
Well, yeah, but it enters into the moral discussion, does it not? If we think that it's better that these people are in Hungary rather than in Russia, then perhaps we. I mean, it's not up to us here, but you know what I mean. If they're better off in Hungary than in Russia, then is it not better to allow them to be in Hungary under limitations, given that the alternative is for the Russians to not send them? So I think we have to look at that as well. And it is complicated. It is morally complicated. For the 11, if they've already been sent, and if Russia has no intention of doing any more, and if it's a way of saying to Orban, don't make these deals, then great. But we then have to accept that there may be others who could have had this, I don't know, improvement in their conditions, who will not get it because Hungary will say, right, well, we're not going to do that anymore. So there is. It's a wicked problem. It's a wicked problem, and there's no straightforward solution, even at the moral level. Legally, it would also be very interesting, but that's just me being nerdy about the legalities of the thing. But it's not as straightforward as that. So yes, these 11, yeah, but do we want this to continue? I'm not sure. Are they getting a better deal? Are they getting a worse deal? Are they effectively going to be, brainwashed into becoming Hungarian?
It's a much worse deal, but not because of the brainwashing. It's a much worse deal because the Russians are trying to establish a precedent, and it's a slap in the face of the sovereignty of Ukraine, and it is playing into Orban's hands, and therefore it must be stopped. Orban needs to be stopped. We need to unfold the full capacity of any legal embargo which the EU can muster on Hungary. We need to disclose every incriminating information we have on all of the political elite of Hungary. We need to start attacking them harshly.
But we should be doing. My point is simply that we should be doing that anyway. My point is we should be doing that anyway, and these 11 prisoners are then just contingent.
No, this is just the start. Okay, this is just the start, but it has to start at some point in time. The Europeans have let Orban off the hook. President Biden and his administration has left Orban off the hook. That must stop now.
No, I'm in complete agreement. I'm just saying that these prisoners are kind of contingent to that, and it doesn't feel like the kind of thing that would provoke the breaking of the dam, if I may use that slightly unfortunate phrase.
Exactly, because it is trying to establish that Zakarpattia is Hungarian, and therefore Hungary would have jurisdiction over the people in Zakarpattia. It is a direct attack on Ukrainian sovereignty.
We all know what is meant by it, but again, in the EU, they go by.
If Orban accepts it, he therefore supports and lays claim to these people and to that region. That must
morally,
against the Lisbon Treaty.
I fully understand your moral argument. Now let's get the EU, which is based on lawyers, to do it. And I think I'm not sure that this is going to mobilize the lawyers. That's the point. I wish it would.
I don't want the lawyers mobilized necessarily. This is nice to have, but what I want is something else. I want the German government, which has the biggest lever of all against Hungary, to turn that lever and turn it around.
do you think this is going to happen, or do you just want it to happen? I want it to happen,
No,
but
I will advocate for it, and I'm doing everything I can since the news came out yesterday that this would happen, and I'm trying to rabble rouse a few people internally in various parties and party leaderships to make sure that they understand what actually is currently happening there, because it is setting a precedent. This is one of the most insidious bombs placed into what is currently our protection of Ukrainian sovereignty. And if we fail on this one, it is huge. It is absolutely huge. This is not Turkey hosting the Azovstal defenders. That is just the gateway drug. This is different. This is the EU, and it's a NATO country.
I like your argument. I like your argument, and in fact, the point is, it's not about these 11 people and their freedom. It is more about Zakarpattia. Okay, I have to go, but we should probably come back to this at some point.
That's a good point. We should write about this.
Hello, Daniel.
Nick, please. Yes,
Wait.
please stay.
No, I will listen to. I've got 1 minute, but I have to go. I have to go to lunch. So an appointment.
Daniel. Okay, let me explain why Axel is so outraged, because he knows the underwater. First is, like he said, he's a broken of sovereignty, because they choose Hungarian ethnic with Hungarian passport. Just them. This means, for starters, irredentist, xenophobic, because they choose Hungarian ethnics with Hungarian passport. They chip away sovereignty of Ukrainian state against their citizens, Ukrainian citizens. And what is happening must be explained very clear. Hungary starts to get passports to Romanian citizens in Transylvania on argument of ethnicity. Just you go to prove you are Hungarian, you made a test in Hungarian language, you get the passport. Why Romanian state approved this was very simple. We are not in European Union at that time, and they are. And why don't give a chance to a Hungarian to work in Hungary, earn more money, and send remittances to home? After that, when Traian Băsescu was president, they developed a similar system of giving passports to Romanians who lived in Moldova, Ukraine, Russia, or Kazakhstan. And you need to prove you have ancestor Romanians who live in Romania. So if you have a birth certificate of your grandmother and you pass the test of citizenship, you become Romanian citizenship. The moral were extremely simple. Get them a choice to go in European Union and work and develop. And was target for Moldova, because Moldova was in big economical struggle. But imagine something different this. So both countries, Romania and Hungary, give passports for people in Ukraine. Okay? Did you see any ethnical Romanian being deployed to Bucharest? Of course not. And you will never see this. Second thing which you need to understand, these prisoners were Wagner prisoners. Is another level. Why Patriarch Kirill entered in the game? Because if Orban made the negotiation with Prigozhin, it's another can of worms, right? And let's end this explaining, is not just claiming on Zakarpattia or all the Hungarian ethnic in Ukraine can be exchanged by Russia with Hungary without consulting Kiev, which is blatantly crossing the laws of Ukraine and the citizens of Ukraine. But it's another topic. You know, in some foreign legion, they are another warrior, like Polish, Israeli, American. Why they are not exchanging the similar way? Why just Orban? Why just ethnical Hungarian? For me, this is what I start to tell, and probably people say, you are against Orban. Yes, I'm against Orban for many reasons. But first is because with the negotiation, Tigator, Lavrov, Orban, Putin for splitting Ukraine. Remember what Peskov said? And if I remember what even Putin said when they invaded, inviting Hungary, Romania, and Poland to split the western part of Ukraine. Look, Poland and Romania will never do something like this because we have brains. Hungary just jumped at the occasion after 1 year and a half and start splitting Ukraine with Russia. And I think it's the most important thing. And if Orban don't get any pushback, which I doubt, Orban just become party beside Russia and Belarus and Iran against Ukraine. Don't need to hide under the bush. This has happened. Imagine Magyar, a very well-known drone operator, which is ethnical Hungarian, how impressed will be to be in a Hungarian penitentiary because was, Russian prisoner. People, this is not acceptable. Don't talk me about laws. They broke the welfare conduct.
Yeah, I am in complete
By
agreement.
the way, Domen,
Yes.
Domen, I forgot to underline what Department of Defense of Romania put today, like a conference, with a small signaling, open conference talking about Trianon Treaty. That is not a middle finger. That is not stirring the shit up. It is not something nationalistic, even if the minister is a stupid man. That is Romanian army telling Hungarians, watch out.
Absolutely, and it's a ridiculous approach by Hungary. Frankly, at this, do you know what this is? At so many levels, it's not just sort of these irredentist revanchist tendencies. It is also the whitewashing of the Russian Orthodox Church. We didn't mention that, but I think just highlighting it briefly is enough for people to know what I mean. Patriarch Kirill, after all, is the man who was not sanctioned by the EU, with personal sanctions on you at the behest of, or due to, let's call it, due to a Hungarian veto against that, or Hungarian absence of agreement on that in negotiations a year ago, and ever since. So it's kind of the two bad actors here, two of the bad actors here, legitimizing each other. And so look at how good and humane and kind we are, while doing that for their own. Very much their own reasons. Right, let's jump down south. Let's go to Tommy.
Hello, everybody. I was listening to people worrying about casualties and so on. I would like to get everybody to read Gunny's tweet in the Nest, for one thing, and for another, I would like to also remind everybody of how many times the Kherson counteroffensive was declared, failed, beaten back, and so on by the Russians, and whose flag is flying over Kherson right now. So that's thing one. Point two is for the last 3 days, everything we've seen in the information space has been coming out of the Russians. So there's a mix of very badly faked videos, and there's a mix of real videos that are being misinterpreted. For one thing, It seems to be confirmed now by a couple of Ukrainian videos that have started coming out in the last couple of hours that the Ukrainians are currently using blue tape as an IFF marker. So if you're watching a video where Ukrainian unit is getting blasted and it's wearing yellow or green and they're saying it's coming out of the Zaporizhzhia front, it's very likely that the video you're seeing is old or from another place. Let's remember that we see the typical Russian thing of how they were explaining for so long how they were heroically defending south of Velika Novosilka, and then the Ukrainians were supposed to have taken the position, and the Russians were supposed to have taken it back, and so on and so on and so on. And now the Ukrainians released a video that shows at least 50 people running for the hills away from the fight on the Russian side, and it's been geolocated there. So, as the Ukrainians love to say, have faith in the ZSU. There's no point in worrying before you know what's happening. And so far, we have 2 visually confirmed advances of the Ukrainians, and something that looks kind of like a route to a forward position. That's what we have confirmed. The rest is subject to various interpretations, misinterpretations, and so on. For example, the one video in Lobkove, the Russians were with such pleasure explaining how they had twice beaten back the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians had tried to advance during the night, blah, 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 blah. And now we have a video of the Ukrainians advancing seemingly without facing major resistance. So this is a second line of advance at least. And they are advancing during the day. So apparently the Russians counteracted and attacks during the night, and then during the day, and then during the night. Now, magically, the second line of Ukrainians is moving without opposition. So keep in mind that Russian sources will tell everything in the most positive light. They will lie about beating back advances. They will lie about how far Ukrainians have gotten.
They will make up Ukrainian advances so that they can claim that they have beaten them back.
Yes, and I would like to also point out that the unit that is seen running for their lives is the 60th Motor Rifle Brigade. And the last time they saw fighting, apart from the sporadic fire exchanges on the static front, was in, I think, August of 2022. So this is a fresh unit that got followed up within 48 hours and left their positions. Now, to be fair to them, they're a forward-placed unit. They're ahead of the main line of fortifications and so on. But still, draw your own conclusions. Don't let the cry bar and so on, non-credible sources form your view of what is happening, because this is the moment during the counteroffensive that the Russians will have the greatest advantage in the information war space, since Ukrainians, due to OPSEC, aren't sharing material until it's safe. And now the Russians are free to declare whatever they want, show whatever they want, and spin it however they want. And that is why we're seeing their whole network of journalists and sources and so on mobilized even in the Western press to say how the offensive failed. I mean, there's my favorite German-speaking reporter, Julian Rübke, who declared the Kherson counteroffensive totally lost after the first week because we had seen a couple of companies of Ukrainians get shelled. And now he literally, after the first 3 pieces of armor were shown destroyed on the Ukrainian side, it was, I think, 2 MRAPs and it was 2 French tank destroyers and a couple of MRAPs, and he declared that the offensive had no chance of succeeding right where they're advancing currently. So maybe take it with a grain of salt and wait for official information, and you're going to be a much more happy camper.
Thank you, Tommy. I mean, you're exactly right. I have to admit, I wasn't aware of every bit and piece that you mentioned in there, because I am following my own rule, whereby I will not admit to the counteroffensive having started until after Melitopol is liberated, and everything until then, as far as I'm concerned, they're simply shaping operations, and it's a way that I can avoid, arguing with myself. Has it started? Hasn't it started? Has it started? Hasn't it started? No, just let results speak for themselves, and then historians can go back and piece things together. In the meantime, I will highlight 2 of the things that you mentioned. First of all, like you, I am very impressed with the way that the Ukrainians are keeping absolute silence, and want to highlight here that, of course, it's a good thing that they're keeping silence, and that they shouldn't be changing that in the slightest. The information warfare aspect isn't worth it at all. So that's one bit. The other thing I really want to highlight is, do not panic. Just let results speak for themselves. Once we have good and clear results. In the meantime, just let them carry on with it, and try to get as much stuff for them for the next time around. Or maybe already for this time around, like ATACMS can be employed, tomorrow if they're decided on now. We will have videos of the consequences of strike by tomorrow evening, because that's how quickly they can be employed there. Tommy, go ahead with a short comment. I want to go to Da Vinci before he glitches out again. Tommy?
Yes, just quickly on how committed the Ukrainians are to attack. Remember what Thomas Steiner said and how many brigades they have at the ready for an attack, and think about how the Russians declaring a tank platoon or a recce platoon destroyed and thus countering the offensive, how credible that sounds.
Exactly. And Russians will make stuff up just to make you sad and frustrated and angry and dispirited, and trying to destroy the spirits of people far and wide across Ukraine and the West, to stop the support. Do not let them do that. Don't let your own psychology work against you. Virtual Da Vinci.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, very good. Twitter's been incredibly buggy lately. I don't know what's going on. It's really difficult to come up to speaker sometimes. But anyway, I'm on. I'm just wondering if you have discussed this statement made by Rasmussen, the ex-Secretary General of NATO, that NATO forces, or not NATO, but NATO members might go in and help Ukraine, actually boots on the ground, actually, or they're doing something more active. Is that credible, or how would that look like if some member states would actually go in, not NATO? Yeah.
That latter question, how would that look like? I don't think that's worth addressing, and that's because this threat, so-called, it's not even really a threat, right? This message is being sent out there so as to prevent this happening, so as to lead to other things happening, so that this doesn't happen. Do you see what I mean, right? So basically, they're saying, you better give Ukraine a clear roadmap into NATO and security guarantees and whatever, or else you don't want to even imagine what's gonna happen if you don't, right? And this is why they're saying this. This is why it's Rasmussen saying this. You don't see the Polish prime minister or the Lithuanian prime minister or the Czech prime minister saying this, right? Who do you see saying this? Rasmussen, former Secretary General of NATO, former Danish Prime Minister, doesn't currently hold a position. It's important that he's the messenger for this, right? Because he's like, oh, I have heard, sources told me, I have, because obviously he's very well connected, right? As a former Prime Minister, former Secretary General, of course he knows people, and this is to really drive home that this has to happen and that it will happen. That's what he's trying to achieve with this. It's not about actually sending Western troops to Ukraine, boots on the ground. It's all about actually getting the thing through in Vilnius and not to have the mistake of Bucharest 2008 again.
So what would happen? So what do you expect will happen in Vilnius, or what are we hoping for, and what do you think will happen? Have you discussed this? Or how likely is it?
We mentioned it a little bit. I'll put it this way. I don't know how likely it is. I think it's very likely because it would be such a colossal strategic failure on behalf of NATO if it didn't. Ukraine is going to get some sort of a membership action plan with specific tasks and goals listed out, not all of which are going to be public, with specific limitations listed out, not all of which are going to be public because you don't want to give Putin a way to affect the outcomes. So there's that. What else is going to happen is I think that there's going to be a very vocal position for it from Hungary. They will, scream and yell and complain and moan and all sorts of things, but nobody's really going to care. And Ukrainians are going to say, oh, we would have wanted this to have gone further than it did, but I guess this is, it is what it is, and at least we have this now. And but they'll actually be quite happy. They'll seem, less than fully pleased, but they'll actually be quite happy with what they achieved. And also, what there's going to be is there are going to be certain security guarantees for specific things forthcoming for Ukraine as well. But I don't know. That's the bit that's more complicated, what shape they're going to be taking, because obviously with Sweden, Finland, it's much more, frankly, trivial to do that than it will be with Ukraine. That's my thoughts on what's, going to be going forward. But I think that they will be successful. This is one of those statements that really says, this better happen. This better happen.
Yeah, so concrete steps to actually make them a member state, but they won't be a member before the war is over, I guess.
Yeah, that's complicated to outline. So concrete steps, absolutely. Again, you don't want to be allowing Putin to play with red lines, right? So, for example, remember what Borrell said in Chisinau in Moldova or Castelmimi last week. He said, and what we praised, he said, the fact that Transnistria isn't under the control of Moldovan authorities, that's neither here nor there. Moldova will become a member of the European Union on its own merits, not because of this or that, and certainly that's not stopping them. And why is this important? Because otherwise you are giving Russia a way to control whether it can be a member state or not, and that's not appropriate or allowable because of the actor that Russia is, especially. So don't expect very clear red lines. And my biggest worry is that somebody is then going to go out and say unwise things to the press in which they set out red lines that aren't the actual red lines. And then people will or will not live up to those, and that will be a right mess. So the biggest problem that I foresee isn't what's going to be formally agreed upon, but the biggest problem that I foresee is whatever the communications are going to be doing later on from individual representatives who might or might not put feet in mouth.
Okay. Thanks, Don. Great answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. No, this is really important, and this will be happening because it has to. There's just too much of a failure if it doesn't. And whether it's very well detailed or not, that's a whole different topic. Freight Monkey.
Hey, good afternoon. Good morning, everybody. I wanted to come up and, well, first of all, say, I think in moments like this, I've been on the air, but a little bit off the commenting. I'm not any kind of military commentator or whatever. But I think anything that is said at this point in time is very premature and really unhelpful. Especially when we're going around the hysteria. Yesterday evening, it was quite late my time. I'm a little jet lagged. I was listening to a wonderful conversation with Nuno and Axel. And there was one comment that came up from a lady, I can't remember what her name is, and she said if you started judging the invasion of Normandy in 1944 by the first day, you would have never gone ahead. And that's I think that's a very good point. And all this to bring up to what this guy Julian Röpke, or however you pronounce his name, says. I think that guy he's been annoying me a lot because he gets published or retweeted or commented upon in the media as some kind of military specialist, and I don't know what his credentials are, but I've been following his Twitter account for.
He is a reporter at Bild Zeitung.
Okay.
He has the single biggest German media audience.
Okay, so I think that, I've got, pardon my French, fuck all expertise with military stuff, but even I think that I would be more qualified to tell him to shut up because I don't think he understands what he's talking about. This absolute hysteria that he's been tweeting is such a load of bollocks. Of course, when you start assaulting a position, there's this expression, you don't make an omelet without breaking eggs. The unfortunate reality is when you're at war and you're advancing and you're attacking, I think Yehuda put it very well yesterday night, you are going to have losses. It is the price to pay. But when he goes on about that crap, it honestly boils my blood a little. I haven't commented on this space for like a few days because this sort of thing has been pissing me off, and then I just say stuff that I it's better just to keep you calm. But anyway, I just urge everybody to stay a little bit more on the, I don't know, just breathe a little bit more and try to ignore that kind of stuff. Someone should tell him to think a bit more before he comments like that, because it's just not. First of all, it's not very helpful. If he was a Russian troll, I would expect something else. But it's not very helpful. But also, he represents, as you said, some very large media audience. So it's just, I'm personally trying to not even comment on anything. I'm going to wait and see, and I hope for the best, and I hope for as little losses as possible. Yeah. Anyway, I hope that made sense. And as for what the commentaries of NATO are, I certainly hope that that things get along. What we've seen in the past few days with this with the Nova Kakhovka Dam, I think it's an absolute tragedy. I don't want to go and rehash all that conversation that's been happening for the past few days. I think it's an absolute tragedy, and I think it should really send a strong message to anybody still doubting in the West that if we don't do something, this stuff is just going to get worse. And the next escalation from the Russians is probably going to be worse. We need to be ready, and collectively, we need to act.
Yeah, I agree. And the SBU tapes that came out this morning, showing or saying that, or having recorded Russians saying that, oh, they did it, but they didn't mean to do quite this much. The intent is neither here nor there for anybody to even consider trying to, let's blow the dam partially, or whatever the nonsense was that they were basically trying to communicate, right? That's bad enough. When those are the things you're willing to do, and the outcomes that it leads to, you're not to be trusted with anything really. And I think that's very much very much thoroughly battered off. Freight Monkey?
Yeah, I was in Oslo in the past few days for a work event, and I got very upset because you know, these obviously in times like this everybody's got an opinion, but I think especially very unhelpful messaging from a lot of Western parties at this particular time, because some of the feedback that I got from, you know, people I work with, very smart people, is what you're starting to get is a moment of doubt, you know, and feedback like, oh, you know, but the Ukrainians are doing this and that, and it just tells me we have to redouble on our efforts as well, to make sure that the messaging is on point, and you know, to stop playing around with false equivalences. It's an absolute tragedy that sometimes I feel like we're regressing instead of progressing, and that's always going to happen in moments where Ukraine has to step up and act, because in the past few months there was this general feeling that, you know, Ukraine was the aggressed party, was understood and accepted, but as soon as Ukraine has to go on the offensive, there's suddenly some doubts in some people's minds, you know, and this good old thing comes back where they're like, well, maybe they should negotiate. It's I always put it this way, to my Norwegian friends or to anybody, you know, what would you do if suddenly, you know, a foreign power came and, I don't know, seized Oslo or one of these, or an important city but not the capital? You know, would you say, okay, well, we have to negotiate, we have to let go Bergen, because, well, after all, Bergen is not Oslo. I mean, any Bergenese person would tell you that they're not from Oslo, and they don't speak like the people from Oslo, and they're very different. And by the way, it used to be a Hanseatic city, so it's not Norway after all, right? Would you accept to just negotiate? But even that point, sometimes
It is a Hanseatic city.
It is a Hanseatic city. Still doesn't belong to Hamburg, does it now, Axel?
No, the Hanse did never determine belonging to anyone else. It was a federation.
That is true.
And it was, by the way, Lübeck which set the law. Hamburg became large in it, but cities such as Königsberg and Reval and Danzig played a significantly larger role. It was a federation. It was a predecessor of a free European idea.
This is why I love having you online, Axel. You know what? I'm going to have to go and read up a bit on the Hanseatic League now. Maybe it'll calm me down. Anyway, I hope I made somewhat sense, but yeah, it makes me a little bit upset. But let's not judge any counter-offensive action on the first few days. Let's let them do their work. Let's support them where we can and how we can, and try and remain calm.
Yeah, now they've had 4 or 5 people in a row, you know, urging calm and restraint. We're going to get accused of, you know, single-mindedness and what is it? An echo chamber again, right? For just trying to say, no, just chill. Let them do what they're doing, and there's a reason why you're not hearing and seeing more from it, because they're being responsible and not just plastering it all over the internet. I mean, shock horror, isn't it? Right, Mikey?
Yeah, one last thing. Last summer, I think it's about 1 year ago. I can't exactly know. It was a bit later when the Kharkiv counteroffensive started. It was different, I think, because the Russian lines were maybe there was less. You know, Ukraine didn't have access to armor, but it really seems like they really got the Russians very disorganized that time. But if you remember the first few days or so, we had exactly the same thing. The footage wasn't of the same quality. I think there were less drones up in the air, which is partly to blame in this case. But we had the same thing. And if I'm not mistaken, that idiot Julian was saying similar stuff back then as well. And we all saw the effects of that. Anyway, I hope for a similar success. I hope all success. Yeah, for now I'm gonna try and shut up a little bit and let others speak.
Afraid Monkey, I was about to interrupt you and then I stopped short of interrupting you because we just had overflights yet again for the second time today of 2 A-10s here above the estate in Tallinn.
A-10s?
Absolutely fucking fantastic. Of course. We're in the free country of Estonia. What do you think? Emery Air Base has A-10s currently.
We love A-10s.
Oh, we fucking love A-10s, and they are superbly cool. And with the modern sensors and the setup they have, this is the best fucking flying gun NATO has available.
I wonder if there will be one airplane that is as cool as the A-10 that will exist in the future. I find the very latest generation of jets somewhat less, attractive looking as the A-10. I think the A-10 is the ugliest and coolest piece of flying equipment that has probably ever been produced.
And this was a 100-meter overflight. It was so perfect.
I love it.
Have we run out of hands, Delman?
We have, and sorry, I was laughing far too much to be able to speak. There is some excellent plumbing work that I'm looking at, and I'm sorry, I was too moved by it to be able to say anything anyway.
Well, now I'm baffled about what excellent plumbing work you're talking about. I do, however, have a tale of Russian corruption.
Excellent. That's a tremendous transition if we can do that.
Awesome. So, adventures in Russian corruption. This is harkening back to your cider story. So, the Russian Ministry of the Interior's investigation into the contaminated cider has now identified the alcohol source. So, the MVD has admitted that the contaminated alcohol in the deadly Mr. Cider drinks actually came from one of its own warehouses. It had been stolen by 2 residents of Samara and a police officer who, according to them, had the keys and let them in. According to an MVD statement, police officers establishing the theft of the alcohol containing liquid from the warehouse of the Federal State Institution, Center of Economic and Service Support of the Russian Ministry of Internal Affairs in the Samara region. The MVD said the material was a batch of raw materials that was seized during verification activities, presumably somebody's home-brewed alcohol confiscated from an illegal distillery. It had been stored at the warehouse since 2012. The 3 alleged culprits have been detained for the theft, according to the MVD. Russia's Interior Minister, Vladimir Kolotsiev, has dismissed the deputy chief of the Samara police headquarters who was in charge of the warehouse. The alcohol was found to have been contaminated with dangerous levels of methanol and ethyl butyrate. 96 people are reported to have been made ill by it, with 30 deaths. A Samara businessman has now been arrested over this scandal. So it seems that they did track it down. The police services found out it was their own confiscated stuff. Whoops.
It's tremendous, isn't it? Yes, I spotted yesterday that Chris put this up. I am glad that 4 days after us here, he finally started paying attention to the story. But yes, indeed. So this is, if I understand correctly, this is alcohol that they have confiscated from a sort of shady facility previously, had in storage, and then it got nicked and resold and ingested. I think it went from 30 to 31 confirmed fatalities from it as well. Again, this does happen in Russia every year or two. So this isn't, anything new per se. It's just the specifics of it are somewhat new. And looking at the picture, it also looks like the so-called cider was basically apple juice with alcohol added. Looking at the what can we say, the opacity of the liquid, or indeed the suspension.
Yeah, it doesn't look appetizing, to be fair. I'm not much of a juice drinker. Robin, welcome up.
Good morning, Marcus. Good morning, Doman. It never ceases to amaze me how dysfunctional Russian society is. It's rather amazing. Just two small things. One, as I told Alan last night, I've contributed $100 additional to MriyaReport to cover the swear jar for the next few days so that we can all express ourselves freely. Axel is running my money awfully quickly, though. So just Axel, watch it. The other thing, on a more serious note, this business with Orban and giving, and rescuing Hungarians, quote unquote. This is really an attack on Ukraine as a multi-ethnic, multilingual, diverse state. That the myth has been, certainly in the West, you hear this all the time in this country, at least in the United States, that Ukraine is just they're really Russians. There's not much difference, and they're a bunch of Nazis. They hate anybody who isn't like them. I mean, all of this is absolute garbage. And anytime somebody plays into the, if you're not a Ukrainian-speaking ethnic Ukrainian, you're not part of the Ukrainian project. It's so far from reality. It's not even on the same planet. So I think this is something that really has to be pointed out again and again. I just saw, I don't know if we mentioned it on the space, it was in the back channels, this Rabbi Osman, the chief rabbi of Ukraine, who was wounded yesterday in an attack in Kherson, an attack on people bringing aid, humanitarian aid. I mean, thank God he's all right. He had an injury, but he's okay. But I mean, this man is the strongest Ukrainian patriot you want to meet, and you'll find that in every group. The Mufti from I can't remember his name now, the wonderful man from Crimea, who's now serving in the IDF as a medic, not the IDF, CSU. Ukraine is a multi everything society that we all should emulate. Anyway, okay, I'm wandering, but that was my message for the morning. Thank you so much for everything you guys do, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroem Slava. Yes, I posted a little message in the back channels there, Doman, that it had been confirmed by the Hungarian Vice Prime Minister that the information about the transfer of 11 prisoners of war, so as previously announced by the Russian Orthodox Church, and that the decision was not coordinated with Ukraine. He said this was a gesture of the Russian Orthodox Church towards Hungary and that these people owe their freedom to it. Now, when he says freedom, there's no real details of what kind of freedom. So it's something that we're obviously going to be looking into and probably need to hear a bit more about.
Yeah, all of it is ever so slightly very sketchy still, and I'm quite annoyed with that. the abuse of people who have been taken prisoners by Russians to then use them as literal propaganda stunts. It's not good, especially when it's for the whitewashing of both Hungarian revanchism as well as the Russian Orthodox Church. That's not a good outcome. I do want to note, it's interesting, something Daniel noted that I've not seen written elsewhere, but I know that he reads certain things that could well have this, which is that these are people whom were taken prisoner by Wankerites, and that's why it went through the Russian Orthodox Church rather than directly from Prigozhin to Orban, because obviously that couldn't have been seen to have been done. Which
But the
is another
Wangers never
interesting
took
development.
any prisoners, though, man.
Well, they took
Just
quite a few
remember.
because they exchanged them with Ukrainians in Bakhmut before they left Bakhmut, right? So they definitely took
They
some.
lied?
I am shocked and appalled yet again when we hear that somebody lied among the Russians. People lie. This is truly appalling.
The absolute audacity, hey. Robin.
Yeah, just one quick thing I'd forgotten to mention. Mark Galeotti, who does a podcast called In Moscow Shadow. I don't always agree with him, but he said something a couple of weeks ago about the Russian Orthodox Church, which I loved. He's renamed it. He's calling it Rosbog. Anyway, that was my joke, or Rosbog if we're going to be Russian.
That's very good. Now, very very interesting. But I will once again, remind people of the timeline here. June 2nd, 2022, Orban blocks personal sanctions against Gundyaev, that is to say, Patriarch Kirill, former KGB officer, of which there is no former. And then exactly a year later, he gets an order of what is it, glory and honor, first class or whatever it's called, from Kirill, and then a week later, the Russian Orthodox Church facilitates this. Rosbog facilitates this this exchange here. Very odd, very sketchy, very very sketchy indeed. And to add to that specifically, the 11 soldiers, Ukrainian soldiers in Russian captivity, all 11 from Zakarpattia Oblast, all 11 apparently of let's call it Hungarian ethno-linguistic group. So it's so much more for that. George, good morning.
Good morning, Doman. So does anybody understand why Kirill is involved in this? Why the Russian Orthodox Church is involved in this transfer?
Well, it looks like it's because of because these were Wanger prisoners, right? Were prisoners taken by the Wanger group. So as to not talk to Prigozhin directly, it went through the Russian Orthodox Church. But the bigger part is the mutual legitimization, right? Hungary of the Orthodox Church of Hungary, and also of the Hungarian policy against Hungarian policy to not allow him to be included on EU sanctions list, right? That's really, I think, a part of it, the legitimization of that. So I think that would make sense as to why it's through them somehow.
Well, I'm going to take a little bit of a, I agree with you, but there's an added bonus here for Kirill, right? I'm trying to show that, he's a religious man, right? I think Kirill's building his case that he's a religious man and trying to insulate himself from winding up on a war crime tribunal. He's starting to build a case that, you see, I'm helping exchange prisoners, and building stronger relationships with Hungary. Maybe that's a country that he might seek refuge in. But anyway, that's what I think. I think he's just trying to change the the storyline behind him. That's another added benefit in his mind for doing this. So yeah, I was a good guy. I was helping exchange Ukrainian prisoners from the evil, Wagner people. See, I'm a good guy.
Could be. I think that's a component of it, right? Makes sense as well. But yeah, it's a lot of whitewashing here, really, isn't it? That's I think chiefly what's going on here. It's
Exactly.
whitewashing on all manner of levels. Of the
Exactly.
Hungarian government's decisions, of the Russian Orthodox Church, of pretty much every of the Hungarian sort of irredentism, revanchism, all of those things. It's a whitewashing of all of these nasty tendencies.
Yeah, and here's the biggest thing is that's what Ukrainians and their allies are going to have to watch for. There's going to be a lot of people, right? When they're starting to see the writing on the wall, they're going to try to cover their tracks. They're going to try to reinvent themselves, right? Because they want to be able to survive the post-Putin, power grab. So, this is a good start for Kirill. I mean, obviously, no one's buying it, but not according to him.
Yeah, not a good idea. Look, I'll remind everyone once again of the response of the Czech government, which was to start a personal sanctions list of their own, separate from the EU, and to unveil it to great fanfare. Only for that list to only have one name, Patriarch Kirill.
Excellent move. He should be on everybody's sanction list because remember, this guy is just an old criminal that Putin put in power because he's a Putin lackey. So there's nothing religious about this guy.
No, indeed, and this is why I'm saying Hungary blocked EU sanctions on this, right? Because it requires unanimity. So what I'm getting at is, in this particular case, Hungary, by getting the Russian Orthodox Church to be the one here, is legitimizing the Hungarian obstinance to not include Kirill on the EU sanctions list. I think that is at least part of the point here.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Because now it says, "Oh, you see, we were right not to put this guy on the sanction list. He's one of the good guys. He's freeing Ukrainian soldiers. He's bringing them to us. He's going to let them go home."
Precisely. That's exactly it.
And Amnesty International writes a thing on their webpage, saying, "Oh, what a great move this is." Oh, Doman, I did want to say one thing. I did want to say that it's nice to hear from people that we haven't heard up to this point. People that are known for whatever reason, but when they start pointing out Russian atrocities, hey, I'll take it. No matter the source. And one of the things is, one of the environmentalists, whatever the face of environmentalism, at least in certain sectors, was Greta Thunberg. She definitely laid the responsibility for the disaster to Russia, and she has a lot of followers, so that's a good that's good for Ukraine, because she has a lot of followers, a lot of people that follow, what she does and her events and things like that. To have somebody, disaster that it is, and some people that you know, that have no idea what the hell is going on because they've had their head stuck in the sand, or you know, because they swing one way or the other way politically. It brings more people into the reality of what's going on in Ukraine. So I think that was at least one positive move yesterday by someone that has a pretty big following.
Yeah, in an existential war that Ukraine is fighting, you know, if when you have people speaking out in a way that's good for Ukraine, even if it's for weird motives or whatever, that's fine. We can live with that, and you know, like last year we were discussing, you know, even if there are some people who are supremely cynical and are only doing it because it's more economically sensible than not. You know, that's fine as long as the correct things are being done, and then we can argue the rest out after the victory. The same applies here. And if this is, you know, if this is what took some people to wake up, that's fine. Better than they're woken up and on the right side rather than still being asleep, or at least or indeed not on the right side, right? And that's really the critical lesson for everyone, I think, here to have learned, and we can figure out the rest afterwards. Right, George? By the way, George, have you heard anything else in the planes in Greece?
No,
Protect
I'm
Bulgarian
sorry.
skies?
Sorry, I was distracted. Repeat what you asked me really quick there.
I'm just gonna say, you know, do you reckon you agree that we can sort out the other stuff after the war as opposed to having to do it now?
Yes.
And you know, whatever it is, for whatever reason people think that it's important to kick Russians out of Ukraine, that's what matters rather than anything else.
Exactly. That and that's the thing. And and obviously you're always going to be disappointed in big organizations. That's a shock, right? The other one, I haven't heard anything. So please correct me if anybody has heard anything. But up to this point, I haven't seen Greenpeace, you know, say anything about you know, the ecological disaster in Ukraine, you know, because of the Novakhovka dam. Remember, that tributary, that delta, the Dnipro emptying into the Black Sea, that is spawning ground for a lot of different species of fish, birds, the marshlands, and that one spit that's now underwater, nesting migratory waterfowl, birds. Haven't heard diddly squat. Has anybody heard anything from them, Doman? Not a peep.
Honestly, I don't know because I didn't go exactly seek it out.
Yeah.
One thing that I will briefly highlight is the Odessa is, you know, 100 kilometers away from where the Dnipro enters the Black Sea, and now it's absolutely full. The beaches there, the sea in front of it, absolutely full of stuff that's been pushed down by the floodwaters into the sea, and there's everything floating from fridges to sofas to roofs of houses to goodness knows what all else, but also, you know, all of the things that were never meant to be in the water, right? Because they were never thrown in the water, that the rising waters have taken with them and away and into the war, into the into the sea now, right? So it's a very big thing. By the way, I have found, I looked down the Greenpeace Twitter timeline, and they say the worst environmental disaster in Europe since Chernobyl. Destruction of Kakhovka Dam causes massive damage to human lives and the environment, and they did also attribute it in the article they're in to Russian actions. What did they say? Yep, caused by Russian invasion, they call it, but okay, we'll find whatever. So they did comment, George. It's just that you and I didn't hear it because we didn't go listen.
And then that's why I asked. But like I said, it's caused by the Russian invasion. Well, yeah, caused by Russia is what. Let me clarify that statement for them. But
sure, but you know what, George, you know why this is stated the way it is, right? Because so many media outlets are saying, well, we don't really know what caused the dam to collapse, and at least if you go as far as to say, well, at the very least we know that the root cause of the dam's collapse was the Russian invasion of Ukraine, then you're already at least identifying the correct root cause, if not the correct proximate cause in the specific, right? So that's good. It's not as good as it could be, but at least it's blaming Russia for it, which is good.
Yeah, and like I said, and that's why if anybody's heard anything, correct me. But this is good because they have a lot of followers, and and a lot of people need to be made aware of this. So here in the United States, whenever we have a hurricane and things like that, and we have floodwaters, and then they recede, especially coastal areas, and you have all this stuff that either winds up in the Gulf and or in the Atlantic and washes up on different beaches, and that's the thing. It's like your area might be flooded, right? But then what happens is, so Odessa now was not flooded, yet that's how widespread this ecological disaster is, right? You said over 100 kilometers, right, from the mouth of the Dnipro. Things are now washing up in Odessa, probably all along that coastline. Things that as they stay in the water, make it toxic, and so the ecological disaster is not only limited to where the flooding is, but 100 kilometers plus away, and that's how bad this thing is. And there needs to be more of an outcry from more governments, I think, than what we're hearing.
100%, George. 100%. And as I wrote somewhere earlier this morning, this stuff drifting down to Romanian, Bulgarian, Turkish coast is going to be a reminder to the people there and the governments there of what Russia is doing in Ukraine as well. Oyvind, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. A comment about this Orthodox Church. We must never be fooled by these guys trying to wash off the blood they have on their hand. Either if it is the Russian Orthodox Church, or if it is Wagner or Prigozhin or anybody, if they will time and time come with kind of goodwill gestures, trying to flirting with somebody in the West. I say, oh, we are not that bad. We are good guys. Look what we have done now. Trying to wash off the blood on their hand. It will never go off. It will never go off. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. I couldn't agree more. This is it's simply too far, and they are genuinely trying to whitewash themselves by doing these things. That's very, very blatantly obvious.
I step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. George, do you have any thoughts to that? The whitewashing of the Russian Orthodox Church here?
Okay. I just look at World War II, people. Look at World War II. There was a lot of whitewashing going on. World War II. There was, and we have to call it for what it is. There were organizations and churches and church leaders that either actively supported the Nazis in their elimination of Jews, Roma, people of alternative lifestyles, whatever have you. And a lot of them got away with it because they were allowed to whitewash themselves, and we look back at history, the lines that were the escape routes that were set up for some of the more heinous of the architects of the Holocaust and genocide, were aided and abetted by church organizations, right? So it's happened before, and we just can't not let it happen again. And I think this is a different climate now. Some of these church organizations do not have the mesmeric hold they've had on the population as they did in 1945. So I think it'll be easier to counter some of their absolute BS that they're going to come out with. But the previous speaker was right. They're going to try to wash their hands, clean. But we can't allow it, and it's always going to be there.
Thank you, George. I'm really frustrated, with something like this being able to go forward unchecked. It's just pretty clear what it's for. It's pretty clear what it's for.
Exactly, Nolan. I mean, exactly, and we're going to see this with these oligarchs, with all these POSs. I'm gonna try to keep it clean today. That's gonna be a monumental task for me. But with all these people that have turned a blind eye or aided and abetted this war, they're going to try now to rinse themselves of the blood, and we just can't allow it to happen. It can't be done because of a religious thing. It can't be done because they have money. We have to hold them accountable, or because they have friends, in high places, or former friends in high places. I'm looking at you, Schroeder, and Merkel and the rest of those clowns that allowed this buildup to happen. We have to hold these people accountable. That's what this is about. If not, then then it happens again. There is no deterrence unless people are held accountable. All right. Is someone talking on mic? I hear them.
No. All good. I was trying to see if anything has reached in Romanian, Bulgarian news, if any of the fallout from the flooding, so to speak, has reached further south, but it doesn't look like it as yet. There is, however, for today, a protest planned in Sofia in front of the Russian embassy there, with relation to the Russian destruction of the dam. So that's nice. Quite a fan of
That's
that.
good, positive news. We're moving in the right direction. We're moving in the right direction. And I did want to take a little bit of time just to remind people, please, please take it with a grain of salt when you see videos that are being released by Russian propagandists or Russia itself, you know, these things are doctored and edited in a way to make everything seem as you know, as bad as possible for Ukraine. You know, I'm talking about like any video of things being destroyed or what purported to be destroyed or things of that nature. Remember, you're not seeing the whole video. You're just seeing a snippet. You don't know what happened before and what happened after. So, you know, some people tend to panic, and I'm just going to sit there and say, don't do that. We'll know soon enough. There are certain Telegram channels right now, Russian Telegram channels, and those guys are actually panicking, rightfully so. You know, just like it was, if people remember, I don't know, we can remind them, the Kherson and then well, the Kharkiv and Kherson offensives. Well, we didn't know a lot for like the first 10 days. And then all of a sudden, you know, we're hearing that the Russians are pulling out of Kherson and they've been beaten back in Kharkiv all the way to the border. So there's a thing called the fog of war. And, you know, there's going to be a lot of information coming up that's contradictory. And one of the biggest issues that you have, I wish Yehuda was here, they would tell you back at HQ, you know, where you have your signals guys, where you have your intel guys, and ladies, you have to, as a commander, have your people filter through what reports you're getting, or what's accurate, what's not accurate. So there's a fog of war for the people actually doing the combat, right? And if there's a fog of war for them, can you imagine what's going on our end? So people need to just, you know, look for verified information, look for something that's actually verified on a map by someone from Ukraine or even an outside source, but little snippets and little reports from these armchair general people, a lot of these OSIN accounts, they're quite silly. So I just wanted to say that because I was getting a lot of DMs yesterday, people flipping the hell out, and I was like, wait up, this is just a 5-second video. I don't know what happened before. I don't know what happened after. You can't tell much from that, right? And this is on like you know, a couple of kilometers. And I'm gonna reference really quick that video of that Leo 2 that was hit. To me, and to some of the other guys that have been in combat, that looked like that unit got hit with an artillery barrage. The Leo 2 got hit by an artillery round. It's a lucky shot. Things like that will happen. We don't know what happened after or before that video was taken. Was the artillery that the Russians were using wiped out by Ukrainian counter battery fire? I have no idea. How far was this from the front too? Was it a couple of kilometers from the front? Was it 15 kilometers from the front? 20 kilometers from the front? Remember, you know, Russians have artillery that can go 30 kilometers, you know, distance. So that is, you know, you're talking about 10 vehicles out of 1,000. And I got information that there was two attempts to break through there, and what they were showing was that 5-second video was an amalgamation of both probes. There was 2 10-vehicle probes that were done in that area. So and that's all it tells us. That's all it says.
And we don't need to go into such detail even, right?
No,
but what
I'm just saying is like, I'm just explaining to people that's just a
George, I'm trying to give you some information which you do not know yet.
Okay.
I'm trying to do that gently. Okay, so there's a Ukrainian video that's been published in the last 20 minutes or so of a recovered Leopard 2A4 without a track. So unclear whether that is that one or some other one. but at least there's a chance that it's that one that was in that video yesterday. So but see, this is good, right?
Yes.
The other thing is anybody who's worried or concerned or has questions or worries about this, go read what Gunny wrote yesterday, because that I think is very useful to many. It's also up somewhere in the next as well.
Exactly. Gunny hit the proverbial nail on the head with that. And that's what I'm trying to emphasize. We're just seeing snippets that means nothing. Let's put it this way. You just went to the store, Doman. You're a little kid. Your mom gave you, bought you a 10,000 piece jigsaw puzzle, and there's only 3 pieces in the box. And there's no picture of what you're supposed to be building on the box. Do you know what you're building? Do you know what the jigsaw puzzle is of? No, you got 3 pieces out of 10,000. That's what's going on here. That's what's going on here, and it's a good point.
And for good reason, because Ukrainians are not talking.
Exactly.
Thank you. I was reading a quote from Ben Wallace previous week, about the Russians' ability to defend the occupied territories is hanging on the amount of equipment they have, because they have a limited resources of hardware that they can throw in. We've seen that they won't shy away from using the people as meat in this war. No surprises there. But how much hardware do we know the Russian army actually have left? Is there a good picture of that, or do we know anything about that particular thing? Thank you.
So, which particular thing, Klaus? Sorry about that.
About how many tanks, how many fuel tanks, how artillery systems, how depleted is the Russians' reserve capability in withstanding a Ukrainian offensive? Thank you.
That's a really good question. The answer is pretty much no. This is something that the Ukrainians will hopefully be familiar with, and their partners will hopefully be familiar with, but it isn't something that is very publicly obvious, because it matters where they are and how they're being used, especially when it comes to logistics, but also when it comes to warfighting machines. Just the numbers don't tell you much. It's the way they're utilized, right? And for different levels of utilization, you need different numbers. So no, the answer is no. More than we'd want and fewer than they'd want is presumably the correct answer. What I will highlight, though, is that Ukrainians have been removing a lot of not just Russian artillery, but also Russian logistics vehicles from the face of the earth over the last couple of days, which is good. More than just a couple of days, but especially during the last couple of days. The other thing that's worthwhile noting here is the explosions in Berdyansk yesterday evening, I guess. Now, I don't know 100% sure that those explosions happened, but I think those were new images that I've not seen before, and I don't think they were photoshopped. And that was some mighty large storage of various Russian war materials. And that having gone up in flames is not going to be benefiting them at all. They're shipping this stuff literally by ship into the port of Berdyansk across the Sea of Azov, and it's very necessary for them to get it there because it's closer to the front line, and it's very much harming their potential and their abilities going forward, that these are now being taken out, right? Because now is the time that whatever was in there, that they would probably have needed it most. What is and what is missing there, I guess, is a very not good thing at all for the Russians, which we're happy for. And I think that looks very much not like just fuel, but also ammunition that went up in flames there. By already having some sort of issues, let's say, with supply, especially of artillery shells, complained by them about, then it's so much for the worse for them then, which is great. Can it be quantified? Probably not. Tommy?
Yes, it's a very interesting discussion, but I got kind of sidetracked because I saw a tweet by Jason J. Smart from 20 minutes ago, according to an ex-commander of the Polish military, and then there's a Polish name I sadly cannot pronounce. I'm going to go for script check. Ukraine will receive F-16 in the next 2 to 3 months. Training for Ukrainian pilots has been going on for a long time. They're nearly at the stage where they can use F-16s in combat. That's per the Polish commander.
Excellent, and that also matches up with. Is he retired or serving? Does it say that?
Retired.
Yeah, thought so. Because the serving ones don't speak. Not that they're physically unable to; they just know better not to. No, that's fantastic. That very well aligns with our assumptions that in autumn, hopefully in the best case, early autumn, right? And that's basically 3 months from now. There will be Ukrainians flying F-16s over Ukraine, and that's really fantastic. So I'm very glad for that. The more information along this line comes out, it also builds up a little bit extra pressure on all of those who have to make appropriate decisions in the meantime, and publicize them as well, not just make them quietly, silently. It's very important that this is out, because it adds a little bit of pressure there on them. So I am very, very glad that this is that this is being highlighted like this. The more often, the better. The more often, the better.
Tommy?
Regarding the unit of about 50 people that got routed and was videoed by the Ukrainians, we have a second point of view of this happening, this time filled by the 37th Marine Brigade, who are on the opposite side of the river. So the distance between the two units is 10-12 kilometers between the unit. Ukrainians one side of the river, Ukrainians on the other side of the river. And this kind of speaks to me, if they can freely overfly the stretch, the positions, they must be pretty close to each other given how small the drone is. So it's not looking very good for the 60th Motor Rifle Brigade that's supposed to be holding stuff down south of Velika Novosilka. The Russians brought up reinforcements from the 42nd Division, so we got the 71st Motor Rifle Regiment. There's this unit called Cascade, which is a DPR unit, and then we have 37th Guards Motor Rifle Brigade is supposed to hold near Novodonetsk. But the fact that we have two units so close to each other on the Ukrainian side, that they're supposed to be split by a Russian unit, speaks to the state of the Russian unit. Anyway, just telling people that there are some very good news apart from the sort of mixed news we've been getting from Russia.
I want to highlight a different thing, real quick, and I think this is both good and important. Remember one of those videos of a drone dropping water into the hands of someone in a roof window, as everywhere else, but the attic, the water has reached already. So one of them, and this was on the left bank of the river, right, which is under Russian occupation. At least a few of them, Ukrainians have actually went out with boats across this wide, now very, very wide water, and under shelling extracted Ukrainian civilians stuck in those attics and brought them to the Ukrainian controlled right bank. And a few days ago, when this first started on Tuesday, we were talking with Oleg, we were talking with Victoria as well, and they both said, there's just no way that you can help those on the left bank, and yet Ukrainians and the ones on site have figured out how to not only keep them alive, but in some cases even rescue them and bring them across. And I think that is immensely significant. And it says a lot about them, but it also says and shows a lot about what can be done somehow. Just
And any big announcements by any of these esteemed international aid organizations? Come.
George, I don't know. I don't track all of them. It's like you ask me, why don't you go track it?
Look, it's a rhetorical question, Thoman. Come on, I'm not asking you to track it. I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there because we're not hearing much. Right? We're not hearing much.
But look, like with the previous cases, are we not hearing because we're not listening, or because we have other sources of information, or are we not hearing because they're not talking?
Oh, how about this? Maybe we're not hearing because you're not being vocal enough. Like you see, I don't follow Greta Thunberg. I know very, very, very little about her. I know she's very up in arms about the climate. I understand that. But somehow, she has just as many followers as Greenpeace. Greenpeace put something on their website, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I don't know. They can be a little bit more vocal about it. That's what I'm saying.
No, and I don't disagree with any of that.
They just put an order for. Do we have it's a certain effort?
Where and what is the utility of things, right? The utility of things is in things actually getting done, not just being vocal about them. We don't want them to be vocal about it. Being vocal about it is wrong for other people, frankly. Those that are actually, Red Cross or whomever, actually aid organizations, they would hopefully be there helping rather than simply being or merely being vocal about it. So I think that's the much more useful component here. Yeah, Tommy.
Yeah, so George, I ran across this earlier today, so that's why I know about it. But Greta Thunberg specifically posted 70 hours ago that this ecocide is a continuation of Russia's unprovoked full-scale invasion of Ukraine and is yet another atrocity which leaves the world lost for words. Our eyes are once again on Russia, who must be held accountable for their crimes. So at least I think I don't know about other eco-organizations because like you don't follow that stuff, but I knew about this because it was getting pushed by the algorithm. 5.8 million views.
Oh, the more it gets pushed out, the better. Jens?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm not very invested in Greta Thunberg. I will say that when I was 18, 19, 20, I was busy, learning to tie my shoelaces. So I think I appreciate what she does. She made a statement yesterday, and that was greatly appreciated by a lot of the Ukrainians. And when I compare her tweets to Greenpeace, Greenpeace gets about as many likes as I do. So I don't think they're great, voice. They made a statement 2 days ago. So when we ask why aren't the voices from the environmentalists not saying anything, well, they are, but maybe they're not just, we're not hearing them. I think it's great that they're saying something, but I also have to recognize that when it comes to giving Ukraine ATACMS, maybe we shouldn't rely on Greta or Greenpeace for that.
Yeah, they're not the most useful ones in that respect, right? The most useful ones in that respect are somewhere else. I agree, Jens. Completely agree with that. I am amazed that it took you that long to tie your shoelaces, though. I would have hoped you would have done that, I don't know, a decade earlier. But better late than never. Tommy?
Yeah, so enough about Ms. Thunberg and her activism. I just want to ask you, Domin, you know how Russia has an embassy in Iceland?
Russia has an embassy in Iceland?
Yeah, well, they are going to have one till about August 1st because the government of Iceland has politely told them to suspend their work. So they won't have one anymore from August 1st.
So are you saying Iceland is kicking out the Russian embassy?
Yup.
Nice. If anybody happens to know what the Icelandic-Russian bilateral arrangements are regarding fisheries, I, for one, would love to know. Because I just a hunch, but I think they might have some, like the Faroe Islands in Russia, and I think that would be both interesting and useful. Mockers, you're into fisheries, right?
Oh, totally. Yeah, that's my thing. I have a bit more information on the transfer of Ukrainian prisoners to Hungary. Believe it or not, Ukraine's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has summoned Hungary's charge d'affaires for what they deemed a substantive conversation in connection with the transfer of Ukrainian prisoners of war to Hungary. According to the minister's spokesman, he emphasized the need to coordinate cooperation in such matters, Nikolenko, the spokesman, also noted that the Ukrainian government was not informed about negotiations. Ukraine has asked for detailed information about the released prisoners and requests immediate access to the consul. The spokesman added that it was 11 Ukrainians of Hungarian origin. So they are definitely a bit peeved about it, and they're looking into it.
Yeah, no wonder they're peeved about it. It's questioning Ukrainian sovereignty over Zakarpattia indirectly, while whitewashing the contributions, let's call them, of the Russian Orthodox Church and the KGB agent in charge of it.
Yeah, it's particularly abhorrent. It's using these people as pawns in a game, and that's pretty disgusting.
So Beefeater very, very kindly sent me the protocol between the government of Iceland, the government of the Russian Federation, under the agreement between the government of Iceland, Norway, and the Russian Federation concerning certain aspects of cooperation in the area of fisheries. I will be very kind to all of you and not read this out loud, but whatever it is, there definitely is. There definitely are some quotas there, and I wonder if suspension of diplomatic interactions, and many of you might be aware, this is something that JUN particularly cares about for his own his own area up there in the north of Norway. Figuring out whether that actually is leading to or affecting anything downstream from that, I would be very curious to learn. So I'll kind of leave it at that until I've read more about that. But yeah.
Did you spot the news this morning that Russia have reported a lieutenant colonel commanding officer of the 1st Army Corps of the Somalia Battalion has been killed in action? Now, we don't know his exact name, but he was giving out patches at an award ceremony in 2022. If you remember, I believe he was giving out patches to those who participated in Bucha.
Yeah, sounds like a wonderful person, and the world might well be better off with him no longer shooting at Ukrainians. So that's good. Just to note, Somalia Battalion has nothing to do with anybody there actually being from Somalia. It's much more of a case of someone being, trying to. Who knows? Make it seem as though they have some friends. So, Jan, do you think that the Norwegian government will follow the Icelanders' lead, and even the Faroe Islanders' lead, and move Russian fishing vessels out and away?
Oh, this is surprising, and I don't think that Norway will be that brave. But is it ask them to suspend operations at the embassy? Is that the same as breaking diplomatic relations? It's maybe.
I think it's like half a step before that.
Yeah, I think that's really, really cool. Fair play to the Icelandics. They're doing something that is appropriate to the crime that we should all be doing, and it gives us an excellent opportunity in Norway and over the rest of Europe to ask the question: why aren't we as brave as the Icelandics? They don't even have a defense force. So fair play to them. I salute that, and we're absolutely going to use that in Norway.
Yeah, Tommy, can you send me more details on that? I'd love to read a little bit more. But I just think it's tremendous. And as you say, Iceland, while in NATO, doesn't have a defense force really of its own. That's why it lost the Cold Wars. David, good morning.
Thank you very much, Doman. Good morning, and good morning, mockers. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Wanted to come up and say, DE Vicardia, hello, my friends. Good morning. Please retweet, share the space. This is MriyaReport.org. If you have an extra moment, please go over to MriyaReport.org and make a donation. It is a charitable foundation, which means it is tax deductible from your tax returns, and in some nations there are reciprocal tax agreements, and so any taxable donation you make to MriyaReport may be deductible in your jurisdiction. Do check the local rules to make sure, don't just take my word. But we are fundraising today and every day to support Ukraine, but especially in the light of the disgraceful bombing and destruction by the Russians of Kakhovka Dam and the resultant war crime of flooding off the land and people from it. So that would be something I would ask folks to do. Go to MriyaReport.org and make a donation according to your means if you can. And then I wanted to speak to see, Doman, if overnight there have been any movements or any news from Belgorod or Kursk or what's the other one, Bryansk, the Free Republics. I'd love to hear of it, and perhaps a boom report if there's not one being recently made. Thanks very much, everybody. Please retweet the space. This is Maria Report.
David, as you well know, you addressed me, but really you should be addressing mockers about this because I don't track those events nearly as closely as she does.
I try not to.
Bear with me 1 second. I was just going to say.
I try not to ask direct questions to mockers. I try to go through her staff.
Well, all I can tell you right now is there was an absolutely huge boom in, I think it was Berdyansk last night. Let me just check that I'm not telling you fibs. It appeared to be, Berdyansk. It appeared to be a gas transfer station of all places, which seemed to just cap the night off. Now, since then, everybody's been concentrating on what's been going on the ground, not what's been happening in the air. And there appears to be some news. So without any details, positions at the front have improved quite a bit, especially in the Zaporizhia and Bakhmut directions. In the last day, in the direction of Bakhmut, the armed forces advanced in some places by 1,200 meters, said the spokesman of the Eastern Group. So I would say that that's what's going on at the moment. However, I'm always tracking booms, so as soon as I see some, I'll be on letting us know.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it, both Doman and mockers. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you, mockers. Great monkey.
Yeah, on sorry, there's something in my throat. On Berdyansk and Belgorod and all that. It seems that the Russians haven't managed to expel the non-Putin loving Russians, which are causing some trouble there. So that's good. And something perked up before about Iceland. They might not have a defense force, but they are really staunch supporters of Ukraine. I was reading that recently they're buying some trucks for fuel transport. I think they've donated demining equipment, or they're going to do that, or they've committed to something in that region. And they're also one of the countries that have recognized the Holodomor as a genocide. So I think Iceland is a very brave country in that sense, and I think they're doing a lot of things right.
I am, as you can imagine, very supportive of the Icelandic decision here, and yeah, very very good. So what they're doing is they're suspending the operations of their embassy in Moscow from the 1st of August, and also they're requesting that Russia limit their operations of their embassy in Reykjavik in line with Article 11 of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, and that the level of diplomatic representation be lowered, which I think is which is quite interesting, I think.
Been a number of places booting out Russian diplomats recently, hasn't there?
I think you meant spies.
Yeah, did you not hear that? I had a bit of a frog in my throat at that point. I very much did mean spies.
Very good. I don't know how many diplomatic staff Russia keeps or kept in Iceland, but I'll tell you what, the number that they kept in some other countries is obscene. I think they had something on the order of 200 in Bulgaria. And look at Bulgaria and you think, what? Why? You know, country 7 million people, not next to Russia, not right next to Russia, not particularly, you know, wealthy or an economic giant, not that large, you know. So simply when it comes to covering the whole country, it's very impressive. In Slovenia, they had, I think, almost 100, maybe even 100. You know, 2 million people, 100 Russian quote diplomats. It's very, very excessive. So just ever so slightly, you know, reducing that is always a good thing. But I wonder how many they had in Iceland.
Wouldn't they also have all their families as well? You know, the wives, the kids, and so on. So wouldn't it just not just be the diplomat that gets expelled?
It's a bit different. I think diplomats get expelled, but then more people leave because of that. Either way, you know, interesting is that where I'm going to leave it, and a good decision. Wait, I need to paste that damn fisheries agreement next to it.
Well, while you're doing that, I will have a little nosy at what we've got here. We do know that there is continuing rescue efforts going ahead in all of the Kherson region. There's currently no electricity, which is a blessing because there's a lot of water. Multiple services are continuing to work to evacuate the population and animals. And astoundingly, this morning, a dog, a live dog, appeared on the shores of Odessa, hanging onto some driftwood, and was rescued in Odessa. But he'd obviously travelled the entirety of the coast there on his piece of wood. So I imagine he had quite an eventful evening, poor lad.
Evening, you know, perhaps a couple of days, 2-3 days. It takes a while to get from say Kherson to Odessa, even by floodwaters.
Well, he's been rescued at least. I mean, you know, things like this that you keep seeing. In fact, I've just found it again. Yeah, he was spotted clinging to debris that collected in Odessa. He'd travelled 140 kilometres where somebody spotted him and rescued him. So that's a well-travelled dog. No doubt they'll name him Lucky.
Very good. I'm thinking, would Lucky be Szczęsny in Ukrainian? I think maybe.
I have no clue, so I'm going to go with whatever you said.
Szczęsny, szczęśliwy. Not sure. Anyway, something with that root anyway. In completely random news, just by the way, Scalp, the French equivalent to the French naming of the Storm Shadow, is the French moniker for it because the US had the Tomahawk. So the US may have had the Tomahawk, but at least France would get the Scalp. Says a man who was senior vice president for strategy at the time of the naming and was in the room when that was being named.
I hate to advise, but I've just been informed as of 30 minutes ago that Russia are indeed shelling Kherson again. I can't repeat what the lady said in the video, but let's just say she wasn't very pleased.
No wonder. And again, Russians keep doing this repeatedly, systematically for quite a while now, right? Ever since they've destroyed the dam, they have only increased the rate at which they have been destroying the city of Kherson by shelling from the left bank, very much seeming that they're doing so in order to maximize human suffering, really, rather than literally anything else. David?
Hey, thank you, Doman and Mockers, for sharing this. This is the Russian way of war. This is Russian culture. You know that ephemeral Russian soul they like to wax poetical about and bullshit us all about. This is it. You can look at it there. Murdering men, women, and children, specifically when they're at their most vulnerable. That's Russian culture. They keep showing us. So the next time I hear somebody here say, "Oh, well, you know, I've spoken to somebody who sounds like they're probably in the SVR. They're selling me a slightly less dystopian version of Russia. It gives me hope." I will remind them that this is the Russia that likes to bomb refugees, specifically after flooding them out of their homes. That is the Russian culture, and it's not something which I wish to support, and I hope to hurry its demise, so we can hold this up as an example to all other would-be emperors and tyrants. This is what happens. But I think we should definitely let them receive their credit for bombing people as they did in Syria. This is the Russian way of war. Bomb the hospitals first, bomb the schools, bomb the cultural centers. So now people have nowhere to go and they feel that their society is disintegrating. It's, what did they call it when it happened in Yugoslavia? They called it ethnic cleansing. That was a terrible phrase. And genocide. So, to all who are listening, Russian culture, that great unknowable Eurasian power, bollocks. They bomb women and children, men, women, and children. When they can not get their hands on them to rape them to death, they'll bomb them to death after flooding them out of their homes. That is the mighty Russia. A diplomat will speak. Someone should just hold up to him the trajectory, to show we know what's coming from their lines. We can expect in their disgusting propaganda for Russia to try and tell us that the projectiles that we can track real time and retrospectively were in fact fired from Ukrainian positions, because they have chosen to limit their technology to, I think, 1987 or 1988, in the hope that we too will ignore all the technology we have. They've put themselves on camera. They're all using Western technology cell phones. So it's just a matter of collating the data and then comparing the data sets to pinpoint these people and to connect them to the communications that were made, that they made. So I know that there has been released from the Ukrainian services intercepted phone calls that these turkeys celebrating what they did and saying, "Oh, we were a little heavy-handed with the explosives, but haha, you know, it was us," chatting. So we need to let them wear the medals of their wonderful Russian culture. Bombing men, women, and children out of their homes, beg, borrow, and steal pieces of their own equipment they sold into Africa and into the Middle East so they can bomb men, women, and children more effectively. And those who wish to tout or to propose that there is something we're missing, something we're not appreciating about this Russian culture, should be confronted with the reality of what it is they do. Hang what they say, don't matter. I'm going to quote Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Don't judge us on what we say, judge us on what we do. So people talk a good game about Russia because they need to project a quasi other pole of power out of their own need for there to be another power to relate to, and so they paint onto that all their hopes and dreams and Western aspirations and utopianism. That's fantastic, except for the Russians keep raping and strangling people and bombing them and determinedly showing us that they are barbarians. So it does dismay me to hear it, but I think it's something we should look directly at, remember, and repeat when another regime shill is trying to bamboozle us. So thanks for sharing it. It's not comfortable, but it's definitely necessary to hear it. Please retweet the space. This is MriyaReport.org.
Thank you very much, David. There's very little culture that goes into shelling a flood evacuation effort, and also preventing civilians under your rule, your occupation, from evacuating themselves. It is indeed much the opposite.
It's the Chinese way, right? This is what Russia and China offer to us as multipolarity. We see how they offer leadership. Thank you, Don.
Thank you, David. Thanos, good morning.
Good morning. I'd just like to say that I really appreciated what David was just saying. I would maybe even take it a step further. This was the way of war up until close to World War I. England, the United States, China, Russia, Germany, I mean, everyone was complicit in barbaric conduct such as this before it was outmoded, first with the Western countries. And now, obviously, there are still examples worldwide of where this is still commonplace. Africa, Russia, China, Southeast Asia. And of course, we always have our outliers of war criminals and the onesies and twosies in the West. I would just like to mention that this is a compelling strategic dilemma for our chosen side, Ukraine, right now. Russia has obviously been trying to not only commit genocide, but to destroy the Ukrainian culture, and especially in the areas that they had been occupying. Now, as they withdraw, they are attempting to level and completely flatten everything in their wake. And it presents a compelling dilemma. On the one side, forcing the Russians to continue to expel the precious remaining ordnance that they have left in their stock, a delaying action, dragging this thing out. On the other side, that is also serving their interests. If the Russians are able to create a wasteland, a no man's land where no one will be able to occupy for decades, that serves their strategic interests. It creates a buffer zone between them and the West, which Ukraine has very much articulated that it wants to be a part of. So we find ourselves in a time of choosing for the Ukrainian leadership. Do we go in hard and strong now and try to eradicate the Russians, create a very strong barrier at the border, and defend what is left? Or do we evacuate as many people as we can, allow the Russians to expend the precious remainder of their ordnance, and then seize the land as a fait accompli with considerably less resistance? I'm curious as to what the rest of the panel sees of this, and I will yield the floor. Thank you.
Do you mean Ukrainians going after the Russians additionally beyond what they're already doing, or?
Yeah, so basically, how hard do the Ukrainians want to commit in the counteroffensive right now to seize all of the area versus having taking very strategic choke points and forcing the Russians to expend the remainder of their ordnance, especially in artillery, in order to try to suppress Ukrainian advances?
I think that's a really interesting question. I'll say it's very difficult to answer that sort of question because it's very difficult to know how hard Ukraine already is going because they're keeping such a good lid on the information, right? And all we hear is that Russian defensive successes are, well, ever further away from the front lines, which is a good thing. But we're not hearing really a peep out of Ukrainians about most anything. So it's difficult to gauge how hard they're going, but at least from Russian sources, Russians claim no, Ukrainians are way more. They have way more still kept and kept back when it comes to tanks and so on. I suspect that this Russian demolition of the dam was in considerable part so as to distract Ukrainian resolve, because resolve has to also be put into the mitigation of consequences of the flooding and of the lack of water supplies upstream now, including drinking water. Hundreds of thousands of people relied on water coming from that reservoir for everyday use as well. So I don't, however, think that is actually going to impact the Ukrainian military. I think they've managed to compartmentalize well enough and organize stuff within the country well enough for that not to limit things, or at least not to affect more than only ever so slightly, to be outweighed by additional resolve, seeing the once again being re-seeing the barbarity that Russia brings with it. I'll kind of leave it at that. Tommy might have some more insight because I know he's tracking the developments on that even a bit more closely than I am. Tommy?
First on the uninhabitable land and so on, this is going to be tough on the economy, that's for sure. Since it's a lot of arable land, but it's going to be tough because they're destroying the irrigation infrastructure and so on. So yields in the short term will be lower, but this is in no way creating lasting desertification or something like that. So in a decade, maybe the land will be equally as usable. The sad part is that they're destroying natural reserves and so on, we have the Black Sea Biosphere Reserve, we have another reserve that they built over south of the Kherson Oblast, another national park and so on. So this is biodiversity that is lost, but it's not the use of the land. So that's for one thing. Also, as Doman mentioned, there's the propaganda aspect of it, where instead of concentrating on this, on the successes of the counteroffensive that are going to start coming in, now people are going to be concentrating on Russian propaganda that's going on about, well, maybe we should blow up another dam and so on. even though they know full well that they lack this capability, since even the Novakhovka dam that got destroyed is only possible to destroy by the force that is controlling it. And unless the Ukrainians let them ship in tons of explosive upstream in the Dnipro or Kiev or whatever, which I highly doubt that the Ukrainians, thank you, doubt that the Ukrainians will allow them, is not going to happen. So that's regarding the dams and the propaganda and so on. Regarding the defense, the Russian defense doctrine that they're employing is that they have forward positions that engage the enemy, they have artillery that protects, and then they have mobile reinforcements, those mobile reserves and reaction groups. Currently, the idea is to make them commit as much of those reserves as possible so that those reserves can be engaged with artillery and so on. Since the Ukrainians currently lack the capability of what NATO force would do, and that is take on those reserves from the air and then roll over the front. This is sadly, whether it's through Western inaction or just lack of capability, this is not an option for the Ukrainians. So they have to force the Russians to commit said reserves and destroy them systematically close to the front. And that increases the resilience of the front line for the Russians, and this will increase casualties for the Ukrainians. But so far, there's no decisive engagement seen where we can surely say, well, this is a unit that has been committed and annihilated. As I've said before, even Thomas Steiner is saying numbers upwards of 30 brigades are exist mobilized and equipped specifically for the counteroffensive, and those numbers have not even been close to committed yet. So we don't even know where the main push will be. There is the biggest loss we've seen for the last 3 days. The Russians have been pointing out from different angles a company that got destroyed by what at least people whose opinion I respect say is rocket artillery fire from Grads and so on. And this, of course, we know is impossible to completely prevent because those artillery units are mobile and they will have some ability to deploy them and use them, and their area of destruction is extensive. So that particular Ukrainian unit has had the bad fortune of being one of the units that will get hit hard. Even so, we haven't seen any catastrophic losses or anything like that. And I keep telling people most of what we see still is the Russian interpretation of information, it's Russian supplied information and so on. And just today, what we saw is them basically showing a unit that they showed destroyed 2 days ago, now showing from a different angle, trying to claim its additional losses, which is not something that they would be doing if things were going awesome for them. And I have the sneaky suspicion, by the way, that the video, the thermals video they're showing is from KA-52. And not entirely coincidentally, in the last couple of days, KA-52 was reported as being down. So I think that air defense did its job after the initial attack, but sadly, as we've said multiple times, it is impossible for such offensive operations to be conducted without casualties, and there will be casualties. And the proof will be in the pudding. We will see how things go. And so far, I've not seen anything catastrophic. On the contrary, the only thing that looks catastrophic to me is an entire Russian artillery unit running for their lives on foot away from their position. And this is not boding well for the Russian south of Veliko Novosilka, given that that was a fresh unit.
Thank you, Tommy. This really bears repeating, right? Russians are claiming great successes, except their great successes go on, a third of one A4 or letter paper sheet. And if those are the great successes in stopping the Ukrainian offensive, then either Ukraine hasn't committed nearly as many forces to it, but a tiny fraction of the forces it has, or Russians are reporting defensive successes way too far away from the front lines, quite unnecessarily. And to solve that equation, really, Ukrainians are keeping mum and doing the hard work, while Russians are, pretending that they're doing far better than they actually are, which is great to hear. Favid.
Hey, Domin. Good morning. Sorry about that. I was just saluting one of my neighbours. Tano, it's great to hear from you. I always love to hear your perspective and your questions. Certainly, I think it is a moment when, for the general populace, the Ukrainian genocide and invasion and liberation is thrown into stark relief and focus for them, as there's a huge humanitarian crisis that has been formed by the demolition that Russia carried out on the dam. And thank you for that word, Domin. Demolition is the correct word. I said blew up previously, but that's not as accurate as demolition. So I'm going to use demolition from now on, because it was a demolition. I think it is the timeline for action and reaction doesn't start this week with Russia's latest dam breach. I think it's part of their set moves that they have determined they need to carry out in defensive posture. And as a result of Ukraine's successes, this might sound perverse, so please don't misunderstand me when I say it, that perhaps Russia were having such a miserable time that they felt that they had to create this buffer. And secondly, I would posit that I don't think it would change. I don't think this changes Ukraine's liberation plans. Not that I'm privy to them, but I still see the salient of the southern thrust, which, in my opinion, is Melitopol, Berdyansk, is facing to Melitopol and Berdyansk. I still think that makes sense to cut and to leave the Russians stuck between that and the flood they have caused. So I think we can probably, I've said it in the space, I think yesterday as well, we can guarantee ourselves there will be more spectacular acts of terror. That is what Russia does. And I think we should also remember that the pace of action and reaction, or act and respond, is very definitely set by Ukraine at this time in the conflict or in their liberation. It does definitely throw into stark relief the genocide that's been carried out. I hold out hope that the meeting yesterday in Washington with Prime Minister Sunak and President Biden was as diplomacy used to be done. The two head honchos have a lovely shake of hands and have a lovely meeting. We're all mates. And then everyone's teams are working together, have been working together. And then various ministries or departments or whatever, various briefs then come out in the next couple of weeks, either jointly together with the UK and US partners or individually. So on the UK side, they'll be announcing this is one of the things we achieved in Washington, and on the US side, they'll be announcing, well, when our British friends were here, this is one of the things that we agreed. So I don't think necessarily, although a strong response will be the thing I want to see, like emotionally, I burn to see something like that, just to feel like some kind of revenge or some kind of equalization. But also, I'm aware that the support is baked in, and the last I heard of Storm Shadows was the UK promising to send hundreds. No problem, lads, as many as you like. So I think we'll probably see extra language added in, and maybe in the, as I call it, the escalation ladder of sending needed aid, we might, you know, hopefully we'll see F-16s a little sooner than we may have, but I really don't see either the Ukrainians, their European or transatlantic or trans-Pacific allies wanting to be seen to be forced to respond to this act of terror, just so that they avoid giving the propaganda victory or the propaganda response from which the Russians will be able to spin more nonsense. So yeah, thanks very much for the space, everybody. Please visit MriyaReport.org and make a contribution if you can. It is tax deductible. Some folks have employers who do charitable giving matching. So if you give $100, they'll give $100, which is a good idea, another way to multiply our strength. So please retweet and support. And thanks very much.
Thank you very much, David. Mockers, you can, of course, jump right in.
Yeah, there has been a boom at Henichesk, the access to Crimea. It would appear it may be more than one. So that's all I can tell you about that right now. Enjoy.
Yeah, it's the what can you call it? That is the seat of occupation. It occupies Kherson Oblast, a city of 18,000, because they've lost the actual Oblast capital, and they also put it as far away from where the Ukrainians are as they possibly could, outside of HIMARS Gimler's range. I think for good reason. Thanos.
Just some parting thoughts before I walk in this morning. How absolutely mortifying it should be for the Russians at this late hour of the war. They find themselves in desperation demoing a dam, generating no strategic effects at all whatsoever, and being held to account for it. But this is your grand play. This is the big moment you're waiting for, where you're going to really take it to Ukraine. And the best you could do was blow up a dam and flood a bunch of old people who couldn't get out of their son in the first place. The humiliation is something that hopefully everyone is able to capitalize on and seize on, and just look at them and say how far you have fallen from who we thought you actually were and what you were actually capable of. Thanks to everyone. Hope you guys have a blessed day and blessed weekend. I'll be checking in with you guys later.
Thank you very much, Thanos. And I couldn't agree more. Right, this is a literally going after infrastructure for floodwaters to then go after civilians. Well done. Whom you then go show what they try to evacuate, or shoot at with machine guns as they try to evacuate themselves while they're in territory you control militarily, and claim is yours forever, and those people your citizenry forever. What is that? That is just truly fully absurd. Tommy?
Yes, so something regarding the competence of Russian media. Basically, they confirmed that the hits on Henichesk had fallen on a children's summer camp, which sounds horrible, and that's why they said it. However, they omit the fact that this children's summer camp was an HQ of the Russian military and was personally visited by Vova on April the 18th. So in essence, they just did and verified a better damage assessment for the Ukrainians, for which the Ukrainians, I'm thinking, will thank them very much. They confirmed that their HQ was taken out by Storm Shadows. Congratulations to them.
Very good. Yeah, indeed, they have parked themselves there in the summer camp with any chance. Well done, Ukraine. I'll leave it at that. Tom covered the rest already. Jens?
Yeah. I just wanted to say that Russia's not really good at the whole hearts and minds thing, and they make it incredibly difficult for all the countries that insist on being neutral. All those countries who are reluctant to choose sides, Russia is making it very, very painful for them. So obviously, every time I come up here, I utter the word Atacams, but I'm still hoping that this counteroffensive, we are waiting to see the full go into full offensive. I've always believed that ever since Ukraine, planned to hold the lines for the winter, they've also been planning for this counteroffensive for maybe 6 months or more. So I think that while we are seeing this disaster and this great crime, Ukraine still have this plan. They are getting ready to launch.
It'd be great, right? It'd be perfect timing, if only. Be absolutely perfect timing. Tom, I thought someone said they'd be off Twitter.
Yeah, that was the plan.
That's not to say I'm not pleased to see you.
No, that was the plan. It's not actually MriyaReport that is the problem on Twitter, although that is part of what makes it addictive. It's the kind of doom scrolling, where you just keep scrolling and scrolling because you can infinitely. And the problem with Twitter is that it shows you a lot of boring and uninteresting stuff, but then every so often it shows you something that's really, really interesting. And it's actually a bit like a gambling machine where it's like nothing, 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 ooh, nothing, 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 ooh. And that is similar to what we call intermittent reinforcement in behavioral psychology, and that makes things really addictive. But in spite of it being addictive, obviously it's showing you a lot of horrible things, which isn't really great for our mental health. And, this war is one of those horrible things. So I think I decided to go on a Twitter break on Monday, and it's Friday. So I've sort of lasted 4 days, just peeping at my notifications. But I wanted to ask a bit more about the dam destruction. I've had a read of the thread of dam destruction that you put up in the nest, Domin, and I've retweeted that. And I haven't dug into all the sub threads in it, but my understanding is that doesn't the Zaporizhia reservoir, or whatever it's called, that big huge piece of lake that they turned the Dnipro into, doesn't that feed irrigation and possibly even water supplies as far down as Crimea? Because there was an issue early on that since I think 2014, the Ukrainians had blocked off some of those irrigation canals. And one of the first things the Russians did when they seized part of the southern Ukraine was to reopen them to re-irrigate areas of Crimea. And so have the Russians not just cut off a massive amount of water supply, at least to farms in Crimea, but possibly even drinking water? Do we know that?
Absolutely huge. So, Tom, I've just sent you a thread which you can look up, and the top thread that's linked in the first tweet in that thread. Also look at that. Just because there's some pictures, other people will be familiar with this from my, thread number 1, I think, of 4 over the 4 days now. Yes, they have. So the irrigation systems fed out of the Kakhovka reservoir covered something like 1.5 million hectares of area. 100 hectares is a square kilometer, so that's roughly 15,000 square kilometers directly under irrigation from this. To give you a bit more of a perspective, that's That's pretty much, and that's even ignoring Crimea. Including Crimea, it's basically agricultural lands. If you turned all of the country of Slovenia into, prime flat agriculture, irrigated, intensive, that's how much they've got irrigated directly from this. Not to mention that even bits in between that didn't get direct irrigation from these were still, kept moister and so on, because the areas right next to them were greener and more moist and more humid as it was, and it generally kept the whole place from being a giant dust bowl. So before this dam was built in the 1950s, this area was, very fertile, but because of very sporadic rain, it was very very often you got very low yields. So one of the things that I linked for you, Tom, actually only leads to something like, in some years, apparently yields were as low as 0.09 tons of wheat per hectare. That is 90 kilograms per hectare. That's not a yield, that's an error, right? That's what, if you compare normal yields between, one set of fields and another set of fields, and if the difference is 0.09 tons per hectare, you say, well, the yield in both of these fields was the same, because that's usually, a tiny, minute difference, and for that to be so anyway, yeah, this made a huge difference. It did also cut off the supply to Crimea. That is true, and as you will remember, Tom, on what was it, the 26th of February 2022, Russians were rather celebrating as they unblocked the flow of water from the Kakhovka Reservoir to Crimea through the North Crimean Water Canal. So for them, it was a big success, and they have been using it at maximum throughput since then, and have been refilling all of and indeed filling. I believe they've constructed some new reservoirs in Crimea since then. So now they actually have about 2 years worth of water stored in Crimea for agricultural use in those reservoirs, all from the Kakhovka Reservoir. Now, in Crimea, there is drinking water that isn't dependent on the Kakhovka Reservoir. Indeed, there is enough drinking water in Crimea without the need for that from there. So they're fine for drinking water. They always were, just about. It's more of an issue of agriculture and other technological uses. I would note also, Tom, that a lot of drinking water was reliant on the Kakhovka Reservoir for, including cities as far north as Kryvyi Rih. So many places to the north of the dam, right, upstream from the dam, were also getting water supplies, and their water systems were dependent not just for agriculture, but for drinking water on the Kakhovka Reservoir. Zelensky said today hundreds of thousands of people live in areas that were dependent on the reservoir for drinking water. And of course, that's part of the mitigation going on now, also for that. So yes, quite right. There was something else that you were asking and that I haven't answered because I forgot.
I think, yeah, that was the second thing was about the drinking water. I mean, I would presume that, and I don't know if I'm right or wrong, that quite vast swathes of sort of southern Kherson and southern Zaporizhia oblasts would secure their drinking water supplies from that reservoir. And, if that's the case, have the Russians not just cut off the water supply to the civilians in those areas, but to their own troops? I mean, if they've cut off the water supply to their own troops, and in addition to trying to get, food, ammo, and shells to their own troops, which logistically is hard because the Ukrainians are obviously blowing them up when it's HIMARS o'clock. If the Russians have got to try and get bottled water to their own troops because no taps are working in any little towns or villages, they might have just completely fucked themselves, because if their troops can't drink, I mean, 3 days of dehydration, you're dead. Like, obviously, people are not just going to die in a trench for no reason. I don't know to what extent they have cut off the water supply to their own troops, but I mean, they literally might end up being routed in a week out of some areas because you cannot stay there because there's nothing to drink. God knows what's going to happen to the civilians in those areas, because they won't be allowed to evacuate and they won't be able to get across the swollen river. I mean, it's just totally nuts. Not only is it evil, but it's incredibly stupid. Do we know anything about the water supply being affected to Russian troops in the areas that they're holding?
So yes, a lot of the drinking water supply there was from the reservoir. However, it's not the only ones. There are wells locally, and any military will be provisioning their own water in general, other than maybe the Russian military. So, in general, that shouldn't be a concern. In the Russian military sense, it probably maybe actually should be. Do you see what I mean? The usual dichotomy between normal military behavior and Russian military behavior, right? You know how that goes, Tom. Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Tom, I would implore you to read through my previous 3 threads, the top tweet and the one today, of course, links to the one from yesterday, and so on, iteratively, because it will give you a lot more insight into all of the questions that you might have, without having to, delve into the dark recesses of Twitter.
Yeah, thanks. I will. I'd read the top thread, but not the subthreads.
Yeah, because it's going to be really useful for you, I think, now that you've just to catch up on this issue, without having to troll through. Sorry, this is kind of difficult to say. And I'm very happy to circle back to you in a little bit, Tom. But yeah, there's a lot there. I will say, this is a huge deal, and far beyond just the flooding zone. It's just that in the flooding zone, it is by far the most acute. But I will again state my my 4-step, or my four things to focus on. 1, mitigation of consequences in the immediate flooding zone, particularly. The problem is especially the left bank, of course, is under Russian control, right? 2, figure out the military components of these things. That's for Zaluzhny and so on to figure out, and I think they're well working on it. 3, galvanize the support, galvanize the news for support for especially weapons, because people on the left bank of the river, they can benefit best and most of this if they're liberated quicker, which means more weapons for Ukraine does better. ATACMS, Bradleys, Leopards, Abrams, etc. in large quantities, pretty please, now, right away. And 4, the long-term reconstruction, and that's going to be expensive, and this is a part very much of scorched earth policy, I think, Tom. And you'll see this when you read through. Victoria Wojcicka was the first to bring this to my thinking, and I'm very much now in agreement with her. Russians are destroying things left and right, because if they can't have it, nobody can. And they think that, at least in the short run, I think the realization has come to them that they will not be in control of these territories, at least for the next short while, quite soon, and therefore they destroy before they somehow imagine that they will come back in a few years' time. And that's why they're doing a lot of this. Whether this means they've actually also realized that for Crimea, that's less clear, less sure, but certainly for these areas of Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblast that are still under occupation, I think it's quite clear to them that they're very likely to lose them very quickly and very shortly. Therefore, there's no utility in them for them, and that's why they're very willing to destroy and plunder and pillage. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Let's get to Favid and Robin, and then I hope to hear again from you, Tom. Favid.
Hey, thanks very much. Would you mind going to Robin?
If you wish to yield to Robin, absolutely. Robin?
Yeah, hi again. Tom can probably comment on this. I see whether I'm going in the right direction or not. But it seems to me that the fact that the Russians destroyed the dam is yet another indication that they know they're losing. My Ukrainian teacher in Lviv, who has a little 4-year-old, her 4-year-old explained this, and it's really sad that a 4-year-old would understand this, but he basically understood that that the Russians' attitude is, if we can't have it, we're going to destroy it. And I think that that's what's going on with Crimea. There's enough water in the reservoirs in Crimea for them to get out, but they know that in 2 years there's going to be no Russian Crimea anymore, and so therefore they're trying to destroy everything that they can on their way out. It's really sick, and that's it. Thanks. Slava Ukraini.
Enormt Slava. Look, you said where I come from, Robin. There's a saying, that if something's very obvious or very widely known, that even the birds out in the trees are tweeting about it, are saying it, are singing it, and I think here, you can extend the same, and even the 4-year-olds know it. Then you know that it's definitely widely known and widely understood, and I think that's exactly it. I think that's exactly it. At the very least, you can say that the Russians realized that in the immediate they will not have control over these occupied territories of Kherson and Zaporizhia Oblast, which are still under their occupation. That is not long to be. And at the very least, even if they're hoping to keep Crimea, they know that they will not be able to benefit from the waters of the Kakhovka Reservoir. Right? They knew already a week ago that they would not be able to benefit, therefore they were willing to blow it up. And of course, the news today, those SBU interceptions of Russian phone calls, with Russians basically saying, yeah, we did it, but we didn't mean to do it quite this much, goodness. We blew it up more than we intended to. However much that is to be believed.
Which is total nonsense. I'm sorry. There's a principle in common law, res ipsa loquitur. If you blow up a dam, the water behind it is going to flood what's below the dam. I mean, there's just no, it's bullshit, pardon me, $5 to the swear jar.
Well, I think what they meant is, they meant to blow up a smaller section of it than they did, or a higher section of it than they did, rather than going all the way as far down as they did. Which, doesn't, I'm not saying it excuses anything. I'm just saying, yeah, okay, that's plausible. That, they put in a little bit more explosive than would have been sufficient for this, or some such, but it doesn't remove any shred of culpability or intent whatsoever. If anything else, if nothing else, it really solidifies the intent, and can people stop saying that the Russians didn't mean to do it, because you don't blow up a dam accidentally. These things are meant to be kind of difficult to blow up accidentally. They're not very fragile to I'm still astounded by how many people fell for that. Yes, the Ukrainians were shelling the dam, and that's what caused it to collapse. Yes, 6, 7, 8 kilograms of explosive artillery shells caused the dam to collapse. A dam that wasn't built by beavers.
I think it's called willful ignorance. It's much easier to believe that than to understand what really happened. And with that, I will leave you.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Favorite?
Okay, thank you very much, Doman and Mockers and Tom and Rob and everyone for being here. Please retweet the space, share it. If you have a Facebook or an Instagram, do cross-platform sharing. Trying to get the word out on as many new folks here as we can. And if you do have a spare moment, go to MriyaReport.org, make a donation. It is a charitable foundation registered here in the United States, and so if you pay tax to the IRS, you can get a tax-deductible receipt of your next filing. Sorry, to go with your next filing. It's something that is often seen when Russians are speaking freely, and it's that everything is a clown show, everything is slapstick. It goes to their nihilism that, oh, well, sure, everything is screwed anyway, and sure, what did you expect? And yeah, they blew it up, they used a little too much, ha 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 ha, but sure, the whole thing came down. Number one, I don't believe in Russians as a principle. But number two, I see the pattern, and it goes back to basic Soviet disinformation, and they would say, we were actually just on patrol and we were lost. We shouldn't be here at all. And they pulled the same nonsense. They had briefed their soldiers the same way when they finished from their wintering ground in Belarus and tried to seize Kiev non-stop. All we heard was, God, we didn't even know where we were. Map? Don't even have a map. What do you mean, truck? We have no gasoline. Where am I? Is this Russia? And they do that every time. And like you said, Doman, the more discerning listener or consumer of this information will realize it's just so much Russian lies and nonsense meant to obfuscate from the fact
of their crimes. Their politicians do it, their diplomats do it, their spies do it, their sports people do it, their business people do it. It's a willful misprism to misdirect and to mask their true meaning. Sure, guys, we had too much of the old bang bang juice and it went off too big. Oh, sure, looks terrible altogether. And then you see how sure they are, how certain they make to send the ship destroying the naval missiles when they want to hit an apartment building. They make sure they overcook it, so they'll kill as many as they can. So it doesn't actually jive with how it is we've seen them carrying out their war, but it does chime and it does fall into the pattern of, whether willfully or just by their broken society, they lie and lie and lie and obfuscate and distract. Nothing can distract from the fact that this was dam number 3 that blew in the last week and a half. Count them: 1, 2, 3. Novakakovka and the dam at Kakovka was a 3rd one. So they've been blowing dams and turning tail as a pattern, well, for generations, because they blew a dam at Kiev in the Second World War. It's their way of making war, number 1. Number 2, everything that they say is smoke and mirrors. Again, I'm going to find myself quoting Prime Minister in Britain, Rishi Sunak. Listen to what we say, but watch our actions. Look at what we do. So they all seem to be terribly forgetful and inaccurate and don't know what they're doing yet. They manage to have this cottage industry of devastating efficiency where they can import various Western technologies and then jury-rig their old nonsense missiles to them to make them blow up kids' hospitals. So I think you're right, Dom. I think it is just so much our Russian talk, number 1, not to be believed, but that it also is the pattern of how these devious liars lie and lie and lie and lie. And what is, I suppose, noteworthy from Mocker's latest boom report is, and as you mentioned it, that was the zone they thought they were beyond Ukrainian reach. So they made that their administrative capital, and all their head honchos and fat cats, and I mean literally fat, because it seems the higher up in this mob you get, the less exercise to do and the more rich food you eat, have removed themselves from what they thought was a danger zone. So I think that's probably a more accurate indicator. Like you say, they've cut the water off the Crimea, probably because all the GRU and other secret folks and oligarchs folks and people who are on the steal from the regime have got their families out. Screw everyone else. They don't matter. They're not Russian like we're Russian, is how they would probably think about it, which is why the imperialism is failing. But I think it's very telling that today that fake capital is being hit right at the neck of Crimea, and also that although we can't attribute it to a specific part of the front, either at the eastern edge, Bakhmut's direction, and at Divka, or in the southern theatre at the Zaporizhia direction, we can see that Russians haven't, in fact, achieved, as Tano said earlier, no military outcome happens to seem to slow the Russian defeat and the Ukrainian liberation 1 iota. In fact, we see it getting quicker because it seems, as other people have noted, that the Russians have managed to overwhelm themselves, as is usual when they commit an atrocity with their own people in the way. So they are probably suffering a military loss or redirection of resources and manpower and time dealing with this whole genocide and ecocide that they have committed. And then I want to mention again, I don't mention it enough here, one of the 10 points of the 10-point peace plan as proffered and worked on by Zelensky and his, I think it was parliamentary delegations and presidential work. I think it was a whole of government job. It wasn't just the guys in the executive, the guys and gals in the executive, but I could be wrong on that. Their peace plan, I don't know, I think it was number 8 or 9, was specific about ecocide and how Ukraine wished to make itself a leader because of the damage and the flooding of various coal mines and, just basically the ecocide that is what Russian life means, total pollution and heavy metals everywhere. And, it's such an important factor that it's written into their peace proposal. And I see that in doing so, not that it was specifically inserted or included with a dam in a certain district or oblast in mind or province or even like Crimea, autonomous zone within Ukraine, but that their planning does include the probability of Russia committing this type of terrorist bombing. This is a terrorist bombing, and the subsequent flooding and genocide of the people who lived in the area. I think to me it indicates the continuing thread of Ukrainian brilliance and genius in their planning, and so that the peace plan pretty much has been accepted by all allies and serious international actors. So I think there probably is a structure, like a legal structure already in existence, may not have been published, with a mind to achieving number 8 or 9, which was the ecocide and the climate action of their peace plan. And so I would think that specifically on that date in this way probably wasn't planned for or predicted, but something of the sort, something of the way. I don't think I'm giving too much credit to the Ukrainians to say that everything I've seen would tend to convince me they've had a plan for it and also a plan of recovery. And to land the airplane, I'm going to try and quote, was it the Minister for Economics, the Deputy Minister for Economics we had here in the space, like within the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, very astute gentleman. His time was very precious, I know, and he gave us about an hour just over, and it was wonderful. And he pointed out, in a different circumstance, people, I think it was Mariupol and Azovstal, because I think that day or the few days Mariupol had received some bavovna, and people asked, would you like to attempt to retrofit, pump out, fix up, decontaminate, and then build in new furnace and infrastructure in Azovstal? Or what will be the general, what is the mood, shall we say, among the political people who listen to their districts in Ukraine? And he said, actually, no, the desire is to renew and rebuild. Obviously make safe and decontaminate and take away any public danger from these former Soviet industrial sites, but that they are generally condemned, not just because of the savagery that was conducted there by the Russians, but their technology is something that probably has been given life support to keep it productive for as long as it was free. God knows what the Russians have done in terms of maintenance. So I say that because we're speaking about water infrastructure, and I know that there has been a recent visit to the Middle East, and that particularly the United Arab Emirates, and often not in the same sentence, but the Hashemite Kingdom in Jordan and the United Arab Emirates have particularly interesting hydrology, but particularly interesting water production and irrigation systems. And I would think, I'm not sure if it's what is part of their already agreed and signed up to aid and support for Ukraine, but I would think there's a deep body of knowledge there that can be used and utilized to allow a build out of a more modern and efficient system of irrigation. Of course, that will have to come after the cleanup, but I see Ukraine in a place where she will be building anew to make modern and good again. And I don't see an appetite among the Ukrainians who are making their nation now and will lead it in the future. I don't see an appetite among them to just repatch and make do. And I remember Roman this last couple of days when I say that all that limits us is the imagination of what could be, or how good it can be for each other as humans. So I very much see that spirit in all Ukrainians. So Slava Ukraini, please retweet and share the Space MriyaReport. If you do have time and some of your disposable income, very happily receive the price of a coffee or an ice cream, or maybe a Burger King today. On a Friday, people get treats sometimes. Perhaps get one for yourself and get one for Ukraine. Donate to MriyaReport.org. It is a charitable foundation here. Everything above board, and you will be able to get a tax deductible receipt if you request it. That's me. Thanks very much for listening to me, and I hope it made some kind of sense.
Thank you, David. I think it made all the sense in the world. Virtual. Marcus, can you call on Virtual? I think he can't hear me again. We keep having this P2P problem.
Virtual, are you there?
Yes, I couldn't hear anybody. I just heard your voice right now. I don't know if can everybody hear me?
I can hear him fine. Just go ahead.
Everyone can hear you, Virtual. It's just that you can't hear Doman.
I can't. Well, lovely. Well, anyway, I guess I could just I just have a quick point, more or less. It's just that I'm worried about the West's reaction to this dam, because they always want definitive proof of everything that's happened, and Russia knows this. So I mean, Russia can basically drop a nuclear bomb, like a tactical nuclear bomb in Ukraine, and the West would say, "Oh," and the Russians would deny it, of course. They could sneak one in on the plane, and then suddenly, the West says, "Oh my God, there's doubt. Now we can't react because we don't have definitive proof. We didn't see them drop the bomb. We didn't see anything. So now we need to hesitate." So this is very dangerous. I mean, everything that happens in Ukraine now should be Russia's fault by default. No, you don't need proof, because this is a war, and everything that happens is their fault, period. So this is very annoying that the West is not reacting much stronger than this. They need proof. Russia knows this, and they're using it, and they're laughing. Basically, that's what I wanted to say. I probably won't hear anybody after this.
You could put the captions on, and then at least you'll be able to see what Doman is saying in response to what you've just said.
Well, you can just put this across to him, Marcus. Tell him that I fully agree. I think that's exactly the right course of action, except I disagree with the nuclear thing, because we have tracking systems, and there is very clear, undeniable proof, which is kind of automated and automatic when it comes to any nuclear event. That's been developed well over the Cold War years.
So I don't know if you managed to put your captions on, Virtual, but if not, Doman agrees with everything you said, apart from nuclear is very well tracked. There would be absolutely obvious telltale signs. There would be no question if that was the case. Does that help?
Yeah, sure. But I thought maybe somebody would ask, but I don't know. They could probably sneak it in. That's my point. It's tracked, but if they drop 50 the bombs, yes. But if they sneak just one, I think that could easily happen.
Nope.
I mean, they're not that closely monitored. I imagine.
They are.
Apparently the
No,
answer
they
is
really
no.
are.
They really are.
Okay. All right then. But any other disaster, another dam, another really, really
They're
bad.
already doing that, mate. They're already doing that in other areas.
Yeah. So the point is, the West will never respond because they need proof, always, and that's very frustrating.
Nope. That's not how things work. There are very specific
Like
things
definitive proof. Yeah.
There are very specific things that are very
I
specific
think
and
that
very
you
particular.
might need to recycle so you can have this conversation with Doman properly. I think that would help. The answer to what you just said anyway was no, that's not the case.
Different things.
He'll come back in a minute.
Yeah, different things work in different ways. They can't hit a big dam because they're made to withstand things like shocks and attacks. So that's different, unless they got to it, and unless they went all the way up to Zaporizhia and occupied Zaporizhia, which they want. They're destroying all manner of small dams, but that's trivial in comparison, frankly. Tiny little dams that cause local flooding over, like a few fields. That's fine. It's completely different. Anyway, let's not say, it'll never happen, and hold heads in hands. That's helping no one. Mark,
Could I also add about the West response, because there was one?
Please.
Yeah, great. So there's also this war beside us narrative that kicks off left, right, and center in commercial entertainment companies that present themselves as news outlets, and that is to create the puppet effect of Punch and Judy. I hit you with a stick, you hit me with a stick. We all laugh and applaud. Watch the ads, eat your popcorn, come back after the ads. The West made a response, and it was, we have satellite and very clear intelligence to say that we know exactly who, what, when, where, and why. It was the Russians. And that was said respectfully and quietly, because we're not the Ukrainians. Ukrainians are leading the response, and they're leading the defense of their own nation. It's a pretty similar answer I would have for people who say, oh, we should send in 15,000 American Marines and Army. We do 10,000 Army, we do 5,000 Marines. We should send in 2,500 French soldiers. Of that, we'll give 500 to the Foreign Legion and 2,000 specialists. We'll go against the British, they'll probably give 5,000. We'll have all their 800 special fast responder dudes and their support. And then we'll have a couple of maybe Scots Guards, Black Watch, a couple of heavy hitters, a couple of long gun brigades. We'll all have a party, right? We'll fuck these Russians rightly, which would happen. Absolutely right. If you put that on the field, that's exactly what's going to happen. However, we are not at war with Russia. Russia has invaded an ally. We are assisting the ally defend herself and free her land as quickly and as efficiently and as best as she can. Everything else is a little bit of overreach, and without intending, is slightly disrespectful to the sovereignty of the people who are doing the fighting. I'm not making an excuse for lax behavior or for no support. Quite the opposite. But I'm pointing out that there was a response, and it was clear, as it was at the time of the Russian bombing of the gas line, which they emptied of pressure before they bombed it in the Nord Stream. So we will see the intel when it's released. And when will it be released? It will be released at the time at which it is least dangerous to the manner in which the information was collected. So we don't know if this came from humans picking up a cell phone and taking video and sending it to Uncle Sam, or if this came from sensor technology. Was it sensed and was it viewed in that way on a couple of different cameras and overhead views? We don't know. And in fact, we've no right to know, because that's what keeps us safe. So at the time of which is most advantageous for the defense and liberation of Ukraine, the evidence will be presented clearly. But until that time, the answer has been given that we know who it was, how it was, and we can show you. I think mainly, the main thrust in the West is just to repeat that we're not being cowed. And no matter what terrorists or what disgusting degradation of the human that the Russians present and pretend is a military strategy, we're not going to change how we conduct warfare, nor how we conduct our support, which is total and complete, for Ukraine or any other nation that might be invaded by a powerful neighbor. We're not going to be put off by it. We're not going to react like a Russian and say, that's it, we're nuking everything from here to Moscow tomorrow. Good luck to you. That's not how we do business. Speak softly, carry big stick. I think today is Friday, so there's probably a couple of 100 million going to be announced in support either today or over the weekend. More than likely has been the pace from America. I don't know, will it be coming from congressional monies or from presidential drawdown? I think the presidential drawdown is being kept for later in the year in case there's jiggery pokery with the end of the the start of the new political term in September, October. That's just my nose in the air. No proof of that. And I would think that the United Kingdom will probably, I have no inside special knowledge, just from looking how these massive state visits go and stay over the night in the White House, and everyone has trade and we're all big mates and look at all these weapons we support. I think the UK might have something as well announced. I don't know if they will or not. And what's that going to do? Well, we know that's going to make Mr. Macron sit a little bit straighter in his chair and get on the old blower and say, what, the old English speakers there are getting a lot of nice press. I'd like a little bit of that. What can we send over there in the morning, Pierre? And they'll probably announce something as well, whether or not that's the narrative you choose to believe, or if you think it's a little bit more coordinated. I think that will be the response. The same steady pace response, continuing to pile on at the way in which we have planned and the Ukrainians can best handle. But I would also just guard against, to recap or finish off where I started, guard against the knee-jerk reaction that you will see everywhere all the time. That, oh, the West is so democratic, they can't agree on anything, and they never respond, and it's not true. Patently on the face of it. So thanks very much. Retweet the space, and I appreciate everyone being here contributing. This is MriyaReport.org, and the time is 24 minutes past 10 in the morning on the United States East Coast.
Thank you, Fabian. See, this is exactly the attitude we should be having. Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Darren.
I was going to raise a few issues really, but I guess I'm going to keep to one of them. So maybe at some point when it's quieter, I might like to talk to David about Ireland. But for the minute, let's focus on the dam and maybe the rebuild, because I actually think the comments you were making, David, about Avestal and what have you. Think back to this after the Second World War, Germany rebuilt really well, didn't it? Partly because it had to. So much had been destroyed, they had to start again. And maybe the same may be true in Ukraine. I hope they don't just rebuild what they had before, but rebuild better, fundamentally.
Exactly. So that's what the minister said to us here, and I believe him. And I think also makes more sense to get clean money and build a new. But anyway, forgive me.
Yeah, thank you. But the point I would just want to focus on really is about the dam. I can only think that the Ukrainians had anticipated it. And it was really a question of when rather than whether or if the Russians were going to blow it up. So probably in their plans, they had assumed it's going to happen. So I'm just looking at it looking at the positive angles, in a sense. It's happened. It can't happen again. So that's out of the picture now. They just have to focus on the new reality of the lie in the land for what they're going to do in the future, which is fine. But the biggest point I think about the dam is the message it's sending to the people of Crimea. And I'd really like to know, all those Russians who were enticed to move to Crimea, what do they think about this? I don't know how many of them came into farm or have anything to do with the land, but the impact on water, drinking water situation. There's a big message there, isn't there? They can only draw from that Russia's giving up on it, surely.
So the drinking water is sufficient. That's not an issue. There shouldn't be too much issue for them for farming water either for the next couple of years, because they have built up the reservoirs. I don't know how much people, there is, let's say, in quantity behind it, right? And how much awareness there is of what Russia has done, and that Russia was the one that has destroyed the dam. How widely, how many have watched the right bit of the Russia programming there. But yes, you're right. There definitely is a little element of that. And I think there is at least a little admission of it, at least temporarily, at least that areas to the north of Crimea won't be in Russian possession much longer. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it. So that's true. Absolutely, I completely agree with that. And that's a big part of the point of it. So I think we're somewhat of one mind here. As to what they thinking, it's difficult to tell exactly what they think, as you well know. But they're certainly not more confident in it now than they were before. That's 100% sure.
Yep, agreed.
Perfect. Raven. Raver, I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you, Domin, loud and clear.
Perfect.
So I spent all morning trying to counter all the wish casting that had been going on that's now leading to a bunch of people with, crestfallen faces. And I tune in here and I hear somebody doom casting. It's like, man, people, find balance. So there's one specific tool that you have to take out a dam, and that's access. And I don't think the Russians have access to any more big dams anywhere in Ukraine. This was a one-trick pony. It's a horrible ecological disaster. It's a humanitarian disaster. Long-term, it's an environmental and industrial disaster for the entire region. But it's a singular event. Russia's not going to pop nukes, and Russia does not possess any bombs big enough to blow other dams. They generally have to be taken out from the inside, unless you want to create very specific weapons like the dam busters in World War II. But that was a specific set of circumstances that doesn't exist right now. So that being said, when Ukraine gets around to rebuilding, and I've said this multiple times, look at Germany, look at Japan, look at South Korea. When an industrious people has to rebuild, what they rebuild is the latest and greatest. They never recreate what they had. They always modernize. And so Ukraine has a real shot and a real path to becoming an industrial player on the global stage simply by rebuilding. And because her people's natural talents are still there. And I think that's going to be a huge asset for Ukraine going forward.
100%, Ray. Couldn't agree more. And like we've heard from so many, they won't put back exactly the way it was. Right? Times are very different. All right, Kylie.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. So I wanted to ask a question about the relief efforts related to the flooding. One of the narratives that I've been seeing kind of populate on Twitter is that there's not a whole lot of like international relief organizations like on the ground, understandably not on the Russian side, just because they're awful. But I was wondering if that was like a legitimate criticism of the relief efforts on the Ukrainian side. Does that make sense?
Can you rephrase it? Maybe I didn't quite.
I guess like criticism of like the United Nations not coming in and helping like to save people, or like a lack of response from larger organizations and whatnot. And or is it, I guess maybe I'm not framing my question well, or it's kind of a bullshit
No,
narrative.
I'm missing
but
it, but that could be my fault more than anyone else's.
all right, well, I'll just leave it because
Maybe I think Raver figured out what you mean.
yeah,
Raver?
yeah.
Okay, so the UN, the International Committee of the Red Cross, the big players we would expect to be rolling into action right now are not. That's undeniable. Apparently, the local Ukrainian-based Red Crosses are trying to roll into action. A bunch of the smaller charities, including a bunch that are supported here, are in action. But the big international players that actually have the mandate have so far been very, very slow to respond. Hopefully, they will at least begin to unlock the pocketbooks and provide the funding, even if they won't provide any manpower or other resources.
Thanks, Raver. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Appreciate it.
And of course, the big relief organizations, that one of the things that they're struggling with is the fact that it's being shelled, and it's illegal for them or impossible for them in many cases to do that in such a context, and that's part of the problem here. JUN?
Yeah, another thing on this is that most of the major players, when it comes to relief organizations, aren't really set up to a conflict like the one in Ukraine. They are more suited, and I know this field in Norway quite well, they're more suited to the earthquake catastrophe in Turkey and Syria and stuff, where they go in and provide all the infrastructure. Because Ukraine doesn't need that. They have a functioning health system and a functioning society. So they have the wrong skill set to come in and do a major job like they do in Syria.
I think that's a really good point there. Absolutely, 100%. All right, let's jump on, and let's put it maybe this way. Even if those supplies that they can bring in and the EU relief efforts can bring in only get as far as say activity, that's useful as well, because at least it means that Ukrainians don't have to worry about supplying clean water to Kriviri and can maybe just worry about trying to get people out of Kherson, bits that those others can't do or won't be able to do. Let's go on. Let's go to G-Man, to John, to George, and ATV. G-Man. G-Man?
Sorry, gentlemen. Give me a Bible. I've got something I need to attend to here. I'll put my hand back up in a few minutes.
Yep, sounds good. John?
Good morning, everybody. Loud and clear?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I was talking to someone about what's going on in Ukraine yesterday. I'm sure we all do that outside the space, right? Everybody. And what I said is, Russia's dinner is misinformation, but their lunch is distraction. And the dam that was blown up, I can almost see a kernel of potential truth in the fact that they didn't mean to blow the whole thing up, but the fact is they did, and they caused the damage. They shouldn't be there to begin with, and they should be held accountable for every dollar and a tier of misery that they're causing in their occupation of Ukraine and the surrounding area. But on the misinformation point, on the counter misinformation point, has there been any work done to try to send counter misinformation back to the Russian people to say, look, this isn't going very well. You can see it. You can see the mothers and the misery that's coming back from the front. Just so you know, if you don't leave the region by this point in time, you're going to be accountable for paying for every cent of this rebuild. And by the way, because Ukraine has been decimated by you, they have a blank slate, and they're going to come back better and bigger and more innovative than you were. So if your desire was to bury them, you're hurting yourself. And if you don't force your government to pull out by this date, if you're not off the territory by this date, you and your descendants are going to be paying trillions of dollars in reparations for generations to rebuild a country that you should never have been in to begin with.
So I agree with that. It's only a slightly double-edged sword, right? Because we've seen we've seen those notes from Medusa, right, the opposition outlet over the weekend, and basically people who aren't very much pro-Putin. They asked any of their listeners, any of their readers, to write in with reasons why they're for the war. Any of them who are for the war, why? Why are they for the war? And a very common refrain was actually something kind of along these lines, John, that they said, well, I wasn't for the invasion, but now that we started it, the only thing worse than a started war is a lost war. And that, sentiments like, I'm not going to be paying reparations for 30 years just because of this mistake. We better go and win it. So the problem with the narrative that you launched is basically one that can fire back quite easily. Not always, not all the time, but it isn't so clear cut either. A lot of them they just won't believe that they're beatable, and a lot of them will believe in the myth of the Russian soul, which likes to suffer and which will persevere through this. And they don't particularly care for death necessarily either. The sheer lack of empathy that was pervading through that. I don't know if you read those, John. I'll send you a link to it if you didn't. Is really, really palpable.
So to build on that, who's associated with the space that could talk to the psychology of that you have a society that's built on some sort of Stalinist myth. You have a leader who was a cog in that Stalinist myth. You have a nation that has a history of sudden coups and turnarounds. That stuff can happen a lot faster than changing the cultural and the psychological ethos of a nation. So what's the benchmark for that? Is there a nation that has had to turn around? Is it Nazi Germany? Is it I don't know, imperialist Japan? Is the Russian mythology around being the sufferers, the grand sufferers, is it deeper and stronger than those other two examples? How does a country turn itself around? I think that would be something that would be interesting to talk about, because the only option is to put them behind a wall for 200 years and knock on the door and see if they've grown up, put them in a timeout. I don't know, but it comes right back to the fact that it's a circle, it's circular, and we can provide all the weaponry and support we want, but if that mindset doesn't change, then we're just going to be living in this cycle for hundreds of years to come. So that's just my 2 cents worth. I'd like to hear someone talk about what it'll take to permanently change that Russian mindset, because it's going to end up destroying the planet if we don't. Thanks.
I will be eminently brief because I want to pass it on to Georgia and ATV, but I'll say imperialist Japan, Nazi Germany, it took a total thorough defeat. That's not going to happen because Ukrainian tanks aren't going to be rolling into Moscow. And frankly, at this point, nor are Russian tanks going to be rolling into Moscow, other than that one T-34 from the parade that's shuttling back and forth. So that's kind of hard. The other part is deterrence, preventing them from going on an imperialist expeditionary conquest again is the only way to secure it. And the best way to do it is to do one, destroy their military, which Ukraine is doing rather well, and with some more tools would be doing even more thoroughly. And two, going through and then deterring them, preventing them from entering NATO membership. Well, that for Ukraine is the other. That's how. That is really how. But we have addressed this more detailedly previously. We will, I'm sure, as time goes on. And maybe we can entice Tom to come chat with us again if he doesn't take another too big a break. George.
Hey, yeah, so really quickly, just to touch up on what you just said there, one of the things that can be done if we have the stomach for it is, when the war is over, we still have sanctions on Russia. Hopefully we'll be dealing with a different administration somewhere in the Kremlin, and we can put little stipulations, including denazification of their schools. There could be a lot of things that we could put pressure on them if they want to come back into the real world and become active and full members of the world order and society. There are things that we can put like little steps that they have to take, and if they don't, they can join North Korea and the other pariah states, for the next how many years. And we just, like Philman said, we just make sure that we are prepared to challenge any of their tomfoolery moving forward. But what I wanted to ask, what I wanted to state was really quick, clarify something. With these rescue efforts and the fact that the bloody Russians are shelling the rescuers, right? So they're shelling the rescuers on the Kherson, or the Kherson city, and that side, which is the Ukrainian-controlled side. God knows what they're doing to any local Ukrainians that are trying to help themselves on the Russian-occupied side. And one of the reasons I'm bringing that up, because I got a bunch of DMs, and I heard somebody talking the other day on a local news channel about there's a thing called the Cajun Navy, right? A lot of Americans know about it. It's these people in Louisiana that have these fan boats, right? They're boats that pretty much kind of skim on the top of the water. They can go into very low water areas, marshes, things like that. And this Cajun Navy, as they call themselves, they're all pretty much volunteers. And what happens if there's a hurricane, floods, or things like that? They go and they rescue people. The only problem with using those boats here in Ukraine is that the motors that run these boats are very, very loud, and they would make perfect targets for the Russian artillery. So if we were dealing with something that didn't include murderous orcs on the other side trying to shell people trying to be saved, then yes, these would be the perfect instrument. These things can go even 6 inches of water. It's just amazing what they can do. They can even go over certain wet ground and things of that nature and keep on moving. But unfortunately, because of the conditions that the rescuers are in right now, they would definitely be a hindrance more than a help. So if you watch some of these videos, so you see these rescuers are using these rubber inflatable boats, smaller boats, and a lot of them are paddling, right? Trying not to use an engine to draw any, especially if they're anywhere near a Russian position, because it's just going to bring shell fire to them. And the damn Russians are trying to use drones to find these people, to shell them. So it's absolutely abhorrent and just another war crime.
100%, George. You're gonna have to wait for ATV before you get too excited about this. ATV.
Hi there. Really glad Raver came up. Like almost every day, or I think every day, I read your essay, and is very salient as it usually is. I don't want to be doom casting, etc. But I have to say, there's a lot of things that I see, which is extremely limited with my limited knowledge, that confuse me, and it's not necessarily what I expected. And you talked previously, and you mentioned again in your essay about the bite and hold strategy, and that seems to be that. But I'm curious, Raver, have you been seeing things that you're scratching your head thinking, wow, I didn't think that would be the case? That you're particularly surprised by the information that you do get?
Not overly, because I try to let myself just roll with events and then filter it through history and deductive reasoning. I try to avoid getting too locked into a certain way of thinking, because that's where you'll get yourself in trouble. You'll paint yourself into a corner. There have been some images come out that have surprised me, like that group of destroyed Bradleys and Leopard and that mine clearing vehicle being that bunched up. But again, it's kind of something I predicted when I said, it takes 2 years to really train up a force to do this effectively, and Ukraine has not had the time to do it. So I was expecting setbacks. But I think on the balance, Ukraine has the resources to just keep landing hammer blows, and eventually that Russian shell is going to crack, and then things will start to break open. And this is the worst part of any fight, to be the attack, going up against those fortified positions, that pre-registered artillery. But Russia doesn't have a lot of depth anymore. You look at Oryx's list on destroyed equipment. You look at the way the Ukrainians have been hunting artillery and using HIMARS and creating a beaten zone behind the Russian lines. They have a hard shell. They don't have necessarily a lot of depth. Plus, they don't have a lot of equipment to train up reserves with, and they'd already committed their trainers. So this is a hard fight, but it's not going to always be a hard fight. At a certain point, the Ukrainians are going to start getting their bites in. They're going to be able to hold off the Russian counterattacks. The Russians are going to be exhausted, and then they'll start to move into a different phase, where instead of being face to face, it'll be nuts to butts, with the Ukrainians kicking the Russians in the ass. So yeah, and that's not so much wish casting or doom casting. It's just as Thomas Steiner pointed out with the 8th Army, as General Mick Ryan pointed out with Operation Cobra, as I pointed out with the Drive on the Rhine. Success is a series of events, often a series of failures, not just a snap of the fingers and, oh, look, here we are, we're the winners. This isn't a video game.
ADV?
I mean, first and foremost, I just want to thank Raver for the response, and moreover for everything that he does and everything that he writes. There's like 1,000 questions. I can monopolize it if I was allowed to forever. I guess what I would say is it seems the most coherent thing that I'm seeing, and it's every caveat you want in the world on that, but the most coherent thing that I'm seeing is Ukrainians working to draw out those Russian reserves. And maybe they're waiting for certain brigades or certain battalions to commit and to move resources in a certain way, and then everything starts to lock into place, because that's what it seems at the moment. It wasn't necessarily what I was expecting and how to go about doing it, but that seems like the most coherent strategy. And I'm just curious, Raver and others, if how'd you respond to that? Do you agree with that, or are you looking at it in a different way? Thank you.
So I'm looking at it in a different way. That whole, well, we haven't even started fighting yet. That really gets close to the trust me, bro. The Russians did a lot of that. Look, there was a lot of hype going into this counteroffensive. A lot of people who did not study history, who were not professional men at arms, were making a lot of forecasts that made it seem like the Russians were going to fold like a wet paper sack. and that's not what's going to happen. My prediction on my reading of history is that the Russians have a hard shell with a squishy center. And that's just my read of the situation. I don't think they're trying to draw out the reserves. I think they know that the reserves are going to be committed anyway. They just need to get them committed, and and exhaust the Russians. This is a battle of immaterial. Who can keep throwing punches longer? That's going to decide who's left standing. And I think Ukraine's got the advantage. I think it's going to be a hard fight. It may take a couple of weeks, may take a couple of months, may happen tomorrow. I don't know. But at some point, I expect that Russian shell to crack, and then we'll be into a different phase of this battle.
Excellent. Right, Ray, if you have any other comments, go right ahead, and then we'll go on to Nancy Draft and circle back to ATV. No more comments? Okay, Nancy.
Hi, Doman. Yeah, I just wanted to add to what George was describing. I think one of the things that we see a lot with recovery efforts here in the Southeast US and the boat that George was probably describing is what we call an airboat, which is basically an aluminum hull, kind of similar to a bass boat, but with a big fan on the back of it. And those are horribly loud. But for those of you who aren't familiar with them, if you Google airboat, one word, you'll see a lot of different pictures and get a description of that. The advantage of those is that they move very fast. The disadvantage of those in floods is that you have to know what you're doing because they move very fast. And trees that are where you don't expect them to be are sticking up in the water and can still tear one of those holes pretty quickly unless you know where the channels are. So it does require some skill there. But those types of boats, I think what's difficult for me is, of course, in many cases, we're seeing the local boats being used are more the inflatable type. And the challenge with inflatables is exactly that debris, is it creates a high risk situation for those individuals. So the aluminum hulled boats like a bass boat or an airboat at least provide a bit more protection. But either way, yeah, the shelling's got to stop to be able to get that kind of assistance in there. But I wanted to at least describe the boat for you guys, so anyone who didn't know what the heck we were talking about had a chance to go look it up. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Not very useful when you're trying to go under the radar. Makes perfect sense. Dryfly.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on what Raver said. I agree 100% with him on the setbacks that we've seen online. There's just been a lot of people who had way too much hype about this offensive, and then now are having way too much pessimism. Maybe it's good for some of them to take a step back and just wait for this whole thing to unfold, because it's not going to be something that's going to happen overnight. I was really glad to hear him comment on that. I'd like to hear George's comment as well. Being another ground military guy, it'd be good for people to have some realism. One of the things I've been reading is that one account that we're seeing online of the Bradleys that were knocked out, there was a small unit. It was one skirmish. It was regrettable, but it looks to me like it was a teachable moment. My question for Raver and George, do you think that the Ukrainians are throwing smaller units forward to get these guys some tempering, some experience before the real major thrusts occur? I mean, I would be very reluctant to take guys straight out of training, just drills, and then throw them into a major combat situation unless at least some of them have had some experience with this equipment. Or do you think that that's just not practical? They can't do it. And I will listen to hear the feedback from some of those guys if they're able to do so.
That's a hard no from me, Dryfly. You don't send small groups into no man's land and then pull them back just to get them blooded. That looks like a breaching team that ran into an unexpected minefield and then got caught by artillery.
George?
Yeah, it looks to me like a about a company size element, like, and for whatever reason, you know, I don't know what happened with. There's a mine plow there. It looks like it's a BMP with a mine plow, and it looks like that's been disabled. And then I don't know if the rest of the unit try to go around it. I don't know what's forward of it because this is a very cropped video. So I don't know what's going on ahead of this line. Was this like, you know, in the beginning, and then the rest of the unit went around and kept going? Because it looks like there's a plowed or, you know, newly churned up road, right, Raver? Isn't that what you see? You know, like I can't tell what's going on here. Just that this one section of this company got hit by mines. Looks to me like a lot of the explosions are from the bottom up. So it looks like they ran up against maybe a minefield they didn't expect to be there, or the mine clearing equipment didn't clear everything, something of that nature. But this will happen. This will happen. And I don't see, like, it's not a mass of armaments. So were they trying to move forward to dry out Russian elements? I have no idea. But it's hard to tell what the hell happened off of just this one short video that's definitely cropped, right, for whatever reason. And also, I don't have a zoom out to see what's going on from the direction that the vehicles were initially headed to. I don't know what you think, Ray Bird, but that's why it's kind of hard to tell, because it's a very cropped, small little picture. Obviously, they lost vehicles, and that will happen. And to me, it looks like they ran over mines.
Tommy?
So I track a bunch of guys that I think are fairly reliable. And this is a video there are two videos of this attack. One was posted 2 days ago. The other one has been posted now. So that's one thing. And there's a third video which looks like the thermals of a KA-52. Now, from what you can see in all three videos, that group was advancing into something pretty heavy. So as you can see, one mine plow was hit. They tried to circumnavigate it, and there's also a video of that same grouping getting hit by rocket artillery. Now, some people have identified them as grads, but I don't know how reliable that is, just based off of the explosions. What I'd like to point out is that if things were going well for the Russians in that sector, they wouldn't be reposting the same thing 2 days apart. And there has been a video from presumably the same region with them abandoning their positions, and also a video which I'm trying to geolocate currently came out with a reserve unit of the Russians advancing and getting smacked up by artillery. Also, coincidentally, in the last couple of days, there was a confirmation by the Ukrainians that a Ka-52 got shot down. So I'm thinking it's the same Ka-52 that attacked. Because in the video that they show, it was there's only one, what do you call it? They show it completing only one firing mission on a single armored vehicle, and then there's nothing more from the video. So I'm guessing that whatever air defense was moving along with this battle group got the Ka-52 down. And that's as far as I've been able to piece things together. But I do think there's something to getting units to commit in those sectors, because if you look at the units that are reported to have, Russian media reports a couple of units that have been sent to reinforce the sector, and those units are typically, at least to, sorry, other open sources tracking them, those units are usually deployed way more to the east. And I think there's something here regarding the planning of the Ukrainians. And I'd also like to point out that the massing of fires in the rear has been pretty much massed on the locations where the reserve units are being kept. Including today, there has been an attack on a command post of the units all the way back at the Arbatspet, which are units that, which is the location for which Russians would be sending reinforcements to Melitopol. And that's what I have to say about this so far. I can answer some questions if anybody is looking for an alternative source.
Perfect. Raver.
So I don't have necessarily any disagreements with what he said. I do think it was a lot of that was mined and maybe two different events. And George, to your point, that may have been fast cam or something because of just the sheer density of it. And then going back to Tommy, you know, I predicted some time ago that the Russians would know when the attack was going to occur. You can't hide it. All you can do is delay discovery for a certain point of time. And it looks like that because they were using thermals instead of daylight, that was probably an attack at night, which means probably a Ka-52N. And the only way it's going to be up at night is if the Russians knew that something was coming and they were ready to punch back. And so I think it's just a matter of throwing blows. The Russians were ready, but how long they can maintain is going to be the question.
So what's interesting is that if you look at it wasn't usually we get cockpit videos from the Ka-52, you know, and this one was from the thermals. And I'm thinking that they might have been using it for better targeting because from both videos of the column getting attacked, the time of day seems to be either in the early morning or in the early evening. It's not high noon, and it's not at night. Domen, you have an open mic.
Actually, I'll take advantage of this and say, good people, I'll be back in a couple of hours, and for the Aliona Hlivko interview. And in the meantime, you have Robin and Shaggy and Mockers for now, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to be handing over to in just a moment. But welcome up, Robin and Shaggy. I have no idea whose hand was next because I was paying absolutely no attention at all at this point. I was answering several thousand messages. So please, guys, whoever was first.
It's George.
All right, okay. George, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm with Raver on this. I think what that is like two separate. There's two separate pushes there. You know, like about 10, 12 vehicles each, and then what you're seeing is the result of what was damaged from two different attempts to push through there. It, like I said, it's there. I know what the Laughing Tom was talking about. There's a video that shows them coming, and then like it looks like there's some artillery fire, but doesn't look like it's in the same spot where these vehicles are destroyed. It's hard to tell because that video is kind of grainy too and cropped. But like, I would love to see a zoom out because for whatever reason, if you look at the vehicle that's destroyed, the one with the plow on it, right? Everything in front of it is fresh grass. And up to that point, right? Everything behind it looks like something's been plowed through it. But up in front of it, it's fresh grass. But then there's a the path, well, for lack of a better word, where the other vehicles are destroyed, that continues right to left on that picture. But we don't see, the picture's not zoomed out to see what's going on to the left, which would be the direction they were headed at. So is that a path that the Ukrainians continued moving after these vehicles were destroyed? Is that a path that was already there that Ukrainian vehicles had cleared, and these guys were following up and they hit mines that they didn't know were going to be there? I don't know. That's to me, that's the $1 million question. But we're not going to know from this. It's impossible to tell. So really quick, what I'm saying is this could have been a successful attack that lost vehicles, but we'll never know because we don't have the zoom out of the aftermath after these vehicles were hit right here.
Thanks, George. Yeah, the fog of war and everything. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm slotting in for Doman for a couple of hours. Hopefully, Robin will be up in a little bit, and she's being beamed up as I speak. So I think it was Mark, then Laughing, if I've got that right.
Yeah, thanks, Shaggy. So that video with the destroyed or damaged Ukrainian vehicles, it's probably been talked about before, but I thought it was a daylight issue, wasn't it? Wasn't it filmed in daylight? So does that mean that they were going somewhere where they didn't expect to actually have any problems? Because I thought they would have been, if they were attacking, would they not be attacking primarily overnight?
Any ideas, George?
Yeah, the original video seems to be from that one that Mark was talking about. Looks like it was daylight. So I don't know if this is like I said, this was the initial attack at daylight, and then the night attack happened. Like, there's no way to tell because we have no input other than what the Russians are trying to show us, that this was a destroyed attack. But the thing that sticks in my mind is that path exists going from right to left, and I don't know what's beyond that path. Did the Ukrainians break through, and this is what was destroyed on the initial attack? I don't know. Laughing Tommy, I see your hand really shot up when I was talking about it. You got anything you could add to this? Because it looks like you saw some videos maybe that I didn't see. So correct me if I'm wrong, but.
So the video that seems to be the most with the best quality, so you can actually identify stuff, because most of stuff coming out of Russia is apparently shot for a potato. But there's a 2-minute 46-second video that shows stuff pretty well. I will put it up in the nest, and there are also frames from a Telegram channel that seem to be showing the attack where there's a T-64 that's destroyed, and the footage. I'm trying to find the video from which the earlier photos are taken, and I'll put them both up in the nest as soon as I can. I'm just rapidly going through stuff I've bookmarked.
Yeah, thanks, Laughing. Yeah, because that'll help. Because, like I said, I don't know if this was like a company attack or this was a company of a bigger attack that just got. That finally the Russians realized, oh, these guys are coming this way, and in the middle of the night or something, airdrop some mines there. I have no idea. So it's going to be. These are questions that are unanswerable. But these losses will happen. You're going to have them. This is not way open territories, right? So you're going to have to slug it out initially. If that slugged out happens, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, or 2-3 weeks or a month, eventually, like Raver said, that shell's going to crack, and what's underneath that shell is pretty much mush, because they just don't have the equipment to defend everywhere.
Yeah, it's very much a case, I guess, of how thick is that eggshell. Are there any places in the shell which are weak compared to other parts of the shell? Is that I'm understanding that's the kind of the probing action that's going on at the moment, probing kind of a bit of the depth of this eggshell, just to find some weak points and then exploiting them. I've got that right, George?
Sorry, repeat again. Shaggy.
So at the moment, there's kind of these probing operations, seem to be probing operations to probe the shell to see if there's any kind of parts of the shell which are thinner than the other, and then maybe exploiting them. Oh, I don't know if it's me. Anybody else?
I hear you there, Shaggy. So can I just jump in on that one? I mean, I think the trouble is we all react to these videos and we all interested in what's going on. And to be honest, we probably ought to just go away for 3 days and come back a bit later on and find out what happened, rather than speculating too much, or focus on things which we can do more positively in a way.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I mean, I learned this on the last year when when we were all waiting for the Kherson offensive to start, and it seemed to take ages, and then suddenly Kharkiv happened. So I learned the lesson I learned last year was, well, I can get a bit myopic looking for things and waiting for things in one area and then completely miss something somewhere else. So yeah, basically I just trust in the armed forces of Ukraine now. So they'll do what they need to do. What can I do? Well, I can't really help much on the battlefield, and I've never been in the military, so my advice isn't going to be any good. So yeah, I'll just bonk Russians online with my fella, try and raise funds and try and raise spirits, and that's basically what I can do. So that's what I kind of focus on. I look at some of these videos, but yeah, I can't. From my personal point of view, I can't really see an awful lot. I don't want to get down a terrible place thinking, oh no, it's all going wrong, because, well, it's early.
Yeah, but you don't know, do you? So to change the topic then, if we may, perhaps. I've seen a few videos, a few things from Chef Xenia, who's obviously a frequent visitor to this space. He appears to be doing some great things with distributing MREs. He appeared to be receiving from, I think he said Paris, and he's got a big fundraiser going. I think it's an ongoing fundraiser for his operation. But it all looked very, fantastic to see those efforts being made by people like him and so many other people to help.
Yeah, I fully agree. Chef Xenia is one of the causes that I support. So I've got a monthly amount that goes out to him, and that gets me access, I think, some YouTube access to some videos on YouTube or something like that, which I watch. I'm not quite sure what level I'm at. But yeah, he did mention pineapple the other day, which kind of obviously usually sets off Twitter and causes a little bit of a war within a war, as it were.
I voted for pineapple. I mean, I'm okay with that. I don't have to eat it every time, but it's there as an option.
Yeah, I don't know if we should open the lid on that can of pineapple, actually. That could derail things an awful lot. I'll just add that I had plum on a pizza once, which actually worked really well. But no more pizza talk. No more pizza talk. Otherwise, we'll get completely sidetracked. But yeah, he does some great jobs, and his videos are really, really good. So it is worth subscribing and paying something a month to his fundraiser just to get access to these extra videos that you can on YouTube. That's my little plug for him. I know he's a friend of the space and everything, so I think that's okay. And he's a very blunt guy, as most chefs are, actually. I find, but he's very good. He's got a great laugh. He's got a big heart. He shows his feelings, whether they're good or bad. Yeah, he's a very, very, very nice guy, actually. Yeah, I like him, and I really. I've not actually seen any videos of the soldiers actually eating these MREs, or I might have done, but I can't remember them off the top of my head. But I would actually like to see kind of what they think about them. I mean, they must be great, and the food he provides looks really good, and it's really nutritious. How he cooks it all. So yeah, I'd like to one day see kind of what the troops on the ground actually think of it, and see whether they actually talk or just wolf it down. And I suspect the latter. I suspect they will wolf it down with smiles on their faces and full bellies. So yeah, definitely a very good cause.
I also pay for the Patreon to get his extra videos. The guy is a riot, and I must say for the Ukrainian soldiers, it must be like having a very large, short-haired, tattooed babusa taking care of them.
Yeah, yeah, great, great picture you just put in my head. Yeah, I just pictured him in a little pinny. Yeah, with a big fluffy dress on. That would be funny. That I might try and create a meme of that. Actually, that'd be quite amusing. I'm pretty sure he'd laugh at that as well. The only downside of him producing so good food is the contrast, I guess, with the food that he doesn't produce. That's the only downside, but it's kind of a happy downside because it's like, oh, are we getting Chef Z food or are we not today? And everyone's hoping for Z, for Chef Zenia food.
The fellow whose name I can't forget, it's Richard something from Frontline Kitchen. He did a review of, he got a hold of Russian MREs, and he did a set of tweets, a review of it. It was hysterical, and the stuff is not, my dog would not eat this stuff. So, I have the feeling that, the general MREs that Ukrainian soldiers eating may not be tasty, but still.
Yeah, a lot of bit about the calories. Yeah, Frontline Kitchen seems to have turned into a bit of a Frontline Kennels at the moment as well. With lots of dog and cat rescues.
The rescue of animals is one of the most touching things about the whole story. When you see the Ukrainians saving each other, obviously, but going out of their way to save a little kitten hanging on the side of a wall, or a dog, out on a board in the Black Sea. I just saw a video of somebody making quite an effort to get a dog that had been stuck on a board and had floated down the river from who knows where. It really shows the difference between the two sides.
Yeah, it definitely does. The animal videos break my heart. The human ones do as well, but for some reason, I don't know, the animal ones, I don't know. I think maybe because, I know the civilians there, the Ukrainian civilians there are innocent victims of this. But in my life, I always think animals are more innocent than humans because they kind of, I don't know, it's just something about them. So when they're in distress and whatever, it just really gets my heart. Maybe I'm just a horrible human. But I definitely prefer animals a lot of the time to humans, to be completely frank.
Agreed. There's a line I can't quite remember. Maybe someone knows it better than I do, but from The Little Prince, where he says something about if you've tamed an animal, then you're responsible for it. And that's all of these domesticated animals. They can't possibly manage without us. And I think that's part of what I find so touching about these. A human being has some agency, and you hope that they can help themselves to survive. They need help, but they have some agency to do something. These animals are completely at our mercy and dependent on us.
Yeah, especially animals that have become pets, so that they rely on us to look after them. Especially dogs. Cats are a little bit more, can be a little bit more independent, but even cats need looking after, especially house cats and stuff like that. And wild animals as well. Okay, they're not used to being looked after by humans, but none of it is their fault. Absolutely no blame could be put on them whatsoever. So whenever they're the things that, yeah, as I said, get my heart going and get me the most, well, not the most annoyed, but very annoyed, should we say. Yeah, there was a picture of there was a video earlier today I saw of a cat that was swimming towards a boat and got rescued, and the cat did not look happy. It looked kind of happy to be rescued, but was still coughing water out of itself. So yeah, that kind of brought a little moisture to my eye. Actually, I had to turn it off for a bit before I rewatched it again a few times.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
a reaction. I think, one of the interesting things too is all those cat rescues. I haven't seen one video where the cat has scratched or clawed or bitten the person rescuing them. It's like they know somehow that we can go back to being obnoxious cats once we're safe, but now this person is just trying to help me.
yeah, it just shows the trust. Probably a lot to do with exhaustion as well, and maybe just hasn't got the strength. But they do generally. I don't know. Cats generally, I can't really read their faces very often. Dogs a little bit more. but they just look genuinely bloody happy to be rescued. So more boats required. Maybe not those air ones, although I did think maybe they could be used on the Ukrainian control side, because sound and noise of them isn't that much of a problem compared to the Russian side, and then free up those more quieter boats for doing the rescues on the Russian control side, the currently Russian control side, which hopefully won't be controlled by them for much longer. Hopefully
Yeah.
not to get out of the house. Sorry, Robin, carry on.
No, definitely. I was going to say, God willing, it won't be too much longer that the Russians are in control of everything, over there. One of the things that really just I'm so angry these days. I just want to kill somebody, and it's not a good thing. But the fact that before they broke the dam, they were going around for days confiscating boats and looting to make sure before they destroyed everything that, one, they had all the washing machines and everything they wanted, and two, that people couldn't get out. And they were turning people back right after the dam was blown, who were still had cars, who still would have been able to get out, and they were turned back. It's just inhuman.
Yeah, it's definitely inhumane. Definitely an inhumane thing to do. Some humans just haven't got very much humanity, if any, at all. We're all human, but we have various levels of humanity in us, I think. I mean, sometimes mine disappears as well, especially when I get angry and head towards that wall of hate, as it were. But fortunately, I've bounced back and I'm still here, and I haven't killed anyone yet. So that's kind of good for anybody out there. Yeah, so anyway, I'll stop waffling now. On to some news, maybe. Do you have any you want to give Robin, or should I have a little Oh, Nick, just hand shot up there. Good afternoon, Nick.
Hi. No, I have a completely unrelated point, but it's an interesting story I read. United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby arguing for a ban on Russia overflight for all carriers that operate to the US. And Scott would like us to believe that this is primarily for safety reasons. I presume, in fact, it's because, and I think this is fair enough, that if you're United Airlines or a European airline and you're trying to go to Japan or somewhere that you would normally fly over Russia, you can't, whereas China Airlines and Air India can. But he's definitely denying it's anything to do with competition. I'm not going to criticize him too much. It is an issue. It is an issue for Western airlines that they are disadvantaged now on long haul routes by the sanctions, and perhaps something should be done. Airlines that fly over Russia would have to use airports in the country in the event of an emergency or a medical diversion. What happens if prominent US citizens are on board one of those flights? The potential for an international crisis would be almost unavoidable. We should solve for this before a crisis happens. I have to say, while I agree with the general point, I think he's somewhat over-egging the security issue and somewhat under-egging the competitiveness issue. But I think we should talk about the competitiveness issue. European and American and allied airlines are currently running at a disadvantage. It used to be that Helsinki used to be a great base for going to Japan, because you just hopped over the pole and dropped down over Siberia. And now Helsinki to Tokyo is, instead of being one of the shorter routes, is one of the longer routes, because you get to go via the Black Sea. So I don't know whether this is going to come up as an issue, or whether the airlines are starting to get a little bit bored of watching themselves potentially get undercut by airlines that can save a lot of fuel by going over Russia. But yes, unrelated to anything else, but seeing as no one else had their hands up, I thought I would drop in that particular point, because I wrote it down on my little bit of paper to bring up. And I like to sort of cross things off. I'm trying to get better at having great ideas of things to say on the space, and then getting called up about 4 minutes later and going, oh, it's gone.
Nick, that is an improvement that we should all make. I mean, I do have a little pad next to me. I didn't for quite a while, and then when I eventually got called up and asked to speak, I'd forgotten my point, and it is really annoying. So yeah, having a pad with some scribbles on it is very handy. So yeah, gold star for you, Nick. That's excellent. And I agree with your point as well. I think there's probably transit fees that Russia gets for overflights. I'm not 100% sure, but I would assume there's transit fees and using their air traffic control and payments made. So yeah, and those companies that are allowed to fly over, it's a form of war profiteering, in my view. That's just my ignorant view, but yeah, that's what I think about that. Yeah, so how that could be, how could that be stopped? That's only secondary sanctions, I think. That's the only thing I can think of. Mockers, quickly then, Jamie.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I've just retweeted something that, well, it's a video of a repaired Leopard tank. And apparently all it needed was a bit of a repair. You know, that Leopard tank that was completely out of action and oh no, it's lost. Yeah, it's been repaired. So just so you can stop worrying about it, really.
Excellent. A little lick of paint, a little bit of a buff here and there. Job's a good one. When those tanks are solid, yeah, I mean, obviously the tankies are going to say, "Oh, it's a different tank," blah 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 blah. But yeah, if it's the same tank and it's been repaired that quickly, that does not surprise me that much, actually, because the Ukrainians are very, very good at doing their repairs very quickly. They'll have moved a lot of spares and stuff like that up to just behind the line, so that when things get hit, they can quickly, with their rescue vehicles, move them back. Get them patched up if that's possible, new tracks on them, all that kind of stuff, and then back out there with a very quick turnaround. Jamie, and then Nick.
Stole my thunder. Yeah, that was one of the things I was going to say. I had just seen that, but also an aid package per telegram. U.S. has announced a new 2.1 billion package of long-term military assistance, including additional Patriot ammunition, Hawk missiles, and 100 millimeter and 203 millimeter artillery rounds.
Oh, thanks for those details. Yeah, I'd heard there was a long range, a kind of package that was supposed to be for things coming a little bit later in, but I hadn't actually delved into it yet. That's on my to-do list. I only finished work about an hour and a half ago, so I haven't got around to doing that yet. I'm currently looking at the EU natural gas price, which seems to have shot up. It's still relatively low over the past 2 years, but it seems to have gone from about 23 what is that, euros per megawatt hour, and it's about 32 now, so it's up about 50% in a couple of days. I'll try and dig down and find out why that is. Nick.
Yeah, I'm just imagining what it's like being a tank repairman, and you bring your tank in, and the mechanic sort of takes his cigarette out of his mouth and goes, you know, what you done here then? You know, although of course, I mean, most of the Russians are cut and shut by now, aren't they? Something else that's on my bit of paper, just again, since I keep getting advertisements. I don't know if other people have seen this. I keep getting an advertisement on Twitter for a little remote controlled flying plane. Have you seen it? It sort of seems to be made of plastic, and it revs up and flies out the window and comes back. I clicked on the ad because I thought, is that an F-15? But it turns out it's an Su-35, so I won't be buying one. But you can buy if anyone else has seen that plane, it doesn't say on the advert what it is, but it's an Su-35, so you probably don't want one. Or I suppose you could crash it spectacularly.
Yeah, turn it into a remote one, and it might go over Belgrade and fall out of the sky a little bit. Yeah, I've got a method when I see an ad on Twitter, I basically just block the organisation that's promoting that ad to me. So over time, I see less and less ads. But if you look at my timeline, I've been seeing some strange ads. I've been fed some strange ads over the last couple of days. Yeah, so I won't describe what they are on this space, but just go to my timeline and have a little look at some very strange things that I've been.
Well, you do know they're based on your browsing history, so maybe this is a time to change the topic.
But I've just been
I only see wholesome adverts for fresh fruit and vegetables and classical music on my timeline. So I like it that way.
I literally just only Google Ukrainian stuff. That's all I do these days. So I definitely don't Google anything dodgy. So I have no idea why these are coming up, but they're making me laugh anyway. The latest one today, I have no idea. Somebody tell me what it is, some kind of bag holder or something, but it looks strange. Anyway, I'll leave that there for a second. Jamie.
I did have one comment about the animal scratching. De facto, and I don't know if y'all know who Corey is, or the woodsy one. He's one of Chef Jenya's recruits from Canada, and he's amazing. And he was down there. The person that they were working with from the Caspian Legion, I believe, actually got really badly scratched the first day from a panicky cat. But later on in his series of pictures, April de facto is holding a cat and he's feeding it out of its hand, and the cat is just staring adoringly at both of them, and that is just my heart. So they showed all the animals they rescued. I can send you that if you'd like. It's just really uplifting.
Yeah. Send that to me. That'd be lovely. I'd love to see that. Yeah, I send monies to a friend of mine, a Twitter friend, Ukrainian girl in Kiev, and she buys a load of cat food and then gives that out to various rescue centres that she knows. She also goes through a lot of these fake Twitter accounts which are pretending to be rescue centres, which actually aren't. A lot of them are based in Nigeria or various places like that. Which is not very good either. But she sorts through a lot of those and lets people know which are fake sites and which are not, which is very handy. So I basically just give money to her, and then she buys the food and does the rest. Jamie.
Sorry to monopolize, but I have just a bunch of things today. I have to check, but one of my mom's dog's former vets is a higher up at Purina, and I have to check if she's still there. With that connection, is there someone I can, if I find out that she's still there and possibly we can get food donated, can I get in touch with you?
Oh yeah, definitely DM me. I can see that I'm following you and you're following me, so yeah, you can definitely DM me, and I can pass that information on to my friend in Kyiv, and then well, she knows she's very connected there. She knows loads of people, so she'll get that information to the right place as well, and obviously keep you informed of it all as well. So that'd be great. Thank you, Jamie.
I mean, this is one of the head vets that's so working on the product. So I just have to do some research, and I will shut up for now.
If you got more stuff, Jamie, just carry on. We got no more hands, you see. So you're the only one. So yeah, if you got more stuff to talk about, then let it all out, as they say.
Oh, there was a great graphic this morning by a Ukrainian journalist about both sidism, and I have to send that to you too because it's amazing. Yes. And I think I saved that. And yeah, that's all I have really right now.
Both sidism is one of the most insidious things about this. It's definitely something we have to fight. So the more memes, the better. In relatively recent news, I don't know if this was discussed already, but apparently Ukrainian armed forces. This is reported on Ukrinform, so which is the government site. So I'm assuming it's reliable. That apparently the Russians, in the midst of doing rotational activities, were at a disadvantage, and they have Ukraine has they say our units have advanced up to 1,200 meters in some areas, so they are making advances there, which is a good news.
Yeah, thanks for that, Robin. I'm reading a little report, not a good one, that a glide bomb may have hit a hospital in Zaporizhia. This is from Maiden Press. I don't know if Mockers has heard about this or not. It's very recent, so I haven't. I just saw it come over my news now feed, which is now stalled before the. Oh no, there we go. I just need to verify I'm a human. I think I'm human. I'm human today. Yeah, so that doesn't look good.
What did you need from the shaggy fella there?
I was reading a report saying Russia drops glide bomb on a hospital in the Zaporizhia Oblast.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Oh, was that yesterday?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's exactly what we did.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, it's just it's the first time I've read that one. You see, so I must have missed that yesterday. Damn.
Oh yeah, I just spotted the Euromaidan Press had a tweet. Yeah, the frontline town of Huliapol in Zaporizhia Oblast. Yeah, apparently there was some. Whoops, I'm now having to say that I'm human. Let's see, 46-year-old hospital employee and a plumber and a 55-year-old nurse were killed, and there are some other wounded. Yeah, hospitals are certainly military targets, aren't they?
Yeah, if you're Russian, the more civilian, the more protected by the Geneva Convention a place is, the more of a target it is. I think that's the Russian mentality, basically. Don't go for the military so much; they might fight back over the civilians. They'll fight back a little bit less, but they will still fight back, and definitely go for those in hospitals as well. So they've got at least chance of fighting back. So yeah, the Russians will go for those as often as they can because they are. I was going to swear then, but I'll save the money for another thing. Yeah, well, it's not good. Mockers, I did read that. I don't get up. I'm normally in work and I can't listen to your numbers anymore. But I did see today that there was over 1,000. So we're in quadruple figures today, which was good news and probably expected as well, considering the counter-offensive is kicking off, has kicked off. So yes, I just wonder what the number is going to be before Russia finally calls it a day and says surrender or withdraws or whatever, or just gets the hell out of Ukraine. I hope it's sooner rather than later. Obviously, Nick, hand up. Hello.
Yeah, no, continuing on the air overflight issue. An alert listener sent me a link to a story of Air India. So we may have seen this, that there was a plane from Delhi to San Francisco that had to divert to a small airport in Russia called Magadan, or either Magdan or Magadan. So not Magaluf and not Maga, but Magadan, Russia. And they've been there for a couple of days now. A day and a half, I think. And Air India was going to send a plane to go and pick them up. And it seemed there were some US citizens on the plane, but it seemed that wasn't the biggest problem. The problem was that they landed in a town that doesn't have very many hotel rooms. So there are pictures of basically they look like it looks like there's been like a disaster of some kind. They're lying on mattresses in a school. Some people were sent to a school and are lying on mats on the floor. The toilet facilities are not right, you can imagine. Language is a barrier. The food here is very, very different. There's a lot of seafood and non-veg. I can imagine if you're an Indian vegetarian that Russian food is probably a bit of a challenge. Some people are just eating bread and soup, older people running out of medicine. So yeah, if you get on a plane and you're overflying Russia, pack a couple of extra days worth of blood pressure medication, even if you don't take blood pressure medication, I imagine, because if you have to divert, you may not be put up at the Hilton while you're waiting.
Yeah, Hiltons are rather nice as well, I have to say. I like them better than Marriott's. But I had a little bit of news. The Iranians seem to be stepping up a little bit on the Russian side. There's a report out today from the US, from the White House, saying that they suspect there's a drone factory being built east of Moscow to help the Russians build their own drones. So this is according to AP. So there's some satellite imagery taken in April. I guess several hundred miles east of Moscow. So hopefully within range of some dronage of some sort. John Kirby gave the information to the journalist. Plant is in Russia's Alabuga special economic zone. So you can all Google that one straight away. So the Russians have received apparently several hundred one-way attack drones from Iran, as well as drone production related equipment, so they can start making their own. So this is big worry. Do actually
Nick, hot mic.
Yeah, Nick, you got a hot mic. You're tapping away. Thank you. Thanks, Robin. I wondered who that was because I'm reading this report at the moment. So yeah, that's not good. They apparently put an order in for 2,400 of these. This is an assessment of the Ukrainian side, and Russia has deployed about 400. She had 136 drones into Ukraine with a total order for 2,400. Not a very good news.
That is not
So
a good.
it's not good news, but news is news. It is what it is. Hopefully it isn't. But based on kind of who's saying it, yeah, it looks like it's news, and yeah, I hope that plant has a sudden smoking accident of some kind. What do you think, Robin? Smoking accident?
We have to talk to finance about getting a shipment of Attack'em brand cigarettes, the cigarettes that smoke you. On slightly better news, Timothy Snyder, who is always worth a read in my opinion, I'm a bit of a fangirl, I have to admit, had an article from the 6th, that's 2 days ago, on his Substack called Politics Returns to Russia. And, although I do subscribe to what President Zelensky said when he was asked about what he thought was going to happen after Russia is finally defeated, and he said, I don't care, which I agree, I really don't care. But at the same time, more disruption and dysfunction in Russia, in what's left of the Russian Federation, is probably good for all the rest of the world, because it's harder for them to be actively fomenting problems in the rest of the world if they've got enough of their own. And one of the things that Snyder, the title was Politics Returns to Russia. I don't know if I said that. What he talks about is the fact that Putin's whole setup is really based on no politics, that there's a head oligarch, which we know who he is, and fake elections, but basically no one is allowed to, you don't have multiple groups contesting power the way you have in the rest of our countries, that there's one there's one opinion, and that's the only one that you are allowed to have. He's managed to keep this going for quite a few years because the economic situation was, although I wouldn't want to live there, I think for Russia it was pretty stable. What's happening now, and it's beginning to show up in some of the news feeds, is that people are beginning to notice. There's just recently, and I could find it in a minute, but I'll just tell you what. Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty has an article about a growing number of Russian Orthodox priests who are rather quietly, but still working, against this invasion and against the Putin. I was going to say administration. What do you want? That's not the right word, but the Putin's regime. And there's also in the last day or two, there's in fact, let me just find this fellow's name because I don't remember it. There was a trial of someone who has, who has been a foe of the government and has been, and I'm not finding it, of course, and has been quite outspoken. I did have this. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I had this bookmarked. I don't. But there's a 70-some-odd-year man who's part of a group that has been for years working against the government. So it looks as though people are starting to notice a little bit, and we can only hope that it increases.
Thanks, Robin. Yeah, sorry, I was just going through the nest there a second. Couldn't see what I was looking for. But anyway, another positive little bit of news, which has surprised me anyway, is from the Ukrainian economy minister, Yulia, oh, blimey, Surivdenko, something Denko,
Just put an Denko on the end.
Put Denko, S Denko, S-Denko. There we go. So Ukrainians' real GDP in the first quarter of this year increased by 2.4% compared to the fourth quarter of 2022. So that's a little bit of positive news on the economic side. It's just a little short article, just gives that number, a little bit of waffle, but that's basically the takeaway from that. So looks like the economy's definitely stabilized. 2.4% in most places would be considered quite a lot. But obviously, it's going to fluctuate a hell of a lot because of the ongoing aggression by Russia. But it's a good sign. Jamie.
That's pretty darn amazing. I wonder what the Russian growth GDP is.
Yeah, depends if they're made up figures or real ones.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah, exactly. Jamie.
Oh, speaking about economics, hang on one sec. I have to get it back. Oh, Ukrainian hackers from the Cyber Anarchy Squad have hacked the Moscow provider JS Infotel. So let me find out what that is. Infotel JSC is a Moscow-based provider that is responsible for interaction between the Central Bank of Russia and other legal entities in Russia, banks, online stores, credit institutions, etc.
Yeah, I read that this morning. Actually, you just reminded me about that. I read that this morning. So this was kind of like a anonymous type operation. The infamous hackers, but they're on a Ukraine side, so they're all good right now. And one of their things, I think, if you do hashtag op Russia, you'll find a load of their stuff, what they're doing. So yeah, apparently this was kind of a bit of a central hub. Some people said some bank machines and stuff like that went down for just one day. And other people said that other banks are still, and other companies linked to this system are still down 36 hours later. This was this morning, so I'll have a little dig into this as well to see how that's going now. But yeah, this was kind of I wouldn't say it was the Russian SWIFT system, but it was a pretty substantial middleman, as it were, organising funds from the central bank and various other banks and various other large institutions and companies. So quite a serious hack. It was reported that they trashed the infrastructure. Now, whenever I difficult to do.
Trash is such a beautiful word.
Yeah, I did like that. I read that. I thought that's maybe a little bit hyperbolic, but I mean, hopefully, fingers crossed, toes crossed, and everything like that. That would be great if they did actually manage to wipe everything and get to the backup servers as well, which is the difficult bit usually, because they're usually offline, and that's what backup systems usually do. But we'll see. They're Russians. They're generally can be a bit stupid, so hopefully they've continued.
Yeah, speaking of grassroots, what's the word? Grassroots work, whatever. There was an article on the Ministry of Defense website, Gore, that it's wonderful in how little it tells you, because apparently Come Back Alive Foundation, which is a wonderful, wonderful Ukrainian charity, and Defense Intelligence of Ukraine have a project called Black Box, which they say has already caused the enemy losses over $700 million. And apparently it has to do with pinpointing logistics centers, transport hubs, and places where military equipment and manpower are concentrated. Now they go on to hint about all sorts of things and don't tell you exactly what's happening, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of this has to do with some with tracing of cell phone calls and other online stuff. So there's all sorts of stuff going on under the radar that we don't know about. But one of the things I have been thinking is that I cannot wait to see the books that will come out, God willing, after Ukraine has totally destroyed what's left of Russia in their country, and see what's been going on under the radar, because I bet you there's some unbelievable stories.
Yeah, these are the kind of stories that only really come out afterwards, obviously for OPSEC reasons, and also just stitching it all together as well, what happens. So, yeah, when the story is told, there's going to be many, many heroes found, many large heroic events and very small heroic events. I kind of veer towards the small, single, personal heroic events. They touch me the most. The big events where everyone gets together are good, but it's the small ones that which get me. Probably because they're more personal. Yeah. How about you?
Yeah, exactly. The individual, individuals taking it upon themselves to do something. I think that's part of what's so attractive about. I mean, what so many people love about the Ukrainians is that, I remember a couple of months ago reading that there was a problem with the tanks, that the barrels at a certain point are no good anymore. They have to be repaired. They have to be dealt with. Now with the Russian tanks, what do? They leave them, and they just leave them on the battlefield and walk away. Apparently, what happened with the Ukrainian tanks is the commander of one of these units. He knew some guy down the road who had a machine shop for cars. And so he went down with one of these barrels and said, "Hey, look, we got a problem here. What can you do about it?" And they figured out how to retool these things a couple of miles from the front and get them right back on the tanks. They used to call Israel the startup nation. I mean, maybe they still do. I think Ukraine is going to end up being a massive startup nation once the Russians are finally driven out. There's so much intelligence and go get whatever you want to call it. They're go-getters. They're people who will, they'll see a problem and they'll go all out to fix it. I think Ukraine is going to end up being a huge powerhouse in Europe and in the world. We just have to get these damn Russians, pardon me, $5 to the square jar. Let's get these damn Russians another $5 out of Ukraine now, as soon as possible, before they can do more damage.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just reading a post I just got sent by Beefeater. It was very worrying, actually. So, the Crimean Titan chemical plant is ready to blow. Is kind of the headline. This is in the Kyiv Post. I'm not the biggest fan of the Kyiv. A Moscow rigs toxic chemical plant next. So that doesn't sound good.
And unfortunately, it's totally in character.
Exactly. I mean, I do think that I think there's been. I think because Russia's now very worried. I think I actually think it may, in my speculation here, it may have decided that he's going to lose. And as Axel and a few other people have said, that they've just gone into scorched earth policy now, and basically that's how they're going to act. Any way they can scorch the earth and scorch the people, the Ukrainian people on that earth. That's what they're going to be doing.
Yeah,
Which is
exactly. It's the abusive boyfriend who finally realizes his girl's not coming back to him, so he's going to kill her to make sure nobody else gets her. Very similar, thick.
yeah. I don't want to sound doomy or anything like that. It's more to prepare people for what may come. But yeah, it's not
Also,
good.
it will be harder for Russia to say that to try to say, oh, the Ukrainians did it, we didn't do it, if it's already out there that everyone knows that they've been preparing it. I mean, I think that's what has happened with this dam, and God willing, that's what's going to happen with Zaporizhia power plant, because we've definitely been hearing from Ukrainian intelligence that that they have been up to things.
Yeah, I mean, even though this information is kind of a bit scary and worrying, it is good to get it out there first before it happens, because it may pause them in their moves if they know that the eyes are on it, and if they did something, then they would definitely be blamed for it. So yeah. I mean, amongst I can't report all good news because that would be paint a false picture. I don't want to report all bad news either, because there are good things that are happening. There are heroic things that are happening as well. So it's just this process of getting rid of the Russians as quickly as possible. So what can we do? It's about that time in the US when you can start calling up your senators and your Congress people, and writing letters and emails. In the UK, it's 5 o'clock now in the UK, so they've probably gone off down to the pub. But you can still send emails. You can still retweet stories and get Ukraine's story out there. You can retweet this space as well, MriyaReport, and get more people in here listening to the news that we provide. Some people provide it better than others. Most people provide it better than I do. But I do my best. And Ioana, who's a very good provider of news, has just put her hand up.
Hi, Shaggy and Robin. Glad to see you there. I don't know if you talked about this, but apparently there were some booms in Henichesk, and because our boomologist Mokers is not here, I thought to bring this news. It is very interesting because after the retreat from the right bank of Kherson, the Russian army established the headquarters there in Henichesk, which is a small city, but it was far away from the front line and normally out of the range of the HIMARS. But now there were multiple blows to Henichesk. And according to an account that I follow, Benjamin Pité, which does geolocation and has satellite photos and things like this, he geolocated this to headquarters of the Russian army that was allegedly visited by Putin in April. So this is interesting. So I was wondering if you have talked about it. It's Henichesk is very close to Crimea, to the eastern side of Crimea.
No, I've not talked about that yet. It's the first time hearing about it. I don't know if it's been talked earlier in the day. I'm not allowed to listen because I'm sat in front of my managers for the past few weeks, which is really unfortunate. But from next week, I'll be out in my van again with my Bluetooth speaker, listening as much as I can. So hopefully I'll get caught up on more news. So if you've got any more info on that, Ioana, let us know.
Okay, I'll let you know. And in the meantime, I'll send you the link.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. I'm trying to multitask here, catching up in back channels, catching up on my news feeds to see if there's anything I can bring you, which probably wouldn't have been brought before. But then again, Mockers is and you guys are so good at this that it's hard to probably just be repeating what's been said earlier. So yeah.
I don't understand. Some of our fellow co-hosts seem to be able to completely focus on being on the space and doing massive amounts of research at the same time. I get totally confused.
I'm just a brain dead doggo, so I just lean back on that, and that's me. That's me. So yeah, I can't help it. I have a couple of brain cells, and sometimes they're connected, and sometimes they're not. And right now, I might actually have a slurp of coffee.
Yeah, we do what we can, don't we? I think I'm on the brain dead doggo side of things too. Maybe we should talk to them about putting one of these superpowers with one of us.
Yeah, well, I just failed having a slurp of coffee, but I just realised I had no coffee in my cup. So that's how brain dead I am at the moment. So obviously, I definitely need this coffee. There we go. You can probably hear the coffee going into my mouth. So over to you, Robin, for 30 seconds while I have a slurp of this and get some caffeine in me.
That sounds like a good idea. I'm several bathtubs into the coffee already, although I think it's probably later in my day than it is yours, Shaggy. Let's see what we have here. Very interesting article. Kost Elisevich, who I don't know other than from looking at articles of his sometimes. He seems to be, I think he's some kind of a psychiatrist or something. He's MD, PhD. I am still in the midst of digesting this, so I'm just going to tell you what this will be coming attraction, so you have to tune in later. It's an article that it's from May 10th. I just found it. Russian disinformation and the inconvenience of truth, and it's a discussion of what effect propaganda and lack of a centralized authority that keeps people enthralled so that you're not allowed to have your own opinions, basically. What effect this has in the long term on how people relate to the world, and he's drawing a comparison to the Nazi regime as well as to what's been going on in Russia now. And one of the things that Timothy Snyder talks about, which I wish people were more aware of, is the fact that the philosophy that's not the right word. The ideology that Putin subscribes to is not only Nazi-like. It is actually based on Nazi writers. I mean, this is the second coming of the Holocaust. The difference being this time that Ukrainians have weapons and they have a trained army. Jews are a lot easier to roll over. And I think part of Putin's miscalculation is he thought he was dealing with a bunch of people who were just going to, give up and run away when they invaded. And I don't know how. It must be. He doesn't seem to have a good handle on actual Ukrainian history. So this may be part of it. Which, as they say about history, those who forget it are doomed to repeat it. And Putin, God willing, will go down just the way Hitler did. And I see Redstone has his hand up, so we'll go to you next.
Yeah, I have like a speculative question, and it comes from the idea that it's almost it's a sure thing that Putin and his regime, they're going to dig in deep. Now, at some point, it's got to be obvious to those in power circles within the Kremlin that they obviously know they're following a strategy of one person, and there's all this power play going on. But I do wonder, in terms of events which could be catastrophic for Russia as well, such as any sort of damage to the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. The flooding that just occurred is bad enough, and that obviously will cause issues for Crimea later on, which is a suggestion that Putin doesn't care about Crimea anymore, really, as well. He's just out there to throw a tantrum and destroy things. Maybe that fits into his plan of handicapping Ukraine as a place of land because it suits him somehow. But I do wonder if there are those in Russia who still have various forms of power and control, if they see that this doesn't serve their best interests, especially something like, the nuclear option, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I have to wonder that has to really be splitting the regime in certain ways, because that none of this bodes well for Russia's future. It just doesn't. It's conventional war and bombs and landmines is one thing, but when if he chooses to go down these other paths, it just doesn't work. It's not good for anyone. And I wonder if we're going to see signs of that fraying as.
Oh, I think it's a good point. It's a good point, and I think we are already. I mean, look at Prigozhin, and Prigozhin is taking off after Shoigu. There's a real circular firing squad going on among some of the higher ups, which all of this goes to show that the faster Ukraine wins, the faster we can not give a flying whatever about what's going on inside Russia. So I mean, for example, Zaporizhia. If Ukraine can get control of Zaporizhia quickly, then they won't have time to do anything. So I think we have to redouble our efforts to get all of the weaponry that Ukraine needs now and help them to win quickly. Now, Iona has her hand up. Am I pronouncing your name right? I'm sorry. Iona, right?
It's Ioana, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm used.
Sorry. I had a brain fart.
It's not a problem, Robin. It's okay. I understand when it's about my name. So yeah, there are a lot of things to say here. About propaganda, I stumbled upon another tweet today so the author was trying to explain how the propaganda worked during Soviet times when the KGB agents were required to go to the office with some alternative stories prepared in order to promote the Soviet ideas and so on. And there was like a creative fervor to create stories and to sell them as being the truth, and everybody knew that it's not the truth. But when you receive this kind of inputs, a lot of stories, even if they are not true, and you realize that they are not true, at one moment you don't know what to believe. So the purpose of propaganda is not necessarily to make you believe a story, is to make you doubt everything, to doubt reality, to doubt the truth. And if you do that, if you arrive in this point, you are much weaker because you don't have any reference point, nothing to relate to. And this undermines trust, undermines community feeling, undermines everything. So that's one of the purposes of the propaganda. It was very interesting. And I want to tell you another story now about Putin may have realized that he will not have Crimea. It's a Russian story. I read it like a few months ago. I don't have it so in front of me, so I'll try to relate it. As I remember it, it was about two persons living at the countryside. One of them had a cow, a beautiful cow, and the other was passing every day past the yard and seeing the cow, how beautiful it was, and he was envying his neighbor for having such a cow. And one day he went to the forest to gather some wood and met with a forest spirit or something, who said that he will fulfill one wish for this person. And what do you think he wished for?
I think I've heard the story, so I'm going to let you say.
Yes.
Yeah, tell us.
He wished for the spirit to kill the neighbor's cow. He didn't wish for a cow himself. Just kill the neighbor's cow. So I think what Putin is doing right now is, if I can't have it, nobody could have it. I think as horrific as it sounds, I think he wants to destroy as much as possible. And that's why we have to help Ukraine to win this war faster, because speed matters. And again, I will say, as long as it takes, it's not enough. As long as it takes is in direct relation with how much help Ukraine gets. So not as long as it takes, quicker. That's what we have to do, all of us to the extent of our possibilities, and of course the Western countries with weapons and with everything that Ukraine needs, ATACMS, planes, everything. They have to win this war faster, because we see what happens when Russia is in charge.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Sorry, Robin, you go.
No, I think we were both going to say the same thing. It's exactly right. we don't want as long as it takes. We want for as fast as it's going to take. You know, we want to as long as it takes. We want to get this war won quickly, and then as long as it takes for Ukraine to build itself back to be even better than it was. But this war needs to be finished, and it needs to be finished as fast as is possible. And we need all of us in the West, anywhere, we need to sacrifice as much as we possibly can. For example, Canada and the United States are not going to war anytime soon, so we don't need a bunch of tanks here. I'm sorry. Send them to Ukraine. We can build some more in the meantime.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. I mean, I view it a little bit, maybe a little bit childishly, but as a game of snakes and ladders. So the more equipment and the better equipment we give to Ukraine, then that's like giving a ladder to a shortcut to end this. To end this, it's not a game, but where the analogy falls down. But to end this aggression by shortcuts. So like F-16s, ATACMS, all this kind of stuff. We'll create ladders, which will create shortcuts, which will end this war quicker. We don't want any wrenches in the system. We're going to have enough snakes in there from the Russian side. But time is, time causes problems. Time can be a great healer, but time can also erode support as well. So definitely, the more quicker. I think that's a mantra that we've all been saying and calling for and trying to get actioned for a long time. But yeah, it's very true. More ladders. Ioana.
Yes, so I just wanted to say that we should all understand that helping Ukraine is not like taking something from us. It will benefit us all. It will benefit the military industry in the countries that are producing weapons and equipment for Ukraine. It will benefit the economy of those countries by salaries and by investments. Helping Ukraine rebuild will benefit everybody who will be involved with investments and opportunities for business. It will benefit Europe to have a new democracy. It will benefit our values, our standing, in this world, our way of being. And everybody should understand this is not a zero-sum game. Putin's mentality is a zero-sum game. There has to be a winner and there has to be a loser, but it's not. That's what the European Union does. It's not a zero-sum game. If we help each other, if we work together, it's a benefit for us all, and including Ukraine in this, it will benefit us even more. So helping Ukraine now, it's not making us lose money. It will make us gain in the future, and even in the near future, not a long distant future. So that's what we have to understand, that helping Ukraine is not only about democratic values and about our stance in this moral world, is about real economic benefits in medium or even longer term, but even on a shorter term. Sorry for stumbling a little bit. Yeah, that I wanted to say. It's not a zero-sum game.
Yeah, it's definitely not a zero-sum game. I mean, and these weapons that we have at our disposal in our arsenals as well are there to defend ourselves, to defend from aggression. I mean, we're not going to go out and just invade countries for no reason whatsoever. We're going to be using them to defend people, and especially in this case with Ukraine. So that's what these weapons are kind of for. And a lot of these weapons, when they were built, were specifically built to face the Soviet/Russian aggression, just in case when the time came. And the time is now, basically. This is the time. So it's been said before quite a few times, actually, is these weapons are sat there not doing their job and not in the hands of people who want to get the job done, which is defend their lands, repel the aggressor. So it's just, it makes my brain go a bit around in circles, actually. Yeah, it's just release them because that's their job. Yeah, yeah.
As many people have pointed out too, I mean, our main foe, all of us in the West, in democracies, is Russia. We're getting it on the cheap here. What the U.S. is spending, what, 2% of GDP or less? No, it's not even GDP. 2% of the defense budget. We haven't broken a fingernail. Ukraine is taking care of it for us. If we don't give Ukraine what it needs, and God forbid Russia is able to spread this farther, we're going to be in a lot more trouble. And it's going to cost a whole lot more later. We're getting this we're getting a fire sale. We're getting a bargain basement prices to take care of the Russian threat once and for all. So we should be giving them everything we possibly can spare at this point.
Yeah, I mean, and the other point is the human capital as well, or the lack of human capital that's required from allies of Ukraine to do this. President Zelensky said right at the start of the war, give us what we need to defend ourselves, and we'll supply the people, and we'll do it ourselves with your help. I can't think of any war where that offer has been made to do all the fighting. Just give them the arms and the ammo to do it. Normally there's a call for troops. Normally there's a call for boots on the ground and stuff like that. But in this case, President Zelensky specifically said, no, we don't want NATO or anyone's boots on the ground. Just give us what we need to defend ourselves. And that's been going on now for over 15 months. And we're still not giving them all the stuff we could give them. So yeah, that's where we need to step up.
Yeah, exactly right. And one of the things that I find, this has been, President Zelensky in his New Year's address, which I've watched about 20 times, it's an incredible, just in terms of speech writing, an incredible speech. But he talks about, he says that last year was the year of Ukraine and the year of Ukrainians, that the world has discovered, I'm going to start crying. The world has discovered Ukraine. And if you look at these, there's these video clips in Kherson, people being driven out of their homes. I mean, people are upset, but there's so much positivity among the rescuers. That one cat that you see, the guy fishing out of the water, he's so happy to have the cat. He's so, the morale seems to be sky high still. And it's an amazing thing among, President Zelensky and, all of the higher ups that we see on the news. They look tired, and you can imagine why they're tired, but at the same time, there's no defeatism. The morale is unbelievable. It's really, it's a testament to the best that human beings can be. It's just so impressive.
Yeah, agreed. You're not going to keep a Ukrainian down, is what I've kind of learned over this. One of the things I've learned over this past 15 months. They're remarkable people, remarkably resilient. When you expect people to come together in war, but you'd also expect there to be kind of troubles and stuff like that. But no, not with the Ukrainians. They've done what they can with what they had. They've done what they can with what they've been given by allies as well, and they've done some amazing stuff. Some of the stuff they've put on planes, so NATO weapons on old Russian equipment. People said, no, you can't do that, and a few weeks later, there we go, it's been done. So
exactly, hold my beer.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure the word impossible doesn't exist in Ukrainian, or if it is, I don't really hear it that often. It's like, yeah, exactly. Hold my beer. I mean, in the US, I think you call them MacGyverers. In the UK, we call them bodgers. I mean, I'm a bit of a bodger myself, but yeah, I can't wait to when I finally get over to Ukraine, just to have chats with some old blokes and see how they do stuff and learn stuff. There's stuff that I've learned and seen them do, which I wouldn't have thought of doing. So, yeah, very industrious, very resilient, and we just need to be there to support them. Why not?
Oh, I just have another news. I've just seen it. So, United States announced a new help package of $2.1 billion for Ukraine. Have you seen that?
Yeah, we saw a little bit of it, but I still haven't got around to digging down to see what it was. I read somewhere there was some shells, various different size shells. Have you got a
So I
breakdown?
can tell you additional munitions for Patriot air defense systems, Hawk air defense systems and missiles, 105 and 203 artillery rounds, Puma unmanned aerial systems, and laser-guided rocket system munitions. So I have two questions because I'm not a military expert. 203 millimeters artillery rounds. This sounds big. and I don't know which are the systems that are using this.
Oh,
Maybe
that's
we'll have.
yeah, that's the Super Bonker 9000, I think, is the that uses that 203, I think it is. That's where I remember that from anyway, the Super Bonker 9000. I think it's called a Scion or a Psion or something like that. Yeah, but
Nice.
I just call it the Super Bonker 9000, basically.
I'll search for this to see what it is exactly. And the Puma unmanned aerial systems that looks like drones, but I don't know what Puma drones are. I'll look for them also.
Yeah, I've not heard of Puma drones. The only Puma aircraft I've heard about are helicopters, and that's probably a while ago in the 80s. Yeah, I did. What was I thinking of? Did you say Hawk? Hawk missile?
Yes, Hawk
I've
missiles.
been waiting for those for quite a while. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna need to dig down into that one because I heard about these months ago. I think some of them are supposed to be coming from Israel at one point, but there was a bit of a refusal there, a bit of a problem there. So I was waiting for these missiles to come. So I don't know if they've kind of come via Israel to the US or come from US stocks, or maybe it's just I'm misremembering the exact type of missile I was thinking of. But it rings a bell, that Hawk missile. Then they're a bit old, but they're functional, and that's the most important thing. Form over function, or function over form. I always go with function over form, basically. Basically, 100% of the time. Yeah. So I was reading an article. Now I've got to say I don't know much about Ukrainian music. Apparently, there's a Ukrainian rock band called Okeen Elzy. I don't know if anybody's heard of them.
Yeah, they're terrific. They were in the US recently. Yeah.
Okay, all right then. Well, apparently they put a fundraiser out. They asked people to donate, and then 24 hours later they had 5 million hryvnia, which took me about 3 months to learn how to say that word. Yeah, so it's about $315,000 in the first 24 hours. That money's going to Rescue Service Aid Foundation. So that's very good. I like it when I'm not great on celebrity culture and all this kind of stuff, but when celebrities do things positive, and it's not to raise their image or anything, it's purely out of being nice and helpful to other people. I really like it because they have a lot of reach, and they can spread the word a lot. I noticed that what's the name, that the young environmentalist, can't remember her name. I was going off the top of my head. She put a post out yesterday to all her
Greta
followers.
Thunberg.
That's the one, yeah, Greta. Yeah, she put a post out yesterday. She's been a bit quiet, I have to say, as have a lot of the environmentalists and definitely the organisations like Greenpeace. But yeah, I applaud her for putting out that post yesterday. It was I like the way it was written. So yeah, I applaud her for that.
Yeah,
Alex?
I was surprised at that. It really was. I mean, and she very strongly said that the unjustified Russian invasion of Ukraine. She didn't hold her fire at all. You know, one of the things about that most recent fundraising thing, you know, Ukraine is a poor country. It always has been, and a lot of people out of work, and most of that money was raised from Ukrainians. I mean, talk about digging deep. It's really, again, another thing we need to recognize about how Ukrainians are pulling together in this. I mean, people don't have money to be giving away, you know, at this point, but they do anyway. It's wonderful.
Yeah, that's why I do. That's why I do realize that literally every penny, every dollar does count, because it goes a lot further in Ukraine compared to where I live in the UK and maybe the US as well. So things like cat food and whatever just cost less over there. So that's why I try and save these pennies and save these pounds. So for instance, I make my own coffee now. I don't go to Starbucks. I'd usually go to Starbucks like 5 times a week. So instead of doing that, I make my own coffee at home, and the money that I save, that goes to Ukrainian charity. So it's not a hell of a lot of money, but it's enough to buy a couple of tourniquets a week, and hopefully those couple of tourniquets will save a couple of lives, or maybe you need 2. I don't know how they work really, but I just know they work. So yeah, so that's why just the little things. Just don't have that coffee, save a life. I think I did a hashtag for that once. Alex, you got your hand up.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, about Puma, I've heard that it's quite a powerful drone. It can stay longer. It has better cameras. It can go further. So pretty powerful drone. And so based on what we hear is these are weapons to basically penetrate concrete and destroy it. These are weapon Ukraine needs for its counteroffensive. There was an interesting post from Hanna Malar. She's spokesperson for Ministry of for the SEO, I think, and she said that because you can see that Russian propaganda, like, well, Ukrainian only check the information and try to be to give away as little information as they can. Russians are, first to jump, and she kind of explained why they would use this in propaganda war. Like, one reason would be, well, one reason and most reason is for intelligence, because they throw out some fake information and then they watch, because like if people jump and start bringing the proofs, it gives them food for analysis and kind of for intelligence, really. So yeah, she really tried to explain why we should not really to some extent not even react. So I'm reading all these, not all, but because sometimes for health issues you have to kind of stop reading them. They can be damaging to health. But yeah, when I read, I mostly mock them, kind of troll them, don't take them seriously, and basically show that they are lying. Like, they are trying to find a footage which was years old, showing that this is a proof that Leopard tanks were destroyed. But again, the footage is 5 years old, made somewhere else. Everything else is Photoshop. So yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to find triggers for us, so they'll throw things out there and see what works, basically, and see what triggers us.
Right.
Do something a little bit irrational. So yeah, if you can stay cool, calm, and collected, that really helps. That helps me when I go to tanky spaces to see what the latest narrative is.
Yeah. There are some also some changes apparently on the Russian side. So first of all, we haven't seen Prigozhin for a couple of days, because in his last footages he was openly attacking, Ministry of Defense, threatening to take Belgorod under Wagner control, etc. It was like, it didn't look like a country anymore at all, with commander-in-chief, etc. So today Putin crawled out of his rock, or out of his bunker, and basically to announce that Ukrainian counteroffensive has started, and like his usual blah blah bunch of lies. He wasn't very specific, didn't bring any numbers, because there are no numbers and they are clueless. Actually, there is information, I think in a couple of days it will be confirmed, but in many places Russia is losing its positions. notably in Bakhmut, in Zaporozhye. I think in a couple of days we'll get more specific information. But so they clearly told Prigozhin to basically shut up. Remember that colonel from Russian army that Prigozhin's people took hostage and made them speak on the video. He apparently was released, and now he opened his blog. And he claims that nobody's helping him, but I don't believe this is like something he could do by himself. So he was telling how Wagner was stealing military equipment from his unit, etc., etc. So basically, it looks like Russian Ministry of Defense took him to use against Wagner, and tell now the bad things. Not that any of them is a good side here, but yeah, it would be unfortunately for last couple of days again. Like I said, Prigozhin did not put anything new. The only new thing is this colonel, which is accusing like Wagner, kind of stuff. There is no way to figure out. I'm sorry?
I was going to say we can certainly look forward to having some good news, bad news for Prigozhin in the near future.
Yeah.
Alex, would you mind? We have someone coming in who's coming in from Ukraine.
Okay, sure,
I'd like to go to him. Hang on, and then we can come back to you. Arya, Boker Tov, or it's not on morning anymore, but welcome onto the space.
Hello there. Yes, afternoon here. It's evening, sorry. I hope everyone's well. About the 203mm shells that we're supposed to be getting. Therefore, the old Russian Pion Malka systems that Russians use, Ukraine uses, and China uses. They are pretty long, the longer range and heavier shells. Obviously, they're twice as heavy as 155mm. They can do more damage, but they're not precise.
Yeah, I definitely prefer it called the Super Bunker 9000. Actually, it kind of rolls off my tongue a little bit better than the 2S7 Peon. What do you think, Arya?
First of all, I want to see it actually in action. Then I'll give it my own name. I get to see it in action.
Yeah, I've seen some videos of the. It's a NAFO sponsored a 2S7 Peon, and they renamed it the Super Bunker 9000. So that's where that name comes from. Yeah, I have seen it.
NAFO uses it. NATO uses it.
Yeah, NAFO. I'll send you a little DM with a picture of it. Yeah, we called it the Super Bunker 9000. We got it. When did we get
Which
it?
country uses it?
Oh, NAFO.
Oh, NAFO. Oh,
yeah,
gotcha.
yeah, we sponsored one. I mean, yeah, it's not a real NATO name. It's a NAFO with an F. A NAFO name is Super Bunker 9000. Yeah, so we sponsored one. We kind of
there's a video of it in action.
Yeah, there's a video of it in action. I'll dig that out to you and I'll DM that to you. Yeah, big old shells on those things, I have to say. And you can actually sponsor a shell for that particular piece of equipment as well. You can I don't know what it is. I think it's $500 if you donate $500 or something.
Write the name on the shell.
And you can write the name on the shell and have yourself a 203mm shell bonking Russians, which I think is brilliant.
$500 well worth spent.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Yeah, I like these things. I mean, I've kind of thought of putting my name on a drone bomb, but I don't know about that. But I mean, I have sponsored a couple of shells myself, just 155mm. So they've got over there. Hopefully, they hit their target. That'd be good. I don't want to see the after effects, but yeah, as long as it helps get the Russians out, I'm willing to do things like that. Yeah,
It's
and
heartwarming to know you've got your name on a shell that's going as a present to the Russians.
yeah, it's just the different innovative ways that that Ukrainian supporters have found of trying to raise funds for any excuse really, just to get funds to the Ukrainians so they can kick the Russians out of the country. It's been amazing. Loads of stuff. Some stuff that I didn't really quite like that much, and some stuff I'm like, yay, I'm on that one as well. So stickers on vans, stickers on like your NATO fella on a truck that's taking aid to Ukraine. You can do that with various people. UK for UA do that, for instance. So yeah, there's loads of ways. Funds have been raised, but I really do like the Super Bonker 9000. I thought that was brilliant when that first came out.
I'm unfortunately not in a position to financially help in this sort of ways, but I'm thinking that my boots on the ground is my part I can do.
No
Yeah.
question about that. I mean, we're here sitting at our desks and trying to dig out as much money as we can to send, but your contribution is 1,000,000 times more important than ours. No
Yeah,
question about it.
yeah. Do not feel guilty about anything else.
But it can't work without one without the other. You need them both ends.
Exactly. There's no I in team, so everyone does their part in what they can do. We really appreciate your boots on the ground, and we're going to be trying to do all we can to support from where we are. Our boots aren't on the ground there, but our fingers are on our keyboards. Our fingers are in our wallets, and doing what we can. So yeah, it's a team thing. It's a team thing.
Unfortunately, I'm out of the fight for a while. I'm in hospital with knee operation.
Yeah, but you're gonna get better. You've done a lot already. You now need to look after yourself. Everyone needs to take care of themselves to stay in the fight.
Unfortunately, there's a lot more to do.
Yeah, I know.
It's not going to be over. Everyone's thinking that this counter-offensive is going to be a couple of weeks, couple of months. It's going to be a while.
Yeah, that's.
I just hope we get the assistance as soon as we can.
Yeah, I do
as long as we have air superiority, or even equal the superiority in the air, it will make the groundwork much more easier.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I think as soon as when the F-16 finally arrive, I think sometime in the autumn, first few of those are gonna, I reckon, arrive. I'm kind of trying to keep a lid on my excitement for what's going to happen in this big meeting, this big NATO meeting that's going to happen in Vilnius in July. I think it's July the 11th, off the top of my head, which is a bit wavy sometimes. I did book the day off, so I have the weekend off, so I could possibly go there. I know NATO are having a bit of an event in Vilnius as well, so that'd be quite funny. But I do hope that, partly due to the fact that we should just supply Ukraine with everything it needs, but on the back of this blowing up this ecocide that Ukraine has committed, as that Russia has committed on Ukraine with the blowing up of the dam. I hope that's focused the minds and released more munitions, and they're going to be announced sooner rather than later. So I hope there's going to be big announcements at that conference.
Can anyone tell me? Sorry, I interrupted. Can anyone tell me? Is it true that Sweden has refused to give over the Gripens and instead to send them off to some other country? Because that's what we're
That I
hearing over
haven't
here.
heard. That's horrible. Does anyone down the panels or listener listeners know about that? That I haven't heard.
We're hearing from Ukraine that Sweden has refused to to give Ukraine the Gripens. Instead, they're preferring to send them off to a third country. That's what we're hearing, which is a bummer, to say the least. Because I quite like the Gripens. I will put them on the same level as F-16s.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't heard specifically they said no or anything like that. I know that Sweden supplies some Gripens. I think it was Hungary, if memory serves, but don't go on my memory on this one. Not 100% sure on that. I'm going to do some digging, but I've not heard anything about them refusing to to supply any, if they had any, to Ukraine.
Does Sweden have F-16s? Or they just have the Gripens?
Oh, we need some air people up. Maybe Alex knows. Alex, do you know?
Thank you. No, Sweden has its own production. Very unlikely they have F-16s. The reason I'm pretty sure Ukraine today, not today, but these days, Ukraine has probably more airplanes offered than they need. They prefer Fs because the maintenance, and like you cannot have 10 types of different airplanes and each of them cost gazillion. Like they really prefer F-16s or F-18s maybe because like it's easier to maintain them because airplane is complicated, and on the ground you need probably even more than just a piece of just an airframe. So I'm pretty sure that all those there were offers. Their pilots are being trained on Typhoon, on British airplanes, on French
Tornado?
airplanes. But really, I think at the end of the day, they will try to go after F-16s because, again, they need something in big numbers and cheap and easy to maintain and
We
support. So
we have a Swede who just came up on the panel, so let's go to him, Andre.
Hello. I don't know exactly what we're talking about here because there was talk about sending pilots to test the Gripen in Sweden. About sending Gripens to Ukraine or sending to allies, I'm not sure about it, but there's about 100 Gripens in Sweden today. There are 2 production lines. There is one in Sweden and one in Brazil. So it could be something about that, but that's unknown. They have been ramping up the production of the JS Gripen 2 in Sweden. So there could be something going on there too, but also unknown. They don't talk about it at this point. It's still.
Yeah, it's very Nordic thing to do. Is
I was just going to say it's like the Norwegians and the Finns.
There was one part. It was something in November that they had run out of parts for the Gripen, but also it was only rumors, and I didn't hear anything from my company at least either. I work for a subsidiary to Saab, but we don't do the plane parts. Or anything like that.
Yeah, what you said earlier on as well about the getting Ukrainian pilots to kind of test them. Yeah, that was about the 25th of May. I just looked it up now. And yeah, it reminded me of that actually. There was a familiarization program to let them try it out. But it seems to be a bit weird if you let somebody try it out. You normally let them buy it afterwards, type of thing. So my thoughts went to, I wonder if they're going to open a factory sometime in the future in Ukraine for them.
I can say this. I know one thing. I know that the Saab, the company, has been really trying to get the government to sell or give Ukraine fighters, but more I can't really talk about that per se. But it's what you hear through the grapevine, to be honest.
Yeah, well, that's a good little bit of rumor there. I like that. I hope they're successful. I really do hope they're successful. Just pop to Mark now. Mark, there you go. Hand up.
Slava Ukraine. I think someone was asking if Sweden has F-16s. Is that right? Sorry, I can only jumped in it. Can you that thing? Oh, sorry, my apologies. I thought that was the question. Was it does it Sweden have F-16s? So I apologize.
I did ask, yeah.
Oh right, so no, they don't. Unfortunately, they've got Gripens. because they've had a long, Swedish Air Force and Sweden in general has had a long history of building their own aircraft. In fact, I don't think they've bought a foreign combat aircraft since probably just after the Second World War, believe it or not. And they were even developing stuff themselves in the Second World War. So they don't have them. I think, for what it's worth, I think that the reason that the Ukrainians might be going to Sweden to test Gripen, if they're going to get Gripens, I think it will be after the war's finished, because that would kind of fit in with. I think I'm right in saying that its production lines are currently pumping out aircraft for the Brazilian Air Force, who bought a pile of Gripens. So if you think about it from the point of view of how long it would take to get the Gripens, unless the Swedish government are going to release Gripens from the Swedish Air Force stocks, I can't really see it being before the war ends, to be honest. That's just my thoughts, because it doesn't make sense. You'd be far better, in my opinion, you're far better pumping F-16s into the Ukrainian Air Force at the minute, and then kind of deciding after the war if you still want to buy more 16s or do you want to buy also Gripens or whatever else. But that's just kind of what I was thinking. I don't know if that answers the question or.
Yeah, that's my impression as well. I thought it was for more of a longer term thing. That's why I had the initial thought that okay, maybe they're thinking of opening a Gripen making factory, a production line in Ukraine, kind of after the war.
That would be. I mean, that would be a big jump, to be fair. I mean, it'd be a big investment. I suppose it depends. I suppose it really depends. Where do you think the Ukrainian Air Force goes post-war, right? Did they go down the model that Greece follows? Because if you look at Greece, their Air Force, they operate French and US aircraft, right? As does a lot of Middle Eastern Air Forces, like Qatar and Saudi, Egyptians. And the reason that they do that is so that they don't rely on one specific supplier, right? Because let's say Egypt falls out with America, right, and the F-16 spares dry up, then they've also half their fleet is French, and it's unlikely the French are going to fall out at the same time, if you see what I mean. So lots of air forces do that, but it's expensive to do that because you've got two training pipelines. To an extent, you've got two training pipelines. You've got two logistics pipelines as well that you're going to need to fund. Whereas if you look at, say, a NATO air force, like let's just say the Dutch Air Force, they fly exclusively F-16s, and then they're exclusively going to be flying F-35s. And you can probably get more F-16s for the same price as it is to have a split fleet. So, but I'm just kind of, it's going to be interesting to see what route the Ukrainian Air Force takes. I could well see, right, within, I don't know, 5 to 7 years max of this war ending, I think Ukraine will buy F-35s or they'll have the orders in for them. Because why wouldn't you? You're right on the front line. You know, you've got a given enemy there. Because Romania has just bought, or they're looking to order F-35s. Greece is ordering F-35s. And so I think Ukraine will go down that route as well. I don't think none of that's going to happen until well after the war, because if nothing else, these things take, unfortunately, things take a massive amount of time to buy in, right? You could quite easily say 6 to 7 years from when a country says, I want to buy F-35s, to the actual aircraft, to the first pilot, to the first pilots of yours actually taking it there and going on the F-35s. That is a very long process. And the more complex the aircraft, the longer the process. Now, if you look at something, because a couple of weeks ago, there was people who was kind of talked about, in fact, I'm sure it was the Czech government were wanting to set up a factory to build light combat trainers, L-159s in Ukraine, right? But that's a much easier prospect, right? Because it's a fairly basic aircraft, it's some fairly basic avionics, and it's easy to learn on. And so that could be cautioned to them down into a sort of, a much shorter time span, right? But if you go to Lockheed Martin and say, because Lockheed Martin, right, they don't have, it's kind of not like the Abrams and stuff, right? they don't just have piles of F-35s or piles of, you know, 5th gen aircraft lying around. You've got to join the queue to buy them. Because Lockheed Martin wouldn't make them because there'd be too much risk. But if you built something now, 10 years time, when somebody actually goes, I'll buy one, then it'll be out of date, right? So, but I can see that the Ukrainians getting the F-35s. I think it's a no-brainer for them. It is possibly it's one of the finest combat air. The level of capability, I should say, that you get in the F-35 is phenomenal, and it's starting to mature. It had a lot of problems early on. If you look back through various forums and things like that, it did have a lot of problems. It took about 20 years to get right, but once they actually got it right, the capability that it brought to the battlefield was phenomenal. And I don't think there'll be a NATO country doesn't operate F-35s, let's put it that way, or very few. Maybe like the Baltics and stuff because they can't afford that level of commitment. But even like that, Poland's going for F-35, so yeah, I can see it being something that it is going to become the standard NATO fighter in terms of the standard that you have to. If you want to be in the sort of top flight air forces, you're going to need to operate an F-35 because there isn't really anything else out there for NATO countries, and there's certainly nothing else out there for Russian air forces either. With a checkmate, which is just pile of junk, and the Su-37 Felon. You're like, yeah, okay, get a grip, or Su-57, I should say. So sorry, I've ranted on a wee bit, but hopefully that can answer questions and stuff.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Thanks for the input.
No worries.
Yeah, very, very useful. Andre, and then Mete.
Oh, sorry. Well, back to GA's Gripen. I'm unsure, but there are a couple possibilities, but two main, I think. There's either the longer term. We know Saab wants to get into Ukraine, like that's guaranteed. So there could be a technology transfer and a factory setup in Ukraine. I could be guessing here. Or my country is prepared to sacrifice a bit of its air force, but it's very unlikely, I think. Or they have ramped up the production so much they have extra fighters lying around now. And of course, there's the Hungarians and Czechs too that have the Jaeger Gripens, but they don't have many, and the Hungarians won't give up theirs, I'm guessing. Unsure, but it could be one of those, if the main ones at least. But if I were to guess a longer term, because Ukrainians need fighters now, not the small amount, and Sweden wouldn't be able to give that many. And if you compare to the number of F-16s they can get in this year, there's no contest. They don't have the pilots to train much more otherwise.
Yeah, I thought the factory thing, as I said before, as well. Ryan Metallo trying to get in there and have put some stuff that they got their foot in the door. I think I read BAE the other day was doing the same. So yeah, I'd expect a lot of defense companies to be interested in building in Ukraine, partly because Ukraine will need stuff after the war, as well as now, and partly labor costs as well, because compared to Sweden, I guess the labor costs are going to be lower in Ukraine compared to Sweden. So as long as the people working in Sweden, like yourself, are in the supply chain, are not going to lose their jobs, and it's just more production rather than replacing production in Sweden, it probably wouldn't go down too well. Then yeah, that's all good, and I'd welcome that as well. It'd also be good for the Swedish manufacturers as well, getting more planes built and therefore can sell more. Brilliant. Mete.
Yeah, hi, Jackie. Hey, I have this sort of hope slash theory that Sweden has been training some pilots longer than we know, and I'm not talking about their giving up when they become NATO. That's going to happen any day now. I mean, in this month. And, you know, after that, they can give maybe 12 or something.
Yeah, sorry, Mete, I wasn't listening. I got sidetracked trying to answer a DM. What did you say again? Or can somebody else answer that one? Because I was being rude and not listening for a second.
So I'll have a stab if that's all right. Answering that for me. I think it's a hope that I would share, but I think it's unlikely, because I think that would have been more likely to happen if Sweden was in NATO, right? I think it's unlikely that they've been training before. Hopefully I'm wrong, because there's not really been many indications, I don't think, not compared to the F-16 coalition, if we can call it that, right? Like the Dutch and stuff, Dutch and the Danes. There's not really been a lot of chatter about the Gripens, and I think if they were going to do it, I think there's been at least some more coming out than certainly what I've heard, unless you've heard different, given that you are in that kind of area of the world, Mete. Just something I would say, right? Something that is would be interesting. I think it was Andre that was saying, he was talking about the, like, could the Swedish Air Force give up some of their aircraft, right? If you gave over 10 aircraft, right, that's 10% of your fleet, right? And those aircraft, again, it's that thing of, see if Sweden was already in NATO, probably more a possibility, because if you're going to take a capability, well, what in the UK we optimistically call a capability holiday, right, or you're going to cut a fleet, the fact that you can then, if you're in NATO, you can then ask NATO, like the Baltics do, to provide cover, right? That's the whole point of the Baltic and the Icelandic air policing mission, right? So Iceland, the Baltics, they don't have enough aircraft to be able to carry out their own air defence as mandated by NATO. So the countries come to NATO and say, listen, could you do us a favour, right? You've got a few spare aircraft kicking around in the air forces. Can you provide that capability? And they do. And that's why I think if Sweden was in NATO and you said we wanted to donate 10 Gripens or 12 Gripens to Ukraine, I think it would be much easier to do, because if there is a lack of airframes, right, then you could ask another NATO country to provide your air defence, or not your air defence, but your national air sovereignty. So I think it's unlikely, as much as I'd love it to be true. If you think about, from the point of view of just the sheer quantity of F-16s that are available, makes it a no-brainer. And those 40-odd Australian Hornets, that would be a decent thing, right? Because there's absolutely loads of spares kicking around for Hornets, because the US Marines and the US Navy have been rapidly retiring their legacy Hornets, which the Australian F-18s are. But it's not like there's not a lot of people retiring Gripens, and I think that's the kind of key part. There's not a lot of people, like the Czechs are supposed to get rid of theirs in 2027, because I think Saab offered them the aircraft for free if they signed another contract to keep them on into the 2030s, and Hungary's not going to get rid of theirs here, right? Who else flies them? Does Thailand still fly Gripens? They might. But I don't. It's not got the same density as sort of the F-16, F-18, and that's what I think will win out in the short term, at least. One thing I did think was very interesting, it's only just kind of dawned on me, right? I think this is see, back in the early 2000s, right? Every company was trying to get into America for defence sales, like BAE Systems. They actually changed their name, right, to make it more palatable to BAE Systems from British Aerospace, right? And that was to make it more marketable in the US, because we had Iraq and Afghanistan, and America's checkbook was well open, right? And now I think what you're going to find is everyone's going to be racing to get into Ukraine, Poland, and the eastern NATO countries, because that's where the money's going to get made. I just think it's something that's just kind of dawned on me. I thought, oh, that's actually pretty funny. And you see how obviously the arms companies do follow the money, but I mean, okay, America's got a huge budget, But I think you'll see look at how South Korea is making an inroad into the European defence market because they're selling tanks and stuff. And I mean, Poland's gone crazy. Like, not crazy, but the amount of stuff that they're buying is phenomenal. So there's loads of money to be made there. And I just thought that was an interesting kind of observation. But hopefully that answered your question, Matty.
Yeah, I think I read an article the other day saying Poland's kind of ordered $65 billion worth of stuff, military hardware.
It's absolutely phenomenal. It's something like 500 odd HIMARS launchers, not 500 missiles, 500 launchers.
Yeah, I think by next.
Wow.
Yeah, I think by next year they're forecast to be spending 4% of their GDP on military stuff, which is a lot.
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
I think the 500 launchers was a bit of an overstatement. I think that got slightly misreported. Yeah, just a little bit. We have a guest incoming in a minute or so. Andre, if you have a quick comment, go for it to close this out, and then we'll be joined by our guest momentarily, I think.
Yeah, I was just checking something. They did do a delivery of new JS Gripens, the E and F variants, 36 of them last month. No, last month before that. Was 28 E's and 8 F's. Like, that was interesting, I guess.
So delivery to where? Where would that be?
Swedish. The factory in Linköping made them. To the Air Force.
Oh, okay, right. Do you happen to know how many of these are upgraded old airframes from A, B, or CD rather than new build? Do you have any guess on that? Because I think that's been the big mystery.
I was reading the article earlier. It's a local one. I need to read it a bit more, but they don't go into it per se. And also know they were supposed to like rip apart a few of the older planes to get spare parts, so I was unsure of that.
No, it all makes good sense. No, I do wonder how the Polish arms orders are going to go, but I think I have a hunch. It's just my hunch that they're kind of following the Thomas Tyner recipe of how to do things. Over order, and then you'll have lots of stuff when others need them, or you'll have a stronger negotiating position on getting technology transfers, IP transfers, and manufacturing stuff yourself. And then when others want stuff, you will be the one that has the manufacturing capacity, especially for things that would otherwise be made, on other continents. So that I think is part of the Polish play that isn't being publicized all that much. But I see that we have Aliona among the listeners already. I think we'll have her up momentarily, and we'll switch gears rather from this, weapons and military chatter to something a little bit different.
Have you been enjoying some sun this afternoon in your couple of hours off, Doman? Hopefully you have.
No, I had some stuff to do, Shaggy. But I see that we have Aliona with us already. Aliona, can we hear you well?
Hello, yes, I'm here. I can hear you great.
Perfect. Likewise. So very warmly welcome to the MriyaReport. We're here running 24/7, have done for 15 months now, over 15 months now. And, some of the time we have wonderful people such as yourself join us and regale us with information and insights that otherwise we wouldn't get. Now, I could introduce yourself, but instead I'm going to ask you to do it because you know yourself a little bit better than I do.
I suppose so. Thank you very much, Domin, and thank you for having me on this wonderful space. You do guys seem to touch on a lot of important things of today and get quite a lot of traction. Aliona Hlivko, as you've said, previous member of parliament, regional parliament in Ukraine. I've spent 13 years in Ukrainian politics. I've started when I was 17, first year of my university studying political science back home. Went on to do that while participating in the Orange Revolution, being an activist, then going into journalism, then getting picked up by one of the political parties that never let me go since. And I've done many things in the regional administration, the regional parliament. I went on to work in the Ministry of Infrastructure, political party headquarters. I was an advisor to the former Prime Minister of Ukraine, Yulia Tymoshenko. That's the one I worked for 13 years. Ran for the national parliament, ended up being in the regional parliament, chief whip, campaign manager. So I feel like I've done a lifetime of elections in Ukraine, as well as some internships in the United States. So my electoral experience spans nations and times. And now I'm in London for the last 5 years, having moved here wanting to take a step back from active politics. But of course, the politics never leaves you, if we were to rephrase Churchill. So with the start of the war, I think it's all reinvigorated about Ukraine, because when I first arrived, no one really heard about Ukraine or what working in Ukrainian politics really means. I've worked in academia, went on to become a guest lecturer, then political risk analyst for some investors, and then worked in think tank for a year in London. And now I'm in a strategic communications consultancy called Atticus Partners. So that's briefly my 36 years of life.
Thank you for being with us, Eliana. Now, the big topic in Ukraine that everybody's touching upon now, of course, for very obvious reasons, is the destroyed Kakhovka Dam that the Russians demolished effectively on Tuesday early morning. And of course, the relief effort that's been going on since. What are your big picture observations, or maybe small pictures observations from far away, as to how that's been going? So I'll kind of give you an outline, because I've been talking about it for I don't know, 40 hours over the past 4 days. But I kind of broke it down into 4 bits, right? Mitigate the current effects, figure out the military situation, optimize the military situation. Solution is going to do that fine. 3, get more territories liberated, or conditions for that set up, with more arguing for foreign weapons deliveries. And then 4, in the distance reconstruction. But of course, number 1 is here and now. And how do you see that going from afar there from London?
Well, first of all, I think the small picture, narrowing down into every single detail, can get so heartbreaking, because obviously I'm watching everything live on the news. Similarly to the beginning of the war, the first day of full-scale invasion on the 24th of February, I remember that day like it was just yesterday. I remember the day when Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, when it was just yesterday. I remember exactly where I was, what I was doing when I heard the news. And similarly to this explosion of Kakhovka Dam, it was like a repeat of those 2 days when all of a sudden you realize that it's another milestone, that your country will probably never go back to being the way it was before that it's forever life-changing. And I don't think that the world fully understands, at least from, obviously the Western media has been criticized a lot. The Western states have been criticized a lot by President Zelensky, by Ukrainian authorities. And of course, one can say that we're being subjective and maybe not really fair because we're in this situation. But I just don't understand how a humanitarian disaster and environmental disaster on this scale can go so almost unnoticed. And it's heartbreaking watching the media, seeing the news, hearing stories from friends and family and acquaintances from back home. We all know what's happened, but what doesn't get to the media is stories like, people on Twitter especially were so sympathetic towards animals, which is great, because we Ukrainians do love animals as well. And we tried our best to save every single one that got stranded and left behind when people were maybe rushing to get evacuated. But that's all that is in the Western media. For us Ukrainians, I keep hearing news from back home about how many elderly people got left behind because they couldn't get out. They weren't mobile enough to move quick. They couldn't get on the rooftops of their houses. There are reports coming in of dozens of casualties now. The reports of human bodies floating through the streets of the cities and the villages. It's the situation is so grim and scary and heartbreaking that frankly I don't know why it escapes the Western media environment so much and the understanding of the situation. Now, the political scientist in me would of course say, well, obviously the West doesn't want to escalate, quote unquote, the phrase and the reality that we've seen ever since 2014. We could go back even to 2008 with Georgia, or we could go back to the early 90s with Moldova. We can see the same tendency repeating over and over and over again. And just when I thought that the world has finally realized what Russia is, what they stand for, that they're terrorists without any thought or regard for anything that goes on around them, yet another thing proves that maybe the world has not learned their lessons. And that's exactly what we're facing now. So the water is still rising in most regions. In some of them, it's stabilized the level. It might start going down soon because it's already reached the Black Sea, and we can see the environmental catastrophe on the Black Sea shore. We are going definitely to be seeing consequences, first of all, with environment in the Black Sea, with all the oil spilling, with the water who took off a layer of land over cemeteries, over animal cemeteries. We are expecting another health crisis in the area, so we will need a lot of medicine, antibacterial, antiviral, etc. And that's, you know, that's something that one needs to think about, even at the same time still saving lives with people getting stranded on their rooftops and then collecting the bodies of the civilians who died, who just simply got drowned in this. I mean, the scale of this catastrophe is unthinkable, and it breaks my heart to see that the world doesn't fully grasp the scale of the problem. And we're also going to see escalation in international events, because even though the Black Grain Sea deal keeps going on and off with Russia posing yet another set of conditions for it to go on, we're going to see a lot of mines, landmines that were laid in the occupied territories or in the liberated territories of Ukraine, now in the Black Sea, on the shores of the countries. We're seeing them already in Odessa. We don't know what Romania is yet to face. We don't know which mines will even maybe get to Turkey, God forbid. So apologies for this long monologue, but it's something that I've been observing for a week now, and I can't believe how little reaction, how little response, not even one proposal of humanitarian aid in evacuating, let alone providing some supplies to help save people. All the boats are sold out in Ukraine, every single thing. The police and the rescue missions are all on their own. There's no United Nations, there's no Red Cross, there are no big multilateral organizations on the ground in Ukraine. And I am simply perplexed and appalled by this.
Now, Leona, why do you think that is? Is it because it's in a context of the war and therefore it's almost priced in by the world's media and the big international organizations? Or is it just so much more, or is it just because it's just so much more difficult to get there? It's difficult to send in rescuers without insurance, etc. And then they just kind of say, okay, we'll deliver some stuff to Lviv, maybe to Kryvyi Rih, but that's about all we'll do because we just don't feel ourselves ready to do anything else, and leave Ukrainians to the rest of it. And some of those, small volunteer organizations that are flexible and actually go there.
But we're not even seeing that. We're not seeing international organizations even on the standby in Odessa or Dnipro, the city who will face the shortage of fresh water really soon. We're not seeing anyone in Mykolaiv, where the water unexpectedly is rising. We're not seeing any support anywhere now. We have these UN trucks parked in Kyiv doing absolutely nothing. So as a beginning saying, the political scientist in me knows exactly perfectly well that the world doesn't want escalation, but it's a very troubling sign for Ukraine. And sadly, it's a reassuring and reinvigorating sign for Russia, because they can see that as soon as they broke the Geneva Convention, it's not just a war crime. It's a grave violation of human rights of Geneva Convention. It's somewhere where the United Nations had to step in. It's where the decisions had to be made at the UN Security Council if there are concrete proof and facts that Russians blew up the dam, which again, it's clear that the territory was occupied by Russians. Ukrainians had no access to Kakhovka plant. We don't have access even now to go and examine what's happened. So obviously we can't provide the full range of proof to the Western community. But if only those international communities with the mandate could go in, could get some courage and actually go in and see what's happening in the area that's affected tens of thousands of peaceful civilians, because that, what we presumed, was the reason for the United Nations and the Red Cross to exist. And yes, yet they're all saying that they don't have the mandate. You know, even the Ukrainian representatives at the US are being told, that's what they share with the Ukrainians, that they're being told not to get involved. They're getting forbidden to go to Ukraine because it's not their mandate, quote unquote. So what is the mandate of international organizations? Surely their will to not escalate, as per various statements made by many states, many NATO allies, the NATO headquarters itself. You know, they all said they're doing their own investigation. I don't know how far and how successful that investigation can be if they're not on the ground. What are they investigating? What are they looking at? You can get only so much from the satellite images, from open sources, and perhaps some intelligence that the Ukrainian intelligence organizations shared today with the West about Russians discussing how it was them who blew up the dam. That's now in the public realm, but still that's just ongoing. We only have a statement from Joseph Borrell, the main EU diplomat, saying that it's most likely that it was Russia who did it. But if the territory is occupied by Russian invaders, if it's under their control, then who else could have done it? And trust me, I can reassure you. And I don't even know how to convince the listeners and the community that the country who's been trying to fight and protect its civilians for over 9 years now, and especially the last year when we've seen terrible atrocities and murders from the Russians, how can we convince the world that it wasn't us putting 20,000 of Ukrainian lives at risk? I mean, for me, it's as clear as a day, and it just doesn't need any proof. But I'm surprised and shocked that the world acts the way it acts now, fearing that, you know, perhaps if the international organizations do go into Ukraine, they have to go into the occupied by Russians territories, because even though many soldiers have retreated, it's still their territory. They're still holding it, they're still shelling it. As you can see, the civilians, when they're trying to leave the flooded regions and the Ukrainians are trying to save them, they get shelled and shot dead. I mean, it's just unthinkable of what's happening. So maybe that's one fear of international organizations, that of course the risk to their lives is tremendous. But I'm seeing so many Western journalists. I mean, I think even a friend of mine from The Guardian, Dan Saba, is now in Ukraine, and somewhere near Kherson, covering these events. I can see many other journalists there on the ground. They're not scared to do their duty and to show to the world what's actually happening, what the scale of the disaster is. Then what's the deal with the organizations that exist solely for this purpose? Obviously, maybe they would need some protection with them. They would need soldiers from their countries guarding them, going in with weapons perhaps. So maybe they fear that that could be, you know, escalation of boats being on the ground in Ukraine, or they just don't want to react in any way, just the way the missile that flew into the Polish territory during the G20 summit if we remember that, when everyone just kind of brushed through it as quickly as they could, not to get involved. And I think this is just another of those instances. But we have to understand that an incident on this scale simply cannot go unnoticed. And we are only at the tip of the iceberg. We still have so much grief to face, and we still have the consequences to witness that are just on an unthinkable scale for the 20th century.
Well, the one thing I can assure you here is here you don't need to persuade listeners that it was definitely Russia that did it. Between the motive, the axis, the previous things that they have done, blowing up the dam on the Osko, rocketing the dam at Kryvyi Rih, they've done these things before. This was just at a larger scale. The motive is clear. Even Russian quasi-experts on Russian television, including the head of occupation authority there, Saldo, went out and said, no, this benefits Russian forces, that this happened. And on top of that, the response, on the one hand, Ukrainians doing everything to evacuate people, to save people, to even fly drones over the houses on the left bank, the occupied bank, delivering water from drones, and even evacuating some people from the occupied left bank. This is one of the more astounding things that I've seen over the past 24 hours. Whereas Russians are shelling at those trying to evacuate and trying to be evacuated on the right bank, and shooting it with machine guns at those trying to evacuate themselves on the left bank, people that for whom they claim are Russian citizens, for whom they claim are part of Russia forever. And they've not only flooded them, but are literally machine gunning them down if they dare leave their completely flooded towns and villages. That response alone, it should make it clear in everybody's mind, on top of everything else, who was behind that and what was behind that. Dams do not collapse on their own. Dams do not collapse from artillery shells. Not dams like that. Not dams of that size. Not dams built by men across mighty rivers like the Dnipro, rather than beavers over little creeks.
Yeah, not dams built in mid 20th century by the Soviet engineers, and by that I mean that there was still the time when Ukraine, being part of the Soviet Union, still had the biggest and the most successful engineering industry, and the people who were building things, I mean, they were professionals at the top of their game. So it's just unthinkable to think it just would have collapsed. And it doesn't take much analysis just to put several events in line, analyze them, and make some conclusions. We have seen that ever since the West has solidly committed to supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes, as many European and NATO leaders have repeated many times, when they've committed the long-range weapons, first the UK/France with their Storm Shadows and scalps, as they call them in France, and then the long-range drones. And then Ukraine finally started producing their own 1,000-kilometer long range long missile, which is, I mean, that's going to be incredible for Ukraine's war effort. As soon as we started getting that, as soon as we got a head start for the jet fighter coalition announced by the UK and then supported by the US, and now we're seeing even that the so-called Global South, who was present at the meeting at G7 and who got their meetings with President Zelensky, almost all of the leaders of those countries got the meetings, most importantly, India. Sadly, Brazil never did, but that's another story. We can now see that African countries are trying to arrange a trip to Ukraine and to Russia to, create their own communication channel to talk to presidents and try to solve the issue, because they are the ones who are facing famine if this war doesn't stop soon. Because yes, we have the temporary grain deal right now. We have Russia exporting loads of stolen Ukrainian grains from Crimea, still to this day, illegally, and Mariupol. But the Western countries know perfectly well that a lot of agricultural lands are mined in Ukraine, and they simply are not producing the grain that they used to. And by 2025, if the situation continues as it does, the African countries will be facing famine. So they are now trying to resolve this in any way they can. Again, finally taking on some responsibility and trying to take a stance and make a change, which is great, because this war, as it's been said many times, it's a global war. It's not just a war in the Eastern Europe that doesn't affect anyone. So after all of that concerted effort, we've seen Kyiv getting shelled almost every single day and attacked by drones, attacked by cruise missiles. We've seen casualties in Kyiv in May every single day since those positive decisions have been made. And now we see this. Just as we can see in the East, and I'm sure we're going to move on to talk about the counteroffensive that has actually now started. That's what they've done, because I'm sure that Ukrainians had great plans of moving across Dnipro River, moving towards Melitopol, as it was planned in the beginning of the year, that counteroffensive that got postponed for so long. They were about to reach Crimea with a small incursion, but I'm sure that that's where counteroffensive plans were going. And it's no surprise that this is what they resort to. And that's one step targeting Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, because I'm sure that that's their backup plan. Putin will never, ever use nuclear weapons unless he sees that it's time to commit a suicide. When he's given up, when he sees no other way and he doesn't want to get, I don't know, shot in the head by one of his allies in Kremlin or in his bunker, wherever he sits, that's the only time when he might think of launching a nuclear attack on Ukraine, because he knows that by a multiple conversation that he's had either through CIA or other high-level US officials, that as soon as he does that, that's the end of him. That's been said through various channels to Kremlin many times. Until then, they had Kakhovka Dam, they had Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. And those are the two leverages that they're holding above Ukraine. And it's so sad and it's so disturbing to see that they've already used one of those and the world has not reacted at all. So that gives them so much courage and reassurance to now go straight into Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and cause a disaster for Ukrainians on much greater scale, just to stop our effort in liberating our territories. And again, I have no idea how the world just sits and watches us idly by, just getting exterminated and fighting against all odds.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's a both option. I think they might have had an either or, and they went for the one that was more palatable for some other powers. Definitely China, who doesn't want agricultural land poisoned for decades, but can tolerate unproductive land for a decade. You mentioned agricultural exports, and of course, one of the greatest effects in the medium and long term of the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam will be the lack of irrigation in southern Kherson Oblast and Zaporizhzhia Oblast, parts of Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. All of these incredibly fertile regions that just lack moisture otherwise, and that were made so incredibly productive after the construction of the dam and the filling of the reservoir and the construction of all of these irrigation channels. It's not just Crimea that was supplied with water for irrigation from this reservoir. It was also these vast territories. But in that context, it might also be perhaps a good sign in that Russians realize that this is no longer going to be in their possession for much longer. It's an admission, perhaps, that they will have to vacate these territories shortly, and that they will not be getting, even if they're still hoping to keep Crimea, that they will not be getting water to Crimea. Therefore, the Kakhovka reservoir being completely useless to them, of no utility to them. So much more willing to go and destroy it.
I think you're right, Domen. Yes, that is a perfect observation, because they did realize that come what may, the Ukrainian counteroffensive is underway, and it will inevitably, as we're seeing now, will focus on the south. It will focus on the rest of Kherson and Zaporizhzhia regions. where is very rightly the water is supplied through the Kakhovka Dam, through the water canals that are laid out throughout all regions, which are now going to be empty. And I remember I've spent quite a few summers in Kherson region, especially not in Nova Kakhovka, but the town of Kakhovka itself and around it. My family, my grandparents had what is called a dacha, which I'm sure many of you will know what that means, but essentially it's a farm where they grew watermelons. So they would take us there every summer. And I remember those water canals supplying the waters to the fields, the watermelons, melons, buckwheat, sunflower. It's a very agricultural region, but it does always tend to be on the border of being a steppe. So it's indeed very dry. And what the situation will be, how long, first of all, how long will it take to rebuild the dam, to refill the reservoirs, to get the water flowing again, after it's just all cleaned up, and all the consequences are more or less sorted for humans. We will never know. This season is certainly now done. We're not going to have any harvest in the region whatsoever, at least in the flooded regions. How that's going to affect the export of global agricultural products, mostly grains, which I'm sure got affected too. As I've noticed other, not just wheat, other grains like barley, buckwheat. I know we've exported a lot of sugarcane, beetroots, soya. I mean, Ukraine is obviously agricultural country, and most of those fields with those that produce is in the south, because that's where it was getting most of the sun. And the situation will be drastic, first of all, for Ukrainians, because many people live off of that, with crazy inflation in the country, the GDP drop, the war in Ukraine, loss of jobs. That's another thing that people lost. They at least had a plot of land and could feed themselves off of it. So many people are without that opportunity now, yet again. And I think another thing to consider is, as long as these things happen, and the people are not just getting help from the West, there's zero reaction or support. Those refugees who are now residing in the West and waiting for the situation in the country to get resolved, at least in one way or another. First of all, those are not going back anytime soon looking at this. And secondly, we don't know how many more will leave the country now. What's the wave of immigration is going to hit Europe yet again. So, it's a one flowing organism in today's world. One event can have a trickling effect and quite detrimental to so many areas.
Alina, I want to take advantage of some of your, let's say, specific experiences and subject-specific knowledge. Let's fast forward a little bit. Let's say, Ukraine prevails, Ukraine is victorious. It's what you and I both want to happen. It's what you and I believe both think will happen. And Russians have been kicked out, whatever deterrence there is at the borders there is. Ukraine is now an EU candidate. It's not yet started negotiations, but it's formally an EU candidate since almost a year ago now. Mm-hmm. Reconstruction will, of course, happen in the context of EU accession. What are your thoughts on that? And what are your thoughts on how much people will be able to get over themselves and kind of take a couple of steps back and be able to say, right, I might have this, partial interest. However, the goal of Ukraine becoming an EU member state is just so much greater, so much more important. I'm willing to forgo this partial interest that cannot coexist in terms of the framework of all of the rules, the laws, the regulations that need to be adopted. Do you think that will be something that will make the process much easier? That bigger reward for everyone at the end? Or do you foresee any specific issues that might require a lot more work than others?
I think the legislative integration and better cohesion will definitely be beneficial to Ukraine's reconstruction effort, because when Ukraine will be a part of this economic union, and that includes so many integration processes which can be quite difficult, and yet everything from physical borders to legislature, be it in the sphere of transparency and anti-corruption, which of course is a topic that is still quite pertinent for Ukraine, to freedom of speech, to support for human rights, to just courts and judicial system, to purely perhaps some economic investment incentives and introduction of that, the introduction of new technology. I think Ukraine's European membership can only be beneficial for the reconstruction effort. And you're right in saying that Ukraine became a member last year, which was tremendous, to be honest. I didn't even expect that the EU will actually go for it. Because as I've said, I've been in Ukrainian politics for 13 years, and all those 13 years I've kind of got used to, that background knowledge of, yes, we can try for as long and as much as we want, and yet there will always be this glass ceiling when Ukraine will just never be considered an EU member. No matter what you do, we could have gotten rid of all the corruption that we have, and yes, there are still many things to do, but there was always this invisible line that we had no way to cross. And having participated in 2 revolutions, which were basically dedicated to European integration, they were about aspirations of people to move away from the Soviet past and move towards Western civilization with values, with human rights, with respect for people, and when people are not just, cannon fodder. Because what we're seeing in Russia now, that's exactly the Soviet past that Ukraine luckily got rid of. And we exterminated that in our country, whereas Russia didn't. So it only grew and flourished, and that's why they have no value for human life. Whereas we went out onto the streets in 2004, demanding the recount of rigged elections results in 2004. We got a pro-EU president then, and we had to do the same thing 10 years later, when we had to essentially fight for the same thing, but that's when we lost lives on Maidan in 2014. And eventually, when Russia saw that Ukraine is irretrievably lost for them, that's when they invaded the country to make sure that we don't join the EU, that we don't join NATO, that we become one of those problematic states. And it was my great surprise to see last year that the European Union has maybe finally learned their lessons, and they've seen the effort, and for the first time they've appreciated the effort of Ukrainian people who so desperately want to reside in a peaceful democratic society, and being part of the bigger EU community is a key to that. Now there are 7 steps. There's a checklist of 7 things that EU requires from Ukraine for us to become a member. They include everything from constitutional court reform, judicial reform, as I mentioned, anti-corruption efforts, money laundering, oligarchs, and de-oligarchization of the society, which has successfully started, and I would say got perpetuated in this war. And then there's some media laws that need to be amended, and the minorities legislation, which is of course an issue ever since, I believe, 2010 in Ukraine, being surrounded by various EU and non-EU states and ethnic minorities. So I think we're well on our way. I think the last time when the EU summit was held in Kyiv, if I'm not mistaken, in January this year, the score that Ukraine got, and that's the score that's not by the EU, because the EU officials said that everything is great and Ukraine is well on its way to progressing its membership status. But the Ukrainian civil society and media have scored Ukraine at 6 out of 10 on their success rate. So I think in the time of war, when government buildings get bombarded every day, forget even facing destruction and loss of lives and trying to lead a war in the martial law reality. But just the fact that civil servants are under constant pressure, that they need to run to bomb shelters perhaps every hour, if not more than that, they've still managed to implement quite a lot of changes statewide. We had anti-corruption high court that started functioning last year, which was probably one of the last anti-corruption entities that the EU was expecting from Ukraine, because such organizations as National Anti-Corruption Bureau, National Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, the Anti-Corruption Agency, they were all in place right after the Revolution of Dignity of 2014, and the court took the longest time. So now it's finally in place. De-oligarchization, I believe, is going really well in the country. If you remember, President Zelensky implemented the law on de-oligarchization, right? Well, it was the parliament, and then he signed it into force right before the full-scale invasion, when the big business was no longer allowed to own media and to use it for its political leverage, amongst other various criteria. And we saw some oligarchs actually giving up their TV channels and newspapers and various media holdings that they had. So that's a fascinating trend to see in Ukraine. And I think they will all eventually turn into just big businesses in Ukraine. So that's quite successful. In terms of other amendments and requirements from the EU, I think we're quite successfully moving towards them. I know there are some issues about the minorities, and we hear that that's quite a pertinent, stereotypical issue that Russians have capitalized on.
Aliona, let's delve into
other
that.
Western countries. Yeah.
Let's really delve into that in just a second, right? Because let's contextualize this a little bit further. So you were the MP in the regional parliament of Chernivtsi region, one of those, let's say, border regions with a very substantial Romanian minority in it as well. So you really have a lot of background from which to speak to this. But also at the same time, it's not just Russia that made a big stink about this and used this in their propaganda directed against Ukraine, but towards the West. It's also another country, border country, Hungary, which has tried to greatly capitalize off of that and trying to deny Ukrainian agency, help for Ukraine, anything really to do with Ukraine, on the basis of, but they're mean to Hungarians who live in Ukraine, or Ukrainians of Hungarian extraction. So can we maybe work through if you can give us a little bit of your background with respect to this, just to really show everyone why you're quite qualified to speak of this, and then maybe give a little bit of history of this, because I'm really excited we have someone who's really well qualified for this topic to address it with all of the nuance that it deserves.
Thank you, Domin. And I've actually spoken to this topic at Chatham House on several occasions, and it's amazing how much disinformation, especially prior to the full-scale invasion, when the world probably was not prepared to face, to realize, and to believe that most of the things that get spread in the informational space coming from Russia is all fake and distorted and misaligned completely. So I could definitely speak to that. As you mentioned, Chernivtsi is on the border of Romania. We have 2 or 3 border points now. Even we've opened the 3rd one after the full-scale invasion, a train crossing in the mountainous region. We have 2 more that were open before. We have 1 border crossing with Moldova. Even more than that, I can tell you that before the First World War, Chernivtsi and part of the region called Bukovina was actually part of Austro-Hungarian Empire. So we have quite a strong influence of Austrians and Hungarian culture, both of them, in our city. And it's a very multicultural and multinational city. We had a big Jewish community. Most of it, of course, fled Ukraine as soon as they were allowed to go to Israel and get citizenship there. A big chunk of them left for Israel. Many of them are now residing in New York. I meet so many people who are of Jewish descent coming from my city. I know 2 people in London whose parents and grandparents fled my hometown, and they're now residing here, who are Jewish. Even the Romanian ethnic minority, even that was the question that was raised the most. We don't have as many Hungarians now in the region, but we were part of their empire and of the state. And Empress Sisi, or Empress Elizabeth, who was the wife of Franz Joseph I, she loved Czernivtsi. She was the one under whose initiative our university was built, and this university is now the UNESCO heritage site. Many people compare it to, Hogwarts School from Harry Potter. It's truly a beautiful site. That's the university I graduated from. So we have a mixture of those cultures, because Czernivtsi is also kind of on this transition route from, you could get all the way from Turkey via Bulgaria, Romania, all the way into then Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, wherever. It's, it is essentially a route between the Balkans and the Baltics, if you would like. There are so many ways to develop that area. It always was, even prior to, modern state borders. And I believe that it still has that potential to be that after the reconstruction, the topic that you mentioned about. But going back to ethnic minorities and their issues. First of all, I'm not just from Czernivtsi, my constituency, where I won the elections, and it was a landslide when I got the majority, and I was running against, first of all, my constituency is 90% Romanian ethnically Romanian people. They're Romanian speakers. Many of them don't even speak, they hardly speak Ukrainian, but they do speak Romanian. Some of them, given the Soviet background, they would speak Russian too, and they would visit the Russian Orthodox Church. And I'm full Ukrainian ethnically. I don't speak Romanian language, even though many people in my city and the region do speak Romanian. I don't, because I grew up in the city. I went to Ukrainian language school. So I simply never had to learn Romanian. Maybe hear every now and again a word or two, but that's about it. That's as far as my knowledge goes. When I ran in my constituency, that's 90% Romanian, and I came to them, a Ukrainian 26-year-old, I believe, girl, and I asked people to vote for me. And I was running against a doctor who was like an equivalent of a GP in that region, who was a Romanian ethnically, who spoke to them Romanian. I got the majority of votes. Because people, essentially, what they want, they don't care, frankly, about whether you're their ethnicity or not. They care about effective decision making. They care about your manifesto. They care about what you run on. They care about them progressing in their well-being, about their kids going to schools who are successful, who could get them into good Ukrainian universities. And I'll tell you more than that. When this issue arose in regional parliament, because obviously we had the law on language getting passed in the national parliament, and then it all trickled down to the regions, and us being the bordering region with Romania, we got some backlash from Romanian NGOs and organizations who represented diaspora, and they were very loud in their criticism. I remember them even arranging protests. We had public hearings with them to discuss the language law. But essentially, when I went back to my constituency, that is, trust me, the most Romanian constituency in the country, and I talked to people about this law, just honestly and openly, I asked them, what do you think about it? Is it really that bad that your children, because the main issue with the language law was that the children had to start learning Ukrainian language and start having education in Ukrainian beginning from the 5th grade, whereas before so every Romanian village had a Romanian school and the education was fully in Romanian language. Sometimes you would get lessons of Ukrainian language, but purely as, you know, as you would learn math or literature. You had it twice a week and that's it. So the people were saying to me, look, we speak Romanian anyways. We cherish our culture. We know the language. We're not giving up on that. We have relatives across the border, but we actually would like for the Ukrainian language to have a greater presence, even in Romanian schools, because then our kids could go into universities and actually apply to the universities and write grammatically correct statements and get better positions in Ukrainian society. Because for now, they felt that they were getting marginalized exactly because of that old version of the law. So I fully stand by my decision, for example, to support that law, specifically in our region with Romanian language, because I've heard the feedback from the people and I know how much that mattered to them. And I do hope that now the situation has increased. And as I've said, we only had some notes from the NGOs and officially established organizations that were not always funded purely by the diaspora contributions. They often had fundings from abroad. Now, I'm not going to speculate what affected their decision, but you can make some connections and links there. When it comes to Hungarian diaspora, I know that they're even more outspoken. They mostly live in Zakarpattia region and the city of Uzhhorod, which borders with Hungary. They had some even more serious issues, and you know, the Hungarian diaspora is always very loud and outspoken. And I even heard that from Romanians, actually, because they also have a whole region in the country that's only populated by Hungarians, and they have the same issue there. And that's a European Union, NATO state that's facing the same issues with Hungarian diaspora as we are facing in Ukraine. Now, the law on languages has been paused. It's been slightly amended. There were some comments from the EU to, you know, maybe soften it a little bit, maybe not, maybe have a gradual transition into implementing Ukrainian language, even in Hungarian-speaking schools. But one thing that's always interested me is in the West, let's say in the UK where I live, or in the United States, because the United States has a plethora of ethnic minorities too. They have a big Hispanic community. Now, say, for example, are there schools that are teaching all the subjects purely in the diaspora's language? Because I'm not sure that that exists. And even then, I think the reason for the people to come into the country, and I'm being one of them, I am now considered, you know, Ukrainian diaspora in the UK, in London. I want and I strive to learn English language, and I want to get better at it, and I want it to be richer, and I want to talk to native speakers as much as I can, not just isolate myself within the Ukrainian diaspora, because I know that that's not the way to progress in a foreign society. And I mean, it's quite a long-winded answer, Domin, but I hope that that gives some perspective and understanding on the ground, that there was never an intent to limit or to pressure ethnic minorities. And I don't think that the European Union ever even said or made a very decisive, harsh statement on that. Certainly when some countries and EU member states spoke out against the law, they took another look at it. I'm not sure whether the Venice Commission had its exact extract on the law, even after the amendments. And maybe some more work needs to be done in phrasing and implementing the processes of transition. But I do believe that there was absolutely nothing aimed against ethnic minorities in Ukraine. And I've never heard in 30 years of my life in Ukraine that I've lived there, I've never heard one person say anything xenophobic or aggressive towards any other nation that lives in Ukraine. If anything, we're always so deeply humbled that someone is interested in Ukraine and wants to come live with us.
Now, let's flip the argument here a little bit. And let's say, of all the countries, the one that is definitely by far the most skeptical about the Ukrainian accession to the European Union later on is undoubtedly Hungary. Right? Of all the governments in the EU right now, Hungary is by far the most outspoken about this. And whatever it is that would need changing, were it to need changing, but whatever it is that would need changing in order for Ukraine to be allowed to join the European Union. If they're really complaining about that, the easiest thing they could possibly do not be to simply push Ukraine along the candidate path as quickly as possible, so that whatever the standards are that they want implemented, that they want harmonized, well, to be simply harmonized more quickly, because of course Ukraine would have to implement whatever it is that the EU wanted to, in order for it to be considered to have fulfilled the acquis communautaire.
But are we sure that that's the only impediment? Like, do we actually know that that's literally one and only thing that stands between Ukraine and its EU membership in terms of Hungarian main issue? Is the
Oh, of course
status of
not.
Hungarian ethnic minorities in Ukraine?
Of course
Because,
not. But that is
yeah,
the one that they're vocal about, right? So if they were open and honest about the argument, if they were making it in earnest, then surely that would have been the solution to go for. Is this maybe something that needs to be communicated more better to other European partners of Ukraine, who kind of take these complaints on board and think, well, maybe there is something there, maybe there is something much more important here that needs to be considered?
I think when the time comes for Ukraine to move towards, that legislative process of implementing all the amendments and changes that are within those 7 steps, one of which is observing the rights of ethnic minorities, I'm 100% certain that Ukraine will comply and will execute absolutely everything that's expected of us. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't, as with every other step of the way, because trust me, combating corruption, for example, is much more difficult than making some changes to amendments to ensure that, everyone in the European Union is happy with the ethnic minorities' rights in Ukraine. Because from my perspective, having come from the region, again, that's, I think, the most diverse in the ethnic composure in Ukraine, the minorities are perfectly happy and satisfied with their status. So I'm sure that will be completely resolved when the time comes. I'm not quite sure about the legislative process within the martial law situation, because I'm sure there are many other priorities. But I also think that if Ukraine hopes to end this war and then enter the EU as soon as quickly, then that work is being done in the background without probably much public perception or public knowledge about it. Now, when we talk about Hungary, there are several issues that perhaps I would like to raise. As I've said, we've been part of Austro-Hungarian Empire, and I talk to many diplomats, Hungarian diplomats in London, but also just even government officials and civil servants in the country. And when we talk about Hungarians, first of all, there's a Hungarian legion fighting in the east. It is ethnic Hungarians from the Zakarpattia region in Ukraine. So they also believe in free and independent Ukraine, and they want to fight for the country being Ukrainian. And if you remember that viral video that was really popular perhaps last year, with the professor still holding an online lecture in the trenches on his phone, that was the ethnically Hungarian professor, and I believe he's the guy who's now been appointed a Ukrainian ambassador to Hungary, if I'm not mistaken. So clearly, Ukraine is making all the right steps to facilitate that relationship and to make all the right and good gestures. Now, when I talk to my good friends who are, as I've said, civil servants, I don't want to put them into any trouble. So I'll just say civil servants in Hungary, saying to them, look, it seems like we're making all the right steps. Like, we are reaching out to Hungary, despite the heartbreak, despite not understanding how you could be on our western border and we can still feel kind of a reflection of our eastern neighbor in you. It's a scary predicament to face. I said, look, we are trying to, reach out our hand and say, we want to be friends. Please be friends with us, and we'll do whatever it takes, because we're both civilized Western nations. the response that I got from this Hungarian friend said, well, yes, you are, but as you know, we are masters of messing things up. And that's the nice version of it. You can imagine what he actually said. So there's still the majority of population are still quite unhappy about what their prime minister is doing, even though he did get the majority at the last elections. But I think, the thinking majority of population understanding what's happening, they're not happy with the trajectory that their country is taking. And hopefully, I do hope that that trajectory will change and will be reflected in the next elections result, especially with the EU funding being withheld from them. I don't see how Hungary can afford itself to move closer to Russia. Well, they do release some weird news about, prisoners of war in the country, hosting them, or they did have and even an electric line, I think, with Azerbaijan for the Black Sea. But then again, Azerbaijan is you could say that it's an ally of Ukraine in this war, and not so much Russia, even though it is very close to Russia and has its own dangers and risks involved. But I think they simply have no chance but just to rethink their own ways. And surely maybe that will come with some more reaching out from Ukraine, but they have a lot of existential thinking to do, I think. They truly do.
We discussed it a little bit earlier today, actually quite a bit earlier today, that very odd setup of the Russian Orthodox Church somehow interceding and sending 11 prisoners in Russian captivity, all from Zakarpattia. I believe all of Hungarian extraction or Hungarian language speakers or whatever it was to Ukraine. What's your take on that? Because I'm quite confounded as to how that's actually supposed to work. Do you happen to have any more information on what their freedoms with regard, say, to movement are, or are they now interned in the care of the Hungarian state and put into a Hungarian prison or hotel or whatever it is, but fundamentally not allowed to leave?
In 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea and occupied eastern Ukraine, they had now deceased, but kind of a jokey politician who was there, almost like a useful idiot saying the things that Putin couldn't really say, but he would voice the most preposterous statements for him. And that's when he started saying, okay, we've got Donbass and we've got Crimea. Now Lviv, Halichina, so-called, the region around Lviv and slightly to the north, can be taken by Poland. Zakarpattia should go off to Hungary, and Bukovina, which is Chernivtsi region, which is where I'm from, and Bessarabia should all be absorbed by Romania. And, he made those statements almost like nudging towards the Western NATO countries who, again, under their NATO Act, they have no right to have any territorial arguments with any state and not even think about getting other territory. But I think that was a clear sign of nudging towards some countries and testing the grounds and seeing how they feel in the 20th century about potentially returning to their, 19th century borders, just like Russia did, because being the country who's stuck in the past, it certainly thinks that everyone else is stuck in the past. Now, of course, civilized countries have never even reacted or responded to that. That is not an option at all. But it seems that under Prime Minister Orban, Hungary, albeit being constrained by its NATO and EU membership and can't act in any way that will hinder Ukrainian territorial integrity, it does do everything to almost hinder our status and undermine us just to play up to Russian narrative and their whole policy towards Ukraine. And that makes me really sad because, again, those are the prisoners of war from Zakarpattia region, which is ethnically populated by many Hungarians, but also note it's not just Hungarians, it's also Ukrainians. So Hungary gets the political prisoners. I don't understand why. There's no logical explanation to that besides the fact that that's Russia's and Hungary's way to undermine Ukraine as a state, you know, with its own independence to act, to get its citizens out. I'm not quite sure what's going to be happening with those prisoners in Hungary, whether they're going to be released or are we now going to exchange them for Russian prisoners in Hungary? I mean, it's a completely unthinkable scenario for me. I would certainly want to hear reaction of the EU Commission at the very least on that. If of course we can't expect anything from the UN or OSCE, but I do think that the European Union needs to react in a certain way. What's going to be happen with those people, we don't know. Surely we're happy they're in the West, in the safe country of Hungary. But the fact that the country is engaging and playing up to Moscow's narratives, that is just preposterous.
Fundamentally, it's whitewashing, right? It's whitewashing on the one hand of the Hungarian attitudes thus far of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and then also, of course, of the Russian Orthodox Church. Ironically enough, it was only a week ago that Orban got a medal from the Russian Orthodox Church and Patriarch Kirill at his 60th birthday, but also the first anniversary to the day of preventing EU sanctions being levied against Patriarch Kirill.
And that says a lot, doesn't it? Because we all know by now that Patriarch Kirill was nothing but an FSB agent, and it still is. So the Prime Minister of the European nation, EU member and NATO member, getting a medal of recognition from the FSB agent, that is something that must raise eyebrows, if not cause some serious action.
Well, once a KGB agent, forever a KGB agent.
Exactly.
All right, Aliona, we went on a little bit longer than we expected. I think we have a few questions. No, that's quite all right. I think we have a few questions from the audience that are going to be trickling up. And the first one, and you'll have to prepare yourself for this, would be from Christian, who's from Romania. And I think I know what this is going to be about.
No,
Hi,
you don't.
Christian.
Hi, Aliona. You're expecting me to blast on stuff, but I'm just here to reassure Aliona that Romania, as far as it goes, I'm not speaking for the whole Romania, but I kind of sometimes know what what they're thinking higher up. Romania has no interest in like territorial expansion in Ukraine. Romania has always supported, since 2008 from Bucharest Conference, has supported NATO membership for Ukraine. And Romania, in my opinion, really wants to have a positive and really good relationship with its northern neighbor, in my opinion. And the second part of it regarding Mr. Orban in Hungary, well, as a Romanian, we're really gotten used to Mr. Orban, and in general, unfortunately, well, not all Hungarians think this way. Let's say it as it is, but unfortunately, we have gotten used to this whole rhetoric. They declare, for example, they declared the date of Trianon, which was a couple of days ago, on the 5th of June. They regard it as a national, mourning day and such and so forth, and always try to, do some bad things in Transylvania, for example, in what they call Sekeliland. Yeah, you just have to get used to this this whole rhetoric. It's not cool. It's not pleasant to hear it. They also come in Romania each year. They come in Romania and give speeches to the Hungarian minority and so on and so forth. It's all fine and dandy, but considering what's happening at higher up stages, that actually Hungary plays ball. Let's say it so. They actually play ball, you know, even though the rhetoric is how it is, they play ball. In the end, you know, they need some convincing. They're all mercantile a bit. They they have these kind of problems with each and every neighbor they have, and you just have to get used to it, unfortunately. So, Slava Ukraini from me. Thank you very much.
Heroyam Slava, Christian. Thank you so much, and Bună seara and ce faci? That's all I
Bună
can say in
seara, bună seara,
Romanian.
să bine.
See, there you go. That's my vocabulary in Romanian. But thank you so much for your support, and see, gentlemen, and the audience. That's exactly what we're talking about. We have absolutely no problem with our Romanian neighbor. Although, if I might throw in one fact that perhaps not many people know of, the first territorial dispute that Ukraine had historically, the independent Ukraine, was with Romania over the now very famous Snake Island, because that's when both countries wanted to get our shale gas from. So that was, more economical dispute than territorial or ideological at all. But two civilized countries, when they have disputes, they sit at the table and they resolve it because they do want to be neighbors and have that trans-border relationship. And in fact, when I was a member of the Chernivtsi regional parliament, I was the chairman of cross-border cooperation group. So I would be meeting my counterparts from Suceava regional parliament all the time. We worked on many EU-sponsored projects, be it crossing the border points or infrastructural projects, roads, investments, small business cooperation, SME support, etc. So our relationship with Romania is great, and especially now they are providing us quite solid safety and understanding in the Black Sea. First of all, with Black Sea grain deal, which obviously they're not involved in, but even with the mines floating around in the Black Sea last year, they were nothing but supportive of Ukraine. And luckily, I hear that your whole F6, your old MiG-21 fleet just got replaced by American F-16s. So congratulations on that. You are safe and sound now in the Black Sea. And the US is heavily investing in your Navy. So that's all you could possibly hope for. And indeed, thank you for your support. And I'm sure that even Hungarians, they can do some provocative steps and play their own game. Maybe they're, a resident contrarian in the European Union. But even those friends of mine who are Hungarians who do ask me questions about ethnic minorities, similarly to the way you, Domin, they ask me those questions, but then they still send and give me little parcels for my brother to send to the front line, be it gloves or anything else that they could possibly offer. So yes, the world does stand with Ukraine, even in difficult states that are, I would say, temporarily confused.
See, I didn't think he was going to mention any of that. I thought he was going to mention the road from Bucharest to Suceava, Chernivtsi, Lviv, and Warsaw.
Well, that is yet to come, hopefully.
For you being from Chernivtsi, before you go to Yana, for you being from Chernivtsi, when you saw that included, right, because you're politically savvy, when you saw that included on the European 10T map, how much of a difference did you think that made for the long-term prospects, the medium-term prospects of the area as well? Having that connection, both ways, north and south, through Western Ukraine, between Romania and Poland. Because to me, it looked like, it's the first thing that really integrates Ukraine fully, wholeheartedly into the rest of Europe.
So in 2008, when I worked in the Ministry of Infrastructure, I was one of the main, even though I worked in the press office, I was a press secretary. I worked quite a lot with international delegations just because I spoke English quite well. And I was involved heavily even in translating and interpreting negotiations with Morgan Stanley back then, who were talking to Ukravtodor about that project as well as many others. And that project was, it was like a Ukrainian dream for Ukraine to connect the north and the south and southwest, I suppose now, through Chernivtsi, because that would boost our region so much. And historically, we were always that transitional region. Whatever empire we were part of, we had so much international influence. We still actually have quite a big Turkish community in the city, because we had always those trade routes coming from the Black Sea via Moldova or Romania, obviously through Bulgaria, all the way into Europe. So that just needs translating into the modern reality. And of course, that major route would boost, again, it would contribute to Ukraine post-war reconstruction. It would boost the west of the country, which actually has taken quite a strong burden with the war, because even though it wasn't destroyed, and luckily, and I'm keeping all the fingers crossed here that it will continue to be this way, but Chernivtsi is the only regional capital in Ukraine that didn't get bombarded or hit by a strike, missile, or a drone. And I'm saying that, and it almost makes my heart stop, because I hope it doesn't change. Our region was hit with, again, Dnistrovska HES hydroelectric power plant, which actually supplied almost all of the Western Ukraine, 80% of Western Ukraine, I believe, electricity supply. So we had quite a difficult winter with blackouts. The city itself did not get hit, but we had such a massive influx of refugees from the east, people who've relocated. That is a heavy burden, not just infrastructure. Obviously, the job market has got reinvigorated, but if those people who have now decided to not just come there temporarily, but also stay and live in what is now considered, and hopefully will be so, a safe area of Ukraine, if they can get new opportunities through that flow of Western investments and Western tourists or trade routes, etc., that would certainly boost the Ukrainian economy tremendously, and will only help. So yeah, I do hope that will come into fruition. There are many options on the table. When we talked about that project, when it was at the ideation stage, be it concession or PPPs, private-public partnerships, or whatever, but we do hope that will become, this artery of life in Eastern Europe.
I, for one, am very much looking forward to it. Rail and road, Bucharest to Warsaw, nice and flat. No need to cross the Carpathians on that convex side of the mountain range. Johannes, go ahead.
Much good evening. I mean, it's so strange that your talk was kind of divided into two parts. One is really, dealing with this unbearable reality that we are facing now, and with this embarrassing inaction, and the other, of course, I mean, really very much on visions for the future. And I'm very much looking forward to the day when Ukraine will not only be a member of the EU, but when it also will be able to mint its own euro coins. And on the flip side, there will be a Ukrainian tractor drawing away, towing away a Russian tank or so. I don't know. I mean, that would be my proposal. I'm not sure whether anybody's actually considering it, but given this famous stamp by the Ukrainian post office, maybe. I think that there's one thing, because you talked about the language law and about ethnic minorities. Since I've been, for most of my professional life, been working with indigenous peoples, I've also been, for a long time in touch with Crimean Tatars, and that was like back way before the occupation started. Of course, my first contacts date back to 1995. And so, I mean, the Crimean Tatars are, of course, one of those groups who really, really yearn for the liberation of their homeland. And I recently was at a celebration in Berlin where I think 79th anniversary of the start of the deportation was commemorated. And there was some sense of optimism that, well, maybe the day is not that far away that they can return to their homeland. And so in that context, I mean, in 2021, Ukraine adopted a law on indigenous peoples, which is, I think, very much tailored to the Crimean Tatars, but also, of course, there are, I think, two more ethnic minorities on Crimea: the Krimchaks and the Karaim. And so the law gives them the right to self-government. I think it's largely compliant with the demands of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which is really, really fine. It's certainly great progress. What I wonder is, I've got some friends who are still on Crimea and who are certainly also really waiting for the liberation, but they are also a bit worried about voices in Ukraine that say, well, we don't really need an autonomy there. I mean, the idea with indigenous people's rights to self-government is, of course, that they should have some form of autonomy. And since, Ukraine will have such a hard time, I guess, liberating Crimea, and really, really hoping to see that it's going to be done, I don't know, 1 year from now or so. What are your thoughts on whether the Crimean Tatars should be having a form of self-government, of autonomy, once Crimea is liberated?
Thank you, Johannes. I think I'll start with your last question. I speak to many policymakers in Ukraine now, whether it's members of parliament or ministers, deputy ministers, and some civil servants, and I'm not heard once that after Crimea is returned to Ukraine, it will lose its autonomy.
Yeah, but I'm specifically asking about the autonomy of the Crimean Tatars, because you probably know. So sorry for interrupting you, but you probably know that the very first thing that the occupiers did after annexing Crimea was to close down the Crimean Tatar parliament, the Majlis. And so it's really also about, because even after Crimea is liberated and maybe some of the occupants will be leaving, the Crimean Tatars will still be a minority of, like, I don't know, 300,000 maybe on Crimea. So amongst like 3 million or so.
I think we got it, Johannes.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
So sorry. Yeah. Okay. So sorry. And that was it. Yeah.
That's all right. I think it's more than safe to say that the status of Majlis, as you mentioned, and crimes